human being and puts so much hard work into learning the game. Surfs with so much power and authority and backs herself even when the time's running out.
Yeah, that's what's exciting. I mean, she's going to fight until that very last second. And I think this situation where it's you pretty much vulnerable at the surf ranch. It's all you, all eyes on you. That opportunity is coming your way. So let's see how Gabby can kind of handle that pressure and how her competitive fire can translate on this wave.
2 runs. 1 run means 1 right, 1 left. So this is how you get started. What is the strategy? Do you make sure you stay on your feet and then work on improvement on your second effort, or do you just come out swinging?
It is such an interesting concept. We have seen people build that foundation, get 2 complete rides, and then really let themselves go and alleviate some of that pressure. Let's see what Gabby does on this inside track. Couple rail turns. She's kind of waiting a long time on the bottom for this wave to kind of show itself, where she needs to create that rhythm and find that flow for herself. Here she gets more work done, Joey.
And there she is pulling in. Nice setup stall. Great read, not a long barrel, but like she got a piece of it and then just lays it down. Real cool looking turn. We could say down carve when you just have to aim down towards the bottom of the wave, and had a cool, like, deep angle on it. And with a little lean back as well, styled her way through. Gabby probably loved the way that one fell.
And I think 2 things with being the first surfer in the heat, like, you are just feeling that pressure, and this is your opportunity, but it's still like being that first person to open up the score, to set the scale for the judges. It's a tricky ask, and Gabby, I think this end third of the wave is where she impressed me the most, especially this last maneuver here. Let's watch the technique, because the slow-mo, you can really tell if she's holding onto that rail line. Yeah, that's just 100% committed on that rail all the way to the end, that down carve, like you said. Very powerful, impressive move.
And the fingernails green too?
Can you tell from here? My eyesight's terrible.
She do that on purpose? Oh yeah, she did.
Good pickup, Joe. Sure. It's all part of the plan.
Gabby Bryan happy with that start, but one surfer that's incredibly happy into finals day. Tati is with Louisa.
Yeah, she's really happy. And Tati, you were just telling me how amazing you feel to surf here. Like, you know, so much freedom with right and left. There's so many rights in the tour, and here you just feel like you're flowing. But besides the leg burning that you told me yesterday, how are you capitalizing on these waves?
I guess just trying to have a ton of fun, number 1, and then number 2, just trying to bring the variety and the power and flow and all the things that they talk about and the criteria, you know, but at the same time just focus on your surfing and what you can do, because you can't control the other surfers. So this wave and this event is super unique, and I actually really like it because of the pressure that we have when we are competing, and you can guarantee a wave's going to come and you have your opportunity. So I really like this event. I thrive under pressure. I feel like I do better under pressure. So yeah, stoked.
We love watching you here. Congrats.
Thank you.
Well done to Tatiana Weston-Webb. That pressure looked like she just had a blast with it and turned in a great performance. It was almost like watching a video game. It's like when someone can do what you want to do in a mind surf, you feel like it's unbelievable. She can do anything she wants. Well, a lot of surfers love to play true surf when there aren't waves to surf in their backyard. You can download the game today. It's all called True Surf on the App Store and on Google Play. And you could probably try to surf like Lakey Peterson.
Yeah, why wouldn't you? Former champion, emulating her kind of performances that we've seen, the progression she's shown us.
Wow, and the road to get here, Rosie, for Lakey has been wild. The heat she had at Margaret River against Carissa Moore, she was in that kind of feeling of being in a must-win situation. Carissa got barreled under priority when Lakey was in control of the heat, and everyone was wondering, is that going to cost Lakey's spot on tour? Once they did all the math, they realized she was still safe, and she got to really just take a break and be very grateful that she is competing all the way through the rest of the season.
It's a roller coaster of emotion, Joe. This tour with the big cut that looms. I mean, we saw so many veterans fall off the championship tour. Let's see how Lakey can keep her composure here at the Surf Ranch with her first opportunity.
All setup work so far for the surfer from Santa Barbara, California. Nice clean snap, now going to work with the lip. Water flying off that CI. Goes over the whitewater well. Throws down the snap again. Lakey looking strong. Goes down a tight backhand jam. Now into the barrel with Peterson. Sets up the finish and does well to get 2 turns outside the barrel. Gabby had a 6.67 on her opener. Now Lakey getting her first wave in her opening run out of the way. And then we'll see Molly Picklum and Caroline Marks as qualifying round heat number 3 continues. We'll take a quick break. We'll bring in Mitch and Pete for the call right after this.
Welcome back to the Surf Ranch Pro presented by 805 Beer. Fans, make sure to scan that QR code for 30% off Surfline Premium. I'm actually getting my phone out right now.
Hey, Surfline Premium got all the cams, the forecast out for 2 weeks, like all the info you need.
Oh,
30% off, bro.
I'm getting it. I already got the link. It's going.
Good job.
Getting Surfline Premium for a year, by the way, too. So it's actually better for you to get it for a year.
Well worth it.
Get the QR code right there, scan it, you get 30% off Surfline Premium. Turns out to be the best investment you're gonna get when it comes to surfing. And guess what? We're back in the booth. Your favorite duo, Mitch and Peter.
Dynamic duo.
Well,
that's Batman and Robin, huh?
Who's Batman and who's Robin, though?
No, we're not going to figure that one out.
Big day of surfing so far, Pete. We're in qualifying round 1 for the women. And we are seeing some of the best surfers in the world out there. And one of them is this young lady on screen. Caroline Marks qualified for the Championship Tour in 2018. She was 16 years of age. And now, year number 5 for Caroline. Spent a few years away. And now back on tour and just making things happen. Lovely stall there from Caroline on the backhand. And she is just known for that ferocious throw on the backhand right here. Has a lot of power, small in stature, but can definitely throw the board around easily, Pete.
That's so true. You know, most of the surfers will say on tour that she has one of the most solid backhands, and it's on display right here at the Surf Ranch. Again, looking at the tube time, just a solid approach to this wave. No mistakes, no hitches, nothing going awry whatsoever. Speed was there. That was a great start for Caroline Marks. Again, strategically, you got to get a good number on the board, and that always helps. As a matter of fact, only psychologically you would think when you start your wave and you get a good solid number to get out of that, you can build on it.
It elevates her game, doesn't it? And so far in this heat, Lakey Peterson opens up with a 6.17. Gabriella Bryan with a 6.67. Let's go to Strider, who has Caroline.
Right before the heat, you paddled out and you said you were nervous, but you just looked nails on that wave. It was amazing.
Thank you. Yeah, it's nerve-wracking. I pretty much waited around all day for a wave, so. But it's fun. It's a great test in the mind.
Well, you look super strong. Your tube rides are impeccable. Did you get better out here surfing this wave for tube rides?
Absolutely, this has helped. I don't think I ever really got a proper backside barrel until out here, so it's helped a lot for sure.
All right, we'll let you get reset.
Rad.
Thanks,
It's
Strider.
true, though. I mean, you think about, right? You think about tube riding and practicing and, progression, right? This is the reason why this facility was built.
Yeah.
Obviously for entertainment, but ultimately, the motto behind the Kelly Slater Wave Company, progression. And they're going to do everything they can to progress and make this venue and this facility here better, but also any future facilities. You remember this thing was just a test, and man, what a test. It's been proven.
And what's the saying? Repetition is the father of all learning. And I think the Surf Ranch exemplifies that. And we've seen a lot of these young surfers come up through the years. Had this event on the championship tour since 2018. We did have, hiatus a couple of years. It's been 2 years since we've been back here at the CT level. But Pete, this is a demanding wave, mentally, physically, and obviously they've all had their tweaks when it comes to competing here as well.
Yeah, and the format changes, right? That's the tweaks, and right, I feel like they're getting it mapped out because this is way more exciting than I remember the leaderboards format. Each heat means something, and the pressure element that gets added upon the high seeds when they have to produce numbers at the end. They were all looking at Griffin was a prime example. He was like, man, that was so crazy. You think about Caroline Marks and how much success she has out here, to think, oh wow, I was nervous before my first wave. That last heat for Tyler Wright crumbled, unfortunately. Needed to get a 6, couldn't do it.
Yeah, Tyler, by the way, was in the hospital for a few days before the event started. Spoke to her yesterday, and not the performance she was looking for here, but obviously, being in the hospital, not the thing that she was looking for coming to California either. 7-3-3, the opening score for Caroline Marks. Good start to the heat, and this is going to be a competitive one. Gabriella Bryan with the mid-6, a 6.67, and Lakey Peterson with the 6.17. Good start to the heat here, Pete.
Yeah, we're just separated by just about a point, just a little over a point, which means that we're going to have a doozy heat number 3 here. Now Molly Picklum's turn. Oh no, we're sorry.
Bryan,
take that back. Gabriella first, then Molly.
Yeah.
The high seed actually goes after the low seed goes on their
second ride.
Yeah, the left. So let's see what Gabriella can do here.
So she looked good on the right, has an excellent backhand as well. And she has looked very strong in the free surfing sessions, Peter. I don't know if you saw Aaron Hughes' post last night about the free surfing photos, but there was one photo in particular of Gabby just laying the rail down on one of these rights. She has been impressive all year long, and she is looking for her first CT win. Up into the lip right there. Last year's Rookie of the Year on the women's side. Up and over the section. And much better right there from Bryan. The surfer from Kauai does a lot of good work over there on the Hawaiian Islands. Came through their system as well. Hasa events, USA Surfing afterwards. And just flowing through the motions on this one. Into the barrel now. Great barrel time, and it maybe got a bit too high at the end. It's going to knock her off.
That's a bummer. She was on her way to a pretty good number there, especially that section where you start to see the combo, the 2 or 3 maneuvers right before the barrel at the end. She did well there to mix it up. On her backhand, so challenging, especially on the lefts here, to be able to mix it up.
And Gabby's been able to compete here before in the past, but you're on the CT now competing against the very best in the world, and obviously she considers herself one of the very best in the world too, but it's got to take at least a pair of 7s to make it out of this one, Pete.
I would agree. Nice first turn there. She did have to chase it to get back to that open face and keep the speed and momentum. A couple different ways she was doing these turns. In the lip right there, you saw the snap where she drove back, and then unfortunate here that she wasn't able to complete the barrel. But there's that tap of the lip, and see what goes wrong here. She gets down, gets low, tucks that knee onto the board, has the right hand on the rail. Was looking all good. That little yank on the the rail pulls her up high, and you just got to keep that low line and point and direct towards the cage.
Man, you're going so fast in that last section. It's really hard to keep that line going straight forward the whole time.
Yeah, and with that crumble too on that left, you're not seeing a whole lot. You know, you're getting a lot of water in the eyes, so you just gotta have to point that line and hold it.
It's almost like you're riding on instinct by that point, right?
That's exactly what Steph Gilmore said when she was after her first left-hand barrel. You know, she basically just pointed it and said she couldn't see a thing. Hair was getting pushed in her face, and she pointed it the right direction because she got out of it.
Oh, Molly Picklum now. She'll be up and riding on the right-hander, her first ride. And heat number 3 of the qualifying round. Great year for Molly Picklum so far. Number 3 in the ranks for the 20-year-old. And she has looked better than ever on her second year on the championship tour. Fell off before the mid-season cut last season. Re-qualified on the CS. And now has really cemented her case for being one of the best surfers in the world.
That's right. She was wearing the yellow jersey there for a portion of this season, and still right there in that final 5 picture. But it would be nice to keep that ball rolling, getting a result here. So she's got to keep pace and get a good solid number to keep her in this heat. Just with the momentum, you know, you got to feel like everyone's putting up some pretty good numbers there. So in order to stay there and not get exited out of here early,
right,
she's got to post at least a 6.5.
And one thing that I will say about Molly Picklum as well, when it comes to an increase in talent and maybe competitive strategy too, this is the biggest leap I've ever seen in a female surfer from one year to the next. I mean, you get knocked off tour before the mid-year cut. You're number 3 in the world when you were leading the rankings for a few events too, Peter. Very impressive.
The only other surfer that did that is also in this event, Josh Yanka.
Yep, absolutely right. How weird is it that it happened in the same year too?
Crazy, right?
Well, here's Molly. First ride of the event for her. We've seen her compete well at point breaks, at beach breaks, heavy barrels. Can she do it at the surf wrench, though? That's the real question. Great start in the barrel now. Great stall there for Picklum. Not deep, but it's a completion there of the first opening section of the barrel. Great carve, and got this mid portion of the section right here, the performance section, Pete.
Yeah, big mix in maneuvers here, holding the rail through the extended turns too, which is a little point of difference.
And now just working the rails right there. Much better from Picklum on that turn. Great fade. And just as good as positioning as you could possibly get on that second barrel. Brings it all the way around for the carve.
She'll be stoked with that. Yeah, not going to be a gigantic number, but she's keeping pace with all of her competitors. You know, you've got some great waves to look at in comparison. So job done. She's gotten one solid number in the books. We'll see what portion of that number in the 1 to 10 she gets, but I would say that it's going to be rivaling a lot of the scores that are already on the board here.
Well, 6.67 for Gabby on her opener, and then you look at the 7.33 from Marks, right up there, Pete.
You see this extended long arc right there, holding that rail for an extended period of time. You know, the longer you hold it, the more risk you take to lose the wave. So she did well to keep the speed up, a couple snaps, so she's mixing it up with different angles of approach, different style of maneuvers, and I love variety. I want to see single rail bottom turns constantly, and I want to see variety.
The 2 requirements that you need to impress Pete here.
It's not that I'm a judge, right? It doesn't matter what but I think the judges will see that as also something impressive, because you just don't see it a lot here.
And you see it from very few people as well, the very elite. How's that wrap down all the way back, though, at the end?
That was cool. Again, something a little different.
Yep. Point of difference right there. And as we do look at our judging criteria, obviously a lot of variation of maneuvers involved in this ride here at the surf wrench on both the right and the left, but points of difference, as you were mentioning, and that was something different right there. Judging criteria, maneuvers, barrels, points of difference, combinations, progression, innovation. How about the approach to this wave at the surf wrench?
Well, I think that, you know, again, approach is a funny little adjective to describe what you need to perform on, but it's really about showcasing a different way than any of the other surfers are doing it, because it is the exact same style of wave. There is subtle differences, but ultimately, if you have a different approach than other surfers are doing, and you showcase that, judges will take note of it.
So you want to stand out, basically, is what that is saying right there.
Mean, absolutely. I mean, I think in every event you want that, right? But ultimately, when you have the same playing field that everybody's on, it's not like you're going out and going, I'm going to pick the best waves are over here, right? And you make that judgment call. This is it, right? You're on the playing field that everybody's got. It's a perfect 10 coming at you every single time, and you got to perform on a whole different level of pressure.
You know what? pressure I felt when I came into this event. My fantasy team, and I've been doing horribly bad to start the season. I'm in a few leagues with my uncle, my friends, and I think this event's going to be good for me, Pete. I feel strong about it. I have Caroline Marks in there.
Congratulations.
Yeah, well, you know.
Day one.
Strider, you got some more info for Caroline?
You laughing at what I said?
I love listening to you guys. Honestly, it's great. Thank you. Just Caroline, points of difference. I mean, she's got that solid low center of gravity base on the backhand, which is like, I mean, she's got it on the forehand too, and we saw her do a technical surfing above the lip on the inside on the left, where she's a big blow tail off the top. So I feel like that positioning of her body, the way that she surfs, lends itself to this wave. And because the wave is so hollow and cupped out, you have to be super low and be able to attack from that point, and she's got that. So that's something I think Caroline's got in her favor out here.
Hey, Strider, since 2018, we're now in 2023. 5 years difference, huge for Caroline Marks. What's the biggest improvement you've seen since the first time she surfed here at the Surf Ranch?
I feel like her power has improved beyond. So she's got all the technical aspects, and now she's added the rail and the power into her game, which has just elevated her scoreline, if you ask me. I feel like it's just going to continue to make her scores go through the roof, and all she has to do is commit and mentally be there.
And also throw a little innovation in there, because she has had that here. We've seen one of the best moves. Didn't quite pull, but a big forehand air rotation from her. Saw it actually on the left.
Yeah.
So we'll maybe see it right here.
We very could be. Molly Picklum drops a 7.23. Great start for her.
Yeah, no, that's huge. I think that's a huge confidence builder. She's had been lacking a little bit trying to figure out this wave, and she did right there. And that's with the jersey on, so good on her.
And here goes Caroline. They call her Flare Line for a reason. And she is just explosive on this left. A lot of speed right here. All the way around. Great carve. Marks up against Picklum, Peterson, and Bryan. She brings a unique perspective to this left. The goofy footer from Florida originally, residing in San Clemente now. Great carve right there. Into the lip once more. Good variation on this wave from Caroline Marks. Stalling for the barrel here. We could be seeing that air. She has enough speed for the scent section. Is she going to go for it? No, going to stick to the rail surfing. And an overall good wave to start things off on the left.
Yeah, you think about, too, what that style of wave, that one kind of with the seiche. Again, we're talking about the seiche, the little undulations in the water. It actually pushed the wave closer to the reef or the shallow part of the wave, and it peeled the whole way. It didn't ever get pushed towards the fence. We see some of those waves get pushed toward the fence, not that one. And with that, she identified it and just used maneuvers top to bottom. Carried a lot of speed through all those moves, so great first left for Caroline Marks.
Speed, power, and flow on display here from Caroline Marks. More action coming up from the Surf Ranch Pro, presented by 805 View. Welcome back to the Surf Ranch Pro presented by 805 Beer. Scores are in for the last wave of Caroline Marks. Her first left, a 6.77. That moves her up into the lead. Gabriella Bryan down into second. She still has one more right and one more left. And this young lady on screen, Santa Barbara's own Lakey Peterson. She's won out here before. That was in 2019. And boy, did she look good that year, Pete. Wanting to replicate that winning formula once again.
This looks like a little drainer right here, and she found it. Nice tube time. Carrying a ton of speed into this performance section.
And she is from Santa Barbara. So Sandspit right there. She's known for a lot of barrels. And Lakey going to work right here. Into the lip. I really like that floater where she just grabs the rail. That was sick.
Good mix, right? Good variety.
Excellent layback right there from Peterson. And she has an air that she could bring out too. She's going to stick to the rail though. And a great combo to finish this wave off. That's her first right. Has a 6.17 on the left.
How competitive is this heat? You think about all four surfers in here. They all have good numbers. Everyone looks good. You know, so this one's going to be a tough one to send someone home and send someone right into the semifinals. So wow, you know, you can't say who's going to do it. This is going to be another good number for Lakey. You know, on the right. She's able to produce a good number on the left. And I feel like this is going to be right there in contention with the rest of these surfers. So good, healthy mix. I think the judges will take note. 3 different styles of turns. Again, variety, a big part of the judging criteria, especially on a canvas like this. Barrel ride's not super deep. So again, getting myself a little more critical on stuff when you're watching at it, right? You can see her body there. Sometimes you see the nose of the board, but if you see the body, you know she's not super deep. But then the 2-turn combo at the end. That one there slashes straight into the bottom and one more turn. So fitting in 2 turns at that final section. Judges will take note of that little point of difference.
And blew the fins out on the last turn too. Her first right, we've seen her win here before. Last year she had quite a good competitive season, runner-up in El Salvador, our next event on the Championship Tour schedule. But when it comes to Peterson, Pete, I'm always impressed with the amount of good boards she always has under her feet. It just seems like every event that we go to, she has a board that she really likes and commits to it until the end of the event. This looks like one of those boards.
Well, good relationship with the Channel Islands crew. Obviously living nearby for a lot of her career. She's been riding the boards for a very long time. Yep. So, I mean, that relationship is solid.
Former NSSA Open Women's Champion. Actually landed an air in that final. I believe
it was there.
2011, maybe.
I called that heat.
And
that was my budding commentary career at the NSSA Nationals.
Hey, we all start somewhere. I was just there last weekend.
Good for you.
In
That's
Huntington
good.
Beach. 5-day event. Probably worked 60 hours over the 5 days. But still love you guys. NSSA, USA Surfing as well. One of our best up-and-coming organizations here in the United States that provide a big platform for a lot of these young surfers.
True.
Surfing Australia, I have to point out that they have been doing an amazing job with their young surfers as well. It's working, obviously, because Molly Picklum went from a bowing out of competition last year on the Championship Tour to being rated number 3 in the world right now. Australia, to me, has the best group of young surfers coming up since Mick, Dean Morrison, and Joel Parkinson right now, Pete.
Yeah, it's one of the strongest regions, definitely, of all the 7 regions on the WSL World Surf League. Well, numbers in for Lakey.
It's a 6.83, so it's her best, and still has 2 more rides where she can better both her right and her left score. Caroline Marks still in the lead. She has a 7.33 and a 6.77. And Gabriella Bryan currently in 3rd, but Molly Picklum only needs a 4.87 to overtake her. When it comes to rankings, obviously the high seeds in these heats right now, really looking to strengthen their ranking seed. Going into the next event, number 7 in El Salvador. But if you look at somebody in the middle of the pack, Caroline, Lakey, Gabby, huge opportunity for them to at least get a 3rd place finish.
Well, and with that 3rd place finish is a solid result for the WSL Final 5. The Rip Curl WSL Finals at Trestles in September. That's the goal at this moment because that gives you the opportunity for a world title.
I like it. Let's go downstairs to Strider.
It's on. We got a lot of movement right now. The velocity in that foil is just amazing to watch cut through the water. And then we're gonna watch this young lady cut through the water right up into the lip. Molly Picklum. Picklum's looking at it. Here we go. Smooth entry. This one's got a lot more wall on it. Big slam up into the corner, getting wound up. Sweeping down carve. Buckets out the back one more time. Nice tempo on this wave. Super clean. Great surfing right there up into the corner. I mean, really great tempo. A little bit more variety is coming, and that's what we need. We need to see some action out on that face. There we go. Right on cue. Pushing water. Coming to the inside. She's going to set up the tube. Take it away, you guys.
Well, ending up in the barrel right here is Picklum. She's deep, and she's not going to be able to come out. So
Too deep.
a 7-2-3 on her initial right. We'll wait for the score here on the left. To me, it looked like good variation, a lot of good tempo, but there was never that one moment of the wow factor, the jaw-dropping moment, Peter, in comparison to the 7-3-3 and even the 6-8-3 of Peterson.
Yeah, I would agree. But I will say that I think that she was, her head was in the right place, right? Just build tempo, build speed through this, get a number. You know, don't push too hard and make a big mistake. And she really wasn't. She was mistake-free. Just didn't have, like I said, that one impactful moment. But there was some good surfing there, and it was good variety. You know, the thing when you talk about Strider was talking about the tempo. And that's the thing. If you can look not rushed, and you're going to look like everything's getting, you know, placed in the right spot, the judges will like it. But the fact that she didn't make the barrel there, that's going to affect the score in a big way. So this will be mid-range because of that unfinished business on the inside.
Only needs a 4.87 at the moment to overtake Gabriella Bryan in the third spot. And stalled a bit too much right here. It's difficult to really identify this section at the end with that crumble from the onshore wind.
Yeah, and just to see what she went wrong here, it just didn't hold the speed. You know, she was at everything going, but as soon as it starts to touch you, it slows you down, and then you get swept off your feet.
I like what I'm seeing, though, from Picklum. Very competitive young surfer. Got to remind everybody, she's only 20 years old as well.
Crazy, huh?
She's number 3 in the world, and this young lady as well from Kilauea, Kauai, 20 years of age. Gabriella Bryan, she's currently in third, but we're still waiting for the score of Molly Picklum. So Gabby looking to better at least a 6.67 on the right-hander. Ferocious is a good word to describe her surfing. Real strong, powerful, a lot of speed implemented in her surfing. Coming from Hawaii, working with Jason Shibata over the years. Reynolds Hayes with the Hawaii junior surf team. Some of the best out there, but it's really Kauai that stood out. You know, Dustin Barca, the Irons brothers, and obviously Sebastian Zietz has seen her grow up over the last few years as well.
Yeah, and she's capable of big numbers on these rights here. I think the key to her turning her scores into 8s is the outside section. She has such a great forehand hooking snap. If she can utilize that on that outside section, start throwing some water and get that momentum built up. Also a great barrel rider. Get that barrel section, get nice and deep, and then finish it up clean. We can see 8-point rides from her.
And she is lined up at pole 25. So you can see right there between pole 25 and pole 26. Quite deep. The average surfer will not be taken off where she's taken off, Peter.
No. And, you know, the advantage of doing that is that you are going to be able to pick up your speed nice and early on the wave, and that forehand snap is what we want to see her use. And here she goes.
She's got one of the best in the business, that is for sure. Got dropped down to 4th place as Picklum drops a 6.27. Starts off well. Needs to really capitalize on this opening barrel, though. In there, deep, covered up, and she's out. Strider, how's the perspective?
Oh, incredible. You're gonna see the green jersey and the green nails all matched up. She's on fire, banging away at the lip now. She's just facing out, throwing buckets out the back. Nice technical whip in the lip right there. Another one, just powerhouse through the corner. Sweeps back, beautiful layback jam. Sets it up, now she's gonna stall. Thread the needle, stay in the barrel, come out for something solid on the inside here. Big down carve again. Wow, that was incredible. Beautiful surfing right there from Gabriella. That was just insane.
Definitely was, Strider. Thank you very much.
There's two moments.
Ferocious turn right there at the end, too.
Two moments in that wave that were like, ooh, yeah, that you felt it.
Yep.
And I think, again, the judges will take note of that. Outside work was good. I think there's an improvement there, you know, she can work on.
Definitely. We'll be coming back with more action from the Surf Ranch Pro presented by 805 Beer. Don't go anywhere. Be right back. Wow. Good afternoon and welcome back to the Surf Ranch Pro presented by 805 Beer. This is how qualifying round 1 heat 3 has panned out so far. Caroline Marks in the lead, Molly Picklum in second, Lakey Peterson in third. And we are still waiting on a score from Gabriella Bryan, but guess what? It's in. It's a 6.83 for the Hawaiian. She is still in fourth, now only needing a 6.17 on the left. That helps her out by quite a bit. She'd be matching Lakey Peterson's heat total if she gets the 6.17.
Such a battle, it really is. It's just so close.
And this is an important wave here for Lakey. She's actually looking to better the 6.17. Her initial score on the left, imperative right now, Pete. She's in third, the hot seat. And this wave gonna pan out on the outside. She is very deep on this wave, by the way. Had to even ride around the first section. Great ski angle right there. And a couple of setup maneuvers on the outside. Hunting for the lip now. Hasn't really sit up. This is where the work gets done right here. Gaining speed. Much better there from Peterson. Really digs in the rail. Up into the lip once more. Looking at better a 6.17. That's more like it from Lakey. Up and over the white water, and the barrel section is coming. And you can just feel it. Great rail work here from Peterson. And deep. Can she come out? No, she can't. So a missed opportunity there from Lakey. Still did some great work on the outside, though, looking to better the low 6.
Yeah, I mean, the transitions, she was able to get that. I was like, hey, is she going to fit another backhand hook snap in there? She did, and actually had the ability to get back underneath it, but with the loss of speed and a little bit too deep on the inside barrel section. The outside work, again, she gave herself the space early. So she was able to go top to bottom in this section. She wasn't able to get a real maximum turn right there, but ultimately built through this wave. It just got better and steeper. Here, she's had to chase a little bit again, but then once she gets the space, she's able to go rail to rail.
And cup noodle ski cam right there. And this is where she maybe wanted to wait a little bit more. That last turn right here before she stalls for the barrel, it started getting called quick right there, Pete.
Yeah, that was the turn, and actually one of the better turns of the wave.
Because it was steeper, right?
Yeah, steeper section, and then transitions into the barrel section. Just didn't get the completed barrel, which would have been very crucial to get the number upwards into the 7.5s and 8s.
I like the pink rails on that board. I could be rocking that pretty soon. Maybe. Maybe not. We'll see. Carolina Marks out there in the water now. She's in the lead in this heat at the moment, waiting on the second score on the left for Lakey Peterson. Looking to better a 6.17. A 7.28 for Peterson would take her up into first place. Caroline looking sharp out there. That Mayhem board under her feet looks good as always. You know what's impressed me the most so far, Pete, from Caroline Marks has been the amount of effort that we've seen on her first 2 rides. Did not fall on either of them. And I think when it comes to consistency, that's a big thing.
Yeah, no, it is. And it's a good strategy, obviously, right? Complete 2 rides now. We expect her to cut loose a little bit because she already has a good number on her right. So she has to better the 7.23. And with that means you've got to lift the game.
Yep, elevate it. And she did have a runner-up finish at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach earlier this season. Great performance from her. Was actually leading the final, had the highest score, I believe. Ended up losing to Molly Picklum, but her best performance so far in this season, Pete.
It's like the polar opposite of this venue here because, you know, Sunset Beach is such a gigantic playing field. Just to find a good wave is tough. Well, here, you're guaranteed the perfect wave.
Right.
So just a whole different level. And I love the World Surf League and the fact that we have all these different venues. And if you're going to prove a world champion, you got to be able to do it all.
I like that. And I think it really showcases the people that need to qualify for lowers. And then afterwards, you need to perform on the given day as well. Runner-up finish for Caroline Marks, 2023 Hurley Pro Sunset Beach. Great surfing on the backhand. We know what she's capable of on the backhand. But she can also do it on the forehand too, Peter.
And thinking about, you know, she had taken some time off. She was coming back into competition. To be able to, you know, wash that rust off and get a runner-up finish is huge.
That's her best result this season so far. She'd be very stoked with the win here, though, I can tell you that. Be the biggest win of her career so far, especially at this point of the season right now. Great calm on the outside, cool, collected, calm. And great poise right there in the barrel. You can just put your imagination to test to what you want to do out here on a wave like this. And Caroline is just painting a beautiful canvas as the artist that she is. Great technique into the lip right there. Wow, that turn in the lip line. Once again, a lot of spray. And she's going to set up for the last barrel section here. Great positioning and just a flawless wave on her second scoring right-hander, Peter.
Beautiful stuff from Caroline Marks. I'll give a clap for that. That was solid once again from Caroline Marks, and just so competitively savvy. Rarely makes mistakes, and that thing, as a coach, you know, coaching a surfer like that, when you see that she executes time and time again, it makes things a lot easier.
Yeah, no kidding.
Watching the replay here, top to bottom, you know, she gets the room and she starts doing that low center of gravity bottom turn, and just the transition bottom turn to top turn is so good. Barrel ride here didn't get as deep as she probably would have liked, but ultimately carried some time within the barrel. You see her technique a little different. Squares her shoulders up, helps her keep her speed. That right out of the barrel, straight into a 2-turn combo at the end of the wave. Nice, one of the better turns and combo at the end of the ride. Leaves that good taste in the mouth for the judges.
I agree. Impressive ride there from Caroline Marks. Looking to improve on a 7.33. That is her high score on the right so far. And Molly Picklum still has 2 rides for herself. Both Lakey Peterson and Gabby Bryan have 1 left. What I'm thinking right now, Pete, you look at the total so far, 14.1 for Caroline, 13.5 for Molly Picklum, 13.46 for Lakey Peterson. That is as close as it gets. And then Gabriella Bryan at the moment would only need a 6.63 to move up into top 3. How do you think with the last few waves that we still have on offer by both Peterson and Bryan, is your approach different knowing that a 6 probably won't cut it? moving up into third, you're probably going to need an 8 to make it out of this heat, or at least a 7.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you got to kind of just do what you got to do right here. And Gabriella is looking at what the number is to get her out of that third position, which is the 6.63. And very capable of a 7.28. So she's, I mean, that's how close the seed is. You know, you're a wave that's basically separated by just over a half a point. One wave will get you, if you get a 7.28, you're going to first, right? And so that's how close the seed is.
And Gabriella Bryan, number 8 in the rankings at the moment, had a great start at Billabong Pro Pipeline. 5th place finish there, then moved over to Sunset Beach. 2 events in her backyard in Hawaii, 3rd place. And then a string of 9th place finishes after that, Portugal, Bells, and Margaret's. You don't want to safety surf this next wave, though, do you?
I wouldn't say that that's the case. No, she doesn't want to do that. You know, you look at the number needed for her on this left. You know, her best left is her low score, the 5.43. So she can make a big improvement here. But again, it has to be above a 6.63 to make any difference to get her out of 4th place. And this is her last chance.
It is. And she improved on her right. Went from a 6.67 to a 6.83.
Hey, every 10th of a point
it matters.
Something, right?
It matters. In the long run, it does. And then remember, we got the leaderboard tonight for the night session. So you could be surfing later or earlier, depending on how you end up. So here we go. Last chance for Gabby Bryan to make it out of this round. And she is going to be up and riding on this left. That is one of the most beautiful noises in the world when you hear that train coming towards you. And you know you're just going to get a perfect wave. Decent start right here for Gabby.
Yes, it is.
Looking down the line, much better there, though.
Nice
Slides
tall
the
left,
fins.
too.
So some increase in size going down the line, too, Peter. I've noticed that in the past. As she is still trying to capitalize on this outside section. Great work here so far. Mid-6 is what she needs.
Ooh, this is good looking stuff right here. Again, this got to finish it.
And a
She'll
lot of
have an
spray.
improvement.
Stalls for the barrel here, getting as deep as possible, comes out cleanly. And a great top turn, easily the best turn out of the wave. Needing a 6.63.
Handled the pressure so nicely. Didn't look like she was affected by the fact that she needed to get a number here. Great poise.
Well, and she needs at least a 6.63 to keep her hopes alive in order to move into the night session. We'll be right back with the score. It's the Surf Ranch Pro presented by 805 Beer. Be right back. It's a great afternoon to be a surfer at the Surf Ranch Pro, presented by 805 Beer. Molly Picklum out there in the water right now, and she is psyched up. Let's hear more from Molly herself.
Yeah, I feel like the yellow jersey, there's this energy around it, and I think wearing it for that time, I feel like I stepped up to it. Not to say that I don't feel energetic for this event, but it's just fun. It just like, there's more noise around you, so you can harness that and add it to the fuel to the fire a bit. But nonetheless, there's fuel to the fire because now I'm not number one and I want it, so we're going for it again.
Like to hear from the youngster, only 20 years of age. She was leading the rankings at one point this season. Fun fact for you, Peter Mel, with the loss of Tyler Wright earlier today, she is actually going to lose the yellow jersey. Carissa Moore takes the #1 spot now, but Molly Picklum has a chance to take the #1 spot from Carissa, depending on how she finishes this event. A youngster, 20 years of age, looking great so far, currently in second in this heat.
Yeah, and a big moment. You know, she wants the win. She could just get her right into the semifinals. So if she can pull it off here and get the lead back, that'll be a big moment.
Definitely would be. Doing well so far on this wave. Little stumble right there. Capitalizes on that open face. Lovely turn up into the lip run right there. Great exchange here from Picklum. And she needs a huge finish if she's looking to better a 7.23. Great positioning in the barrel. Comes out. And let's see what we have in store here. Layback jam. And she is going to kick out with a lot of confidence right here, Pete.
Well, improvement on the 7.23. That's what she's doing on the right here. You mentioned that little stumble in the middle. Again, the judges, like, all those little teeny errors are going to come into play a little bit. Love the finish, though. That was a beautiful arc at the end. Take a look at this outer section. Nice rhythm, sets up the barrel. Double arm drag, gets completely gone from view. So judges will love that as far as the barrel is concerned. And then here, you talked about that little moment right there, kind of just, no, it wasn't there. Where is it at? Sets up. This is actually after that moment.
Yeah.
Not super deep on the inside section, but this turn to finish. Beautifully done. Look at this. All that speed into this carve. And just compressing all that speed, holding it through the rail. That was nice and powerful.
That was awesome.
Is there an improvement on the 7.23? I feel like it's just right in that same kind of zone. If it is an increase, it'll just be ever so slightly.
Yeah. Tossing the high sixes, the low sevens right around there. Still, she's completed all 3 of her rides so far. And actually, my mistake, fell on the left in the barrel. I mean, she rode it all the way through except the barrel ride. But when it comes down to how much a surfer has improved, I don't know if you remember the one turn that she did at Margaret River last year. I still think it's the best single turn I've ever seen by a female surfer. It's just incredible. She's evolved so much, #3 in the ranks, a lot of positivity, and can definitely see that she is motivated to be back at #1 spot on the rankings. DHD board looks great as well. As Molly Picklum runs up, let's go down to Luisa Florence. Where are you, Luisa?
Okay, guys, I'm here at the Pacifico Beer, and I have Branson who's gonna play the ring with me. He had 2 beers, I had none. Let's see who scores more. Go, you go first. Oh my gosh. You hold this?
Yeah.
One more time. You see, guys, I was going to let him win just to say, drink more beer. Couldn't do it.
I was about to say that Luisa was letting us down right there. I mean,
usually a couple beers
one.
makes you do pretty good on that ring toss.
I might be there later tonight. Who knows? You know?
You just teased Mitchell into heading over there. We got a break. You can go over.
I'm pretty good at ring toss too.
Really?
Well,
all right.
I wouldn't say it's my strength, but I could improve. We'll see. Just like Caroline Marks needs to improve on her low score on the left. It is a 6.77, and she is listening to that machine.
She's not even paying attention to the wave. She's like, yeah, it's coming. Here we go. A couple strokes and she's in.
Yeah. Don't want to miss the wave, though. That is for sure. She won't. She's up and riding. She's Caroline Marks, the prodigy for a reason. Originally from Melbourne Beach, Florida. Resides in San Clemente, California now. Been living there for a few years. How's that carve on the outside to start things off? A lot of spray on that turn. Down the line once again. Fast-paced wave for Caroline Marks so far. Peter, how was that carve right there? Vicious. One of the most impressive we've seen all day. Boy, I don't know about you, but this might be one of the best lefts we've seen from the women all day long.
Let her finish it first.
Oh, just on the outside alone, completes the barrel, and then straight up into the lip. Bang, bang. Golf clap for Caroline Marks.
Yeah, it feels like she's going to do a bit of an extension of her lead. Being that only carrying a 6.77 on the left, it feels like that's going to be a better score than that.
I totally agree.
She's going to put some pressure on Molly and Lakey to get a big number at the end here. But there was a turn in this middle section, which is so beautiful. The big turn up into the lip and around. There it was. That was a spray out the back. Again, in the lip and carves through it. And again, just hooking it all the way through the maneuver in the top of the wave. That was a moment, a beautiful moment.
It's
and
phenomenal.
Again,
phenomenal. I mean, we're looking at a child prodigy who has lived up to the hype and is still one of the best surfers in the world, despite taking some time off the last few years too.
And here, didn't get super deep in the barrel, but made up for it on the final move. It wasn't too bad though. And then this turn carries all the speed into this drifting tail snap. Completed, nice completed ride. So she'd be very happy.
Well, you can see it in her smile right there. She should be. And scores coming through. It's an excellent ride. 8 points for Caroline Marks. It extends her lead, and she is way out in front now in this heat. You see the average right there, Pete, even an 8.5 thrown in there. Hard to get something better than 7.5 on the left.
Well, and she did it. So that, I mean, that's why she's so good out here, is that she's able to compete and put excellent numbers up both right and left.
And you see her very happy right there. Lakey Peterson waiting her final ride. It'll be her second right-hander. And Peterson on the left, a 6.63. On the right, she can improve on a 6.83.
Yeah, she needs an 8.7 for the lead. You know, she's guaranteed to move into the night session, but ultimately, if she wants to move into the semifinals, this wave right here has got to be excellent. Almost a 9, an 8.7 needed.
And you want to go for it right here, don't you? You don't want to settle for second or third, knowing that you have to surf in the night session, knowing that you can just go straight into the semifinals. A guaranteed third place finish here at the Surf Ranch.
And it feels like, you know, when you look at Lakey and what she's able to do, I feel like the early portion of the wave is really where you can make your mark, right? It's, you know, you never want to waste the whole wave, but if you high risk outside and get those punchy moves, you get that wow factor early in the wave, and then just finish solid, she can do it. She can get that 8.7.
I like that breakdown. We've seen her get 8s in the past before, and she has won this event. I was back in 2019. Up and riding now, Peterson. Oh, that's more like it. A lot of aggressiveness on this wave. That CI surfboard under her feet looks great. Great stall in the barrel. In there for a good amount of time too. And she'll come out with ease. Still gunning down the line, a lot of speed. Using the rails well. This midsection though, it's been trouble for a lot of people, Pete. Into the lip line right there once again. Great snap for Peterson. Needs to be something excellent here at the end though. Once again, stalling for the barrel. Parked in there. And she might be going for the air. No, gonna stick with the rail. And fits in one more layback to finish that wave off.
Well, I will say it feels like she's gonna have an improvement in her score, but I don't feel like it's quite going 8.7.
Okay. So she could move up in the leaderboard overall, but she won't win the heat.
Maybe.
Is what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking at her best ride, a 6.83, so it has to be better than that. Take a look at the replays here. The barrel, nice and long. There was a moment where she was kind of deep, and then she was trying to stall, back, get deeper. Didn't quite happen. Carries the speed out of this and goes into these the performance section where you can have those combos and major moves, and I didn't quite get that moment. So a little bit of a missed opportunity there.
I could see that for sure. I think, as you said before the ride happened, though, that was a lovely rail down right there. Great use of the tail part of the board. The fins look great. You mentioned something before the ride happened, and it's, if you don't make it happen at the beginning of the wave, it usually ain't going to happen in the rest of the wave.
Yeah, or you can try and make it happen in the rest of the wave, but
it's
I just feel
forced,
like
though.
Yeah, it's the momentum you pick. It's just like a momentum. You carry that all the way through the wave.
You want to have it build up gradually. Still a great ride. We're talking about one of the very best surfers here at the Surf Ranch. She's going to qualify for the night session at least, but an 8.7 will move her up into first in this heat specifically. So she's got to be content with her surfing so far. And the board looks good as well. Cool thing about night surfing session, Pete, clean slate, and we only get to choose either your best right or your best left. You only have 2 opportunities.
Yeah, so it takes that factor of having to perform on both the left or the right. You get those opportunities, but it's the best single wave.
Yeah.
And only one woman will go into the semifinals, so it's very cutthroat.
And really need to point out that the format does change for the night session for both the men and the women. You get back-to-back waves. So you go right, then you go left. You don't perform, you go home. So it's exciting. I like that we went back for that format, the night surfing session, because they only get 2 waves. I think right here in the qualifying grounds, it's really essential for them to perform at the highest level when they do get a break in between waves.
All right, so Molly sitting there waiting for her next wave, this left here. Looking at the number needed. She needs to go excellent if she wants the lead and a berth in the semifinals.
What did you do to calm yourself in stressful moments like this when you're competing?
Well, you stare at your nose, the very tip of your nose. No joke. Try
Really?
it sometime, yeah. Do a little, it brings you to the moment.
Okay.
And then deep breaths, like deep belly breaths, where you're breathing from as far down into your diaphragm as you can. And just big, solid breaths. And that, if you focus on solely that, the thought stuff goes away. And that's kind of what you need to do, is center yourself a little bit. At least for me, that's what I like to do.
I was never good at that. I always needed to hype myself up more than the opposite.
Yeah, I didn't have a problem being excited, I don't think. For example, the time I had to use it most recently would have been the Eddy this year, because that was a scary Eddy.
It was.
So I needed some deep breaths to settle myself.
So Lakey Peterson drops a 7.2, not enough for the lead, but moves her up into second. Yeah.
No, it felt like that was right. It's good to see your gut is right there with the 5-person panel.
And right now, Molly Picklum surfing for an 8 or better on this ride. An 8 would move her up into first, knocks Caroline Marks down to second place. Needs something huge right here. That's more like it from Pickles. Coming around the section. We'll wrap it down once more, up and over the white water, like that throw of the tail. Once again, using the rails here. Great surfing, but needs that exclamation point. It has to be better than Caroline's ride. Stalling for the barrel, not super deep, gets a little bit more covered up right there. And she's gonna have to settle for that. She's like, maybe yes, maybe no. Did I get it?
I love that she's asking.
Yeah, well, she knows, and we appreciate the honesty. She's gonna ride this wave
up the ramp.
Yeah, all the way through. First time we've seen that this event. Isn't it funny when you see people that are young embrace their inner child and just enjoy this moment? As we do see a lot of the rising tides, young ladies. And
best day of their lives right there.
I need to point out there are some young Groms in there that are just amazing, Peter. I'm talking, they'll be at the CT level in 6 to 8 years.
Santa Cruz represented in there in the rising tides.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, well, yeah.
So replay here of Molly needing an 8-point ride for the lead, Pete.
Yeah, I feel like this could be, again, like looking at her low score was the 6.27 on her left. It feels like it's kind of right in that same zone. I don't feel like we're going to see this go quite up to the 8s. Again, there wasn't that guttural feel and moment in this one. Solid surfing, of course. Good surfing. But that means that it's not excellent surfing. So I feel The judges will probably keep this one a little bit suppressed. She actually already has a pretty solid total, so she's actually bettering the 7.4 and does.
Yeah. Well, it comes in at 7.4 on her left. So it moves her up into second place, and I like the reaction there. She's like, what do you guys think? Yes or no?
Well, she felt like it almost went 8, but no, yeah, 7.4 and 2 solid numbers. That's great.
Well, the good news is that out of the 5 judges, nobody gave her the score. So it was a clear point that Caroline Marks was winning the heat after that ride. And Marks with a huge performance. Picklum, though, second place, not bad. She'll be surfing in the night session later today. And as we see the full results here of qualifying round 1, heat 3, big win for Caroline Marks. She's securing herself at least a 3rd place finish. Not uncommon to see her here on finals day. Molly Picklum and Lakey Peterson will be surfing in the night session. And we're going to say goodbye to Gabriella Bryan. We'll be right back with more action at the Surf Ranch Pro presented by 805 Beer. Don't go anywhere. Thank you for joining us for the Surf Ranch Pro presented by 805 Beer. Great first day of competition so far. The ladies were at it. Caitlin Simmers, one of the standouts of today's competition so far. Carissa Gilmore, once again dominating the Surf Ranch with poise and style. Joanna Fay, former champion, all smiles as always. And boy, I've just been enjoying every single moment of this one so far. And why wouldn't we? It's been a lovely day in terms of weather, surfing, and we get to see some of the best surfers rise to the occasion, Pete.
I love the new format. I would say that the heat formats, it was exciting. It put pressure on the top seeds. It showcased all these different elements, and you know, the format, awesome. Big thumbs up for me.
And I think it promotes deviating away from safe surfing too. We're not seeing a lot of 6s. We're either seeing something close to the 7s, excellent, and then you see the incomplete rides because people are going for it too.
Yeah, no, I would agree. So all the work that's been done within tours and competitions to make this event exciting and actually give it the element that it deserves on the championship tour. Again, just a thumbs up.
Yeah, love to see it. And you know who loves to see it as well? Caroline Marks, she's with Louisa.
Yeah, Caroline, I know you're super stoked to be here, and you were telling me how tough this heat was. Walk me through your waves.
Yeah, for sure. Obviously, you know, in general, everyone's super good, but then after the cut, you know, it gets really hard. There's only so many girls, so I was really excited to surf against Molly, Lakey, and Gabby. They're all, you know, such amazing surfers, and Lakey's won out here before. Molly's in great form this year, and Gabby has so much power. So, yeah, I knew it was going to be really tough, and everyone's going to put up really good scores, and, you know, that's exactly what happened. So I'm stoked to come out on top. Feels really good.
Okay. Strategy next?
Yeah, I think, you know, into finals day, so that feels nice. I feel like I have a lot of room to improve still, and that's really exciting because I feel like I have a lot more to give. So just kind of go home and review and just bring my A game tomorrow. You know, to win this event, I'm gonna have to up my game. So that'll be a really fun challenge.
Can't wait to see what we're gonna come up with. Congratulations.
Thank you. Cool. Thank you.
Congratulations, Caroline. Big thank you to Louisa, and Huge performance statement made right there by Carolyn Marks, securing herself at least a third-place spot.
Exactly, right? So it's a result. She's going to move up the rankings, guaranteed. You know, who she shows up against, we're still determining that by who makes it through. That's by their seeds, but we'll check out heat number 2 here, Mitch.
Yeah, this was an amazing heat, Peter. Tatiana Weston-Webb straight into the semifinals, taking a big win and doing it in great fashion, too, on both the right and the left. Had a 7.5 and an 8.33, and did not fall in a single wave the entire heat.
Super solid, as well as Steph Gilmore. But I think the big news in this heat was the fact that you had the yellow jersey. Your rankings leader goes down. Great performance from Steph Gilmore on the right, and a good improvement on her surfing on the lefts.
Yep.
So Steph, you know, she's in the night session. She didn't go straight into the semifinals, so she's going to have to do that one spot of the 6 women in the night session.
Luckily for her, they only count the best ride, and boy, if she gets anything better than an 8 on the right, it's going to be really hard to knock her out of that top spot. And then you mentioned Tyler Wright bowing out. Disappointing performance from her. She was in the hospital a few days ago. She's been recovering.
Yeah,
but still, losing out when you're leading the rankings, not easy.
Yeah, well, and especially if you're battling a bit of an illness, and ultimately this event is probably the most physically demanding event we have on tour. So yeah, I mean, unfortunately there, but lots of season left for her, and she still already has a massive amount of points. That's why she's the rankings leader. So you expect her to be in the final 5, but hey, she still has to perform in El Salvador.
Yeah, that's for sure. And Alyssa Spencer, the young wild card, also moves through into the night session. Great to see the surfer from San Diego moving through.
I like her chances in that round too, because like I had mentioned before, on the lefts, she has been one of the high performers. The goofy footer, she's been able to get nice, beautiful drifts, so she can post excellent numbers there. And if she can get one excellent number, she could find her way into that semifinals. And what an event that would be for her.
I concur. I'd like to see Alyssa Spencer in finals day too, if that's possible. So from Mitch, Pete, we'll be back at 8:30 for the men's. Starting off the night session, don't miss out. It's going to be super fun. We'll leave you with some of the best highlights of the day. Surf Ranch Pro, presented by 805 Beer.
It is all about the title race from this point on. It's all about making the WSL Final 5 and also qualification season for the Olympics as well.
Wow, that was amazing. Ooh. All right.
Gosh, he looks loose. Leo's heating up.
That's a big win for me. Wow, come on. That's my goal. Bring variety to this wave. Make people excited about it. That's what we've been waiting for. Felipe Toledo has entered the arena.
That's left. We've seen Redden all day long.
Dora crushing sections down the line, and this is what makes him gnarly. Yago Dora does it again. And time for the Medina show. He goes corrupt and gets it. As we look at John, important ride for him. 6.93 for John. He does get it.
Here's Carissa Moore.
Wow. Beautiful turn there.
This has been an incredible ride for the Hawaiians so far.
And the deep barrel.
Comes out of the initial barrel right there. How was that grab rail stance?
I really like this event. I thrive under pressure. I feel like I do better under pressure, so yeah, stoked.
Bring the yellow. Bring the yellow.
Why did I build it? Why don't you give me a guess what you think?
So you could surf on it. Say your friends can
my friends so I could surf on it.
Imagine if your life was a movie, you were directing it. What would you do? After all this time, 3 decades of professional surfing, erase that footage from yesterday. Walking through all these different walks of life, I almost want people to experience this story that I've had.
Watch this left right here. Tomorrow, it literally could have the waves of the year.
Walking up the first morning and watching the first wave I ever saw there, I just wanted to cry. I can't believe we made Sandspit and Greenmount and Kira all put together. What a feeling that was. It's different than an ocean wave. You can't get too low on the wave, and you can't get too deep in the barrel because there's a spot where you get stuck behind the trench of where the lip's landing and the foam ball is. You just can't get too greedy in the tube. In some sense, the machine has a mind of its own. It does throw variety out there. If you're looking up the lake, you can see that the wave has gone closer to shore or further out wide, closer to the fencing and kind of foaming. Or it's small and it's trying to tube and running. And when it does that, the curve of the wave is too sharp to really do much in the pocket. So you got to get out away from it on the face a little bit. ...2004 or 5 was when I made the first phone call to the person who had come up with the idea for this technology that I was interested in. And then 06 was the year I got real serious about it. So 13 years now. There's no other surf ranch in the world, you know. I'm still like in denial on some level that it exists. It's something that's like so special to share with people, whether it's my friends or family, and they ride their first wave of their life or the first time they surf it and they surf their whole lives. Like everyone's experience there is memorable.
The sun certainly won't feel me. My hands are icy cold, but everything you touch feels heat. Everybody knows that while I'm passing by, the property starts to shake.
I have holy moments every time I go there. I get to take my godson in there and get barreled with him, both of us on the same wave. And then being able to get people barreled, either ride on a different board behind them and set them, like set the rail line right as it starts to barrel, like here it is, and I go straight, and then they can get in the barrel, or even put them on the same board as me and go tandem. I've taken Kalani on a few waves where we've got totally barreled, but then as we rode a few more, I was like, okay, let's get deeper and deeper, and now we've had a couple of kind of bad wipeouts.
Everybody knows while I'm passing by, the forest comes away. Now I'm talking to the wind, both asking where we've been.
Taking someone like Tammy and Tony Moniz there, it's like such a special day for me to see that. They got 5 kids who surf, and all those kids want to be there. I just wanted Tammy to be able to get barreled before any of them, and just come home and just be like, I got barreled, like rubbing their face a little bit. Every time when I haven't been there for a while and I go back and I see the first wave break and I'm like, I still can't believe that thing exists and is that good.
Is this fish?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
Watch the release through turn, see how the tail drifts out?
But also a twin too, right?
Yeah. How quick I can get up and out of the lip. The thing is, this board's so small, I gotta be so precise.
Yes.
If I lean too far forward or too far back.
The twin?
Yeah, just like being a 5.5, you know. Crazy that I like that one so much because it's so low volume.
And it's all,
It's under 25.
But if you think about it naturally, it is what it is, because if I don't design by volume, the volume works itself out if I just design right. So if it's just a short
wrap
board,
right there.
why doesn't it sound? I like that high line to this turn feeling on a twin eye. I'm really surprised we didn't pick out maybe on that one day at Kahanamoku, small at Kahanamoku, or what is that, JV or somewhere, it was small. There's like almost 2 times it could have been almost used.
Kahanamoku, I definitely could have used it that first round. As soon as I get on a thruster, it just feels so slow to me now. I'm so used to that. I just don't want to ride thrusters. Sorry, Simon.
I've been riding twins for almost 17 years straight, so I have a hard time. Like whenever I jump, I shared my board with friends in the water. Like, here you go, try it. When I jump on their thruster, I was like, oh my god, it feels like it's stuck in one gear. It feels like, oh come on.
I know.
Like come on, like what's going on? Come on.
You can push them if you already got. If there's enough speed on the wave, you can push it. But you can't just find it. You can't tap extra speed. You just can't with the thruster.
I don't think there is extra
Or
speed. It's not
hybrid.
You have to generate that speed.
Yeah. This squash, it just felt weird because the thrusters seem so much slower to me right now. But this board just felt like really just solid on the face. It didn't feel super dynamic because of the comparison to a twin. The bat tail, that was fun. I mean, it felt a lot like this. It had this like little bit springier feeling through the lip.
That surface area usually equates to planing. So let's just say this. Isn't a contest about a criteria? It shouldn't be about what you're riding or your tooling, because if that was the case, MR would have never won 4 world titles.
The fact that it's now on tour, it's wild to think about. I always did envision that competition could happen in wave technologies. It's sort of easier in a way to judge it. There's no luck factor, you're just going down to skill. The hope is that that wave has enough power and energy and speed and everything to allow everyone to surf at their optimum level. I personally did not push for the technology to be on tour because I feel like there's too much of a bias. But when we created the right and the left, I was sitting there with my broken foot, feeling sorry for myself, having to watch all these waves. And after the first or second day, we're sitting there watching footage, and Kalohe goes, "Why isn't this on tour?" And I go, "I don't know." And he goes, "Well, think about it. Every time this thing runs, it's better than 90% of the waves ever are when we're there." That's when the conversation, I think, became real. It was really nerve-wracking for me. I almost feel like a host there at the same time as I'm a competitor. I want everyone to enjoy themselves.
What are you riding? What are you riding? 5.5 twin. Yeah. On the right, and then a thruster on the left. Yeah.
I'm trying to sort of be there like a host, but then I'm trying to win. If I were to have won any of those first couple competitions, it would look a little bit fishy.
I would love to win this. This would be great. If I could pick one and say I'll win Surf Ranch, I'd take it. The idea here is that everyone gets the same wave. It just comes down to your skill set and how good you're surfing at the time, how good your equipment's working. There's not really any home court advantage. A lot of people keep asking me about that. It's like your home court advantage. Not really, because it's not in Florida, and it's the same wave, and it comes down to just how good you're surfing compared to the next guy. It's not like I'm going to get lucky and figure something out that no one else can figure out. We're all kind of watching each other. Everyone's working off each other. What's he doing on the end bowl? How's he surfing through the middle of the wave? And everyone's bringing their standard up on that just incrementally each time they surf.
It's tough going back and forth from the thruster to the twin. My thruster just felt a little slow, man. I know, I was stuck behind that wave the whole time. I should have got ahead of it, but I was like climbing. I was never on the face carving and throwing spray, Like getting stuck in the lip and
It just feels like you're trying to play catch up, not like you're riding the wave like you want. But I don't know. I think I confused myself with that surf more than anything.
Wow, that was tough.
I just need to spring a little bit more.
Think you can make that right there?
Yeah, I think you can. It's a good section for it. Land tail first. Half a second, like a couple feet later, because then you get the soft landing, and you can land tail first and drift out. But see how much speed you can get there? Like you can't really get that speed on the thruster. There's some part of me that would feel funny about winning this event because I did design the wave and that kind of thing, but considering that Medina has won two of the two events that have been individual events out here, I think he's the guy to beat. I think Felipe's the next guy to beat, and then I think everyone else is kind of, maybe a little talking point here and there, but those are the guys you got to try and get ahead of. I'm gonna ride my normal board for my first two waves. Just get the scores, see how I feel, and see if I want to switch to a different board. I want to ride that twin fin, but I feel like with all this wind, it doesn't dig and throw enough spray. It just doesn't create a big enough rail line. If it was glassy, it'd be easier, but even though it's a small board, it kind of sits above the water and doesn't throw a lot of spray. It's like I kind of give and take. I got more maneuverability and speed with it, but it just doesn't throw the spray, which looks so dynamic to people watching out here. It's not going to look slow, but it's probably going to feel slow because I've been on the twin fin so much. That looks good. Did you bring boards too?
Negative.
Yeah, no, I didn't think you were. I went from like 4 boards to like 9 boards today.
Every single event that's on tour, somebody shoots it down. This wave's too inconsistent, this wave's boring, it doesn't suit goofy footers, there's too many rights. Too bad the wave sucked and it was luck factor. You can say that about everything. This takes the luck factor out of it.
Oh my jersey. Where's the jersey? Oh, in your locker. I'll go get it for you. Will you run super fast? Come on. Hurry!
The shot against it is that it's monotonous. Same thing over and over again. When you're watching, you have to get over the idea that I'm just watching the same wave. You're there to watch the skill the guy has and the energy they bring to the wave as opposed to like an 8-foot barrel from pipeline.
In the lead up to this first day of competition here at stop number 8, Barton, who's impressed you in the warm-up vision and what have you made of Kelly's clips?
Yeah, well, particularly the thing that I was impressed by was the footage of Kelly from Japan. In those small beach breaks, kind of pretty average conditions, he looked super fast and sharp and alive, and there was this grommet-like look to the footage I saw from there.
Couple of nice hits to get started. And there is definitely a comfort factor for Kelly on this ride. Doesn't seem to ever be second-guessing where he is on this long wall.
Beautiful surfing here from Kelly Slater. Every turn was precise and perfect. On the phone, pulls in on the inside.
Love that little entry into the barrel. Perfect. Nice little fun climb beforehand. Well, the numbers are rolling through for Slater. 6.73 on that opener.
Here he goes paddling into the right.
And on the forehand, it feels like that's where he's most lethal. That big, powerful trademark frontside slash. Always coming to the fore. There it is.
You can see he's right there on the foam ball, so particularly deep in the tube. And that wave had a lot of bump and a lot of chop on the face, and you can see it. That wasn't one of the more perfect, easy to ride right-handers that we've seen today.
Slater climbs up into the lip there. And now stomps on the brakes again. Sets up his run through the inside. Nice, clean barrel ride. And rolling down the line. Going to go for the alley-oop. And almost gets it. Just didn't quite find that transition, did he?
Definitely a stress move.
He looked like he almost didn't have enough speed going into that.
I got a pretty good score in the left. I might try to not burn myself out on that left and save my legs, but I want to get the feel for this board. Sounds good.
Well, we'll get to see him ride it for the first time.
We've been watching Kelly surf, for about 35 years. It So one thing that he gives us is when he changes his board, he'll give you something different. Looking like this board's fitting it well to the pocket, tracking perfectly off the lip, and just keeping that board rail to rail, weaving back and forth. So many major maneuvers. Now belting that big section. Kelly's gonna climb it. Slams on the brakes, gets super deep. Kelly getting the most out of that inside tube. Doesn't look like he's gassed at all. What a performance. Board looks incredible, Potts.
Looking to improve on a 6.73. I think he's done that, Joe.
Well, looks like Kelly did improve slightly. A 7-point ride. He had the 6.73 on his first left. Now he's trying to better a 6.87 on the right. The 47-year-old still with some drive out in front. This is that money section where the pocket just opens up, allows you to capitalize on that lip line. It's back to the lip again, but he'll sink before the tube.
So it doesn't better. His situation remains in 5th spot, which is not bad.
Yeah, Owen. I think there's only 1 or 2 more guys.
Oh, wow.
Oh, I threw it too much a little bit. The first like 4 guys that surf passed me up right away. Boom. And they were way behind. I need an 8. Pretty much.
So last night you did what, visualization?
Yeah, I was just visualizing being on the wave. Just
Yeah.
the way I feel on the wave and how my board feels and that kind of thing.
Okay, so shut your eyes. I do like an energy movement meditation. Take a big deep breath into your diaphragm and hold it and relax. Breathe out. I am relaxed. I love surfing here. I love that I'm still competing. I'm proud of my achievements. My body feels light. My legs feel strong. Now bring all your attention into your head, up to the front of your head, to your third eye.
He had a fantastic first effort in his first qualifying runs. He managed to get himself a 6.87 and a 7-point ride. He was sitting in 8th position, but with quite a bit of work done by some of the world's best, he's since been bumped down the line a little. So we'll see if he can get himself back up into that top 8. He's sitting in 18th position at the moment, and he's got a lot of room to improve here. And obviously has a great read on this wave. He knows it better than anyone, but.
Aye, so clean and precise. Floats off the top there. Another floater. The speed is now, and the big turns come. Oh no, stuck behind for a little bit, but Kelly gets back in front of it. Oh, that was a tight hit of the lip.
So busy on this wave, isn't he?
He's consistently doing stuff. Will he get around the corner? Oh no, he will not.
Oh! And find his way into that tube.
You almost look a little behind on that the whole time.
Well, there he is, and you can tell that he's just trying to get control of his breath here. A lot of energy expended for these surfers. Well, Kelly Slater is chasing a big one. He needs an 8.28 now to get himself well up the leaderboard. Draws off the bottom, hammers that section. Trademark stuff from Slater.
Nice.
And he sets up the tube now. The best barrel riders, obviously, we've ever come across.
Through this midsection, this is where the turns, you've got to have the volume, you've got to turn it up, you've got to get the judges excited here. A wrap and a little flick at the tail. Another pump into the lip. Just stabbing re-entry up into another 4. Beautiful into the inside tube.
Unbelievable under pressure, chasing a big number, needs an 8.28, loading up for the alley-oop on the end section. Finds himself standing on top of his equipment, right at the top of that lip. So hollow that section of the wave, but really tough transition to land on.
What's he at now, 10?
If he landed it, he would have gone through. But he needs to get over an 8.3 to go into 8.
Okay.
8.4, that one gets him over. There's an 8.
So that 8.4
No easy, going to be a couple more numbers. That's 3 braids drop, 8.07. Not quite enough for Kelly.
Heartbreak for Kelly.
And he's disappointed, but still a big smile on his face and some beautiful surfing on that last bonus run. Put your hands together for him, ladies and gentlemen. What an effort from the 11th-time world champ.
On paper, I'm in the title race. I mean, look, I was ahead of Medina 2 contests ago, and then he went first, second. So it shows that if you really put it down, you can get back in there. He's in 4th, but I would say he's probably the main threat for the world title when you look at the rest of the events left. But he got a giant jump on me just over the past 2 events. I'm not realistically in the title hunt at this point. I think I played myself out of that at Chopo. That was why that hurt so bad. You know, I paddled over to the channel and I said to Strider, I said, I just played myself out of this year. You know, that was the event where I felt like if I had an advantage, that was it, and that could really get me back into the picture. And you know, that didn't happen. So I'd like to win an event. I'd like to try and get in the top 5. That would just ensure my chances if I want to do the Olympics next year, then I could do it.
It feels like the end of an era for me is definitely approaching quickly. Billy has 1 event left in his tour managing career.
There's some history in here.
I was putting a lot of pressure on myself because I really wanted to win that contest for Pierre. You don't want to make house with the guy you're going to surf against.
Yeah, he's gonna win. Sorry, Kelly.
A lot of speed already from the takeoff for Kelly.
Kanoa, he's going to be matched up against you in the round of 16. Your thoughts on that matchup?
The surf ranch is super surreal. You drive 100 miles from the nearest body of ocean. There's not a single hill for like hours. And then you pull into surf ranch and there's this perfect man-made wave just peeling through. And to be out in the middle of farm country is weird and cool and surreal. First time I saw Jackson surfing the wave, I feel like it turned us both into little kids. His smile and just his disbelief that it was actually happening was such a trip. Watching my son growing up surfing at a really high level is something that is incredibly special. To be there with a group of people, you're sharing that wave together, you're sharing that experience in one small space. Be able to go to the surf ranch and have that unique experience with my kid is something that we'll always have together forever.
Can you take me back to that moment of qualifying and try to contextualize just what that meant to you?
That's a huge honor. It was so positive. The people that I got to meet, the emotions that I got to feel, the happiness I saw on my parents' face and my brother's face and my friends around me. Those are all moments and experiences that I'll cherish for the rest of my life. When people ask me about the Olympics, that's like the first thing that I think of is seeing my grandma crying and then seeing my parents like hugging each other. For me, that was the Olympics. You know, it's not about the thousands of people that were watching. It was like the certain people that mean so much to me. That's who I wanted like to impress, and that's who I wanted to kind of showcase to. You know, I look at that medal and I'm really proud to kind of have that next to my bedside.
It's heavier than you thought it was going to be.
It's really, really heavy. It's dense, yeah. Like, I remember wearing it for a lot of media stuff after the event a couple of weeks, and I'm like, wow, I can feel it on my neck.
These neck muscles do not get worked this way normally.
Exactly, yeah.
Let's talk about that medal. What was going through your head during that heat?
I knew exactly what I had to do, and I just said, hey, I don't want to barely get the score. I don't want to leave it up to the judges' hands. Yeah. One of the best airs that I've landed in competition, and it's such a special moment against the best surfer in the world.
What is your goal for Paris 2024?
The motivation is higher than ever. You know, I guess that will and that want to win is stronger than I've ever felt. I was so close to victory, so close to a gold medal in Tokyo. That belief of being able to win a gold medal I have it more than I've ever felt it. Australia, Brazil, America, they're so strong in surfing, but I think if you see a Japanese flag up there, that sparks for the next generation. I'd love to inspire, and now I get to say that I can gear up towards another Olympic year, another qualification year. It's really exciting.
The World Surf League Championship Tour has returned to Pipeline. Last year's season opener saw unparalleled performances where experience proved supreme.
The greatest of all time is back on top.
Each surfer starts here, a fresh slate, on the starting line at the world's deadliest wave. This year, questions remain. Will newcomers disrupt the established tour names, or will the veterans continue their dominance?
Super late drop, somehow sets the rail, and he's coming out!
With the mid-season cut just 5 events away, the pressure is real. The road to the Rip Curl WSL Finals starts now at the Billabong Pro Pipeline.
Aloha, everyone. Aloha!
Welcome to the North Shore of Oahu, a celebrated 7-mile stretch of coastline with an abundance of world-class waves. Haleiwa is located 30 miles north of Honolulu. The coast is backed by steep hills and fronted by a system of nearshore reefs. During the winter months, these reefs are magnets for North Pacific swells. Out of the entire ocean, there is one small stretch of reef that has become the most significant place in the world of surfing, the Bonsai Pipeline.
Oh my goodness, Pipeline is coming alive.
Pipeline is really like the World Tour's Coliseum. Everything's right there, the intensity and the action's 100 yards from the people on the beach. It's just an intense wave and all the action happens really quick in 5 to 10 seconds.
That's like the arena of all arenas. If you can perform at Pipeline and show up at Pipeline, like the respect and admiration you get from your peers, that's what you want to achieve.
Starting the season out at Pipeline is everything you dream of for a surf fan, for the surfers on tour. It's the greatest show on earth.
Pipeline is the scariest wave in the world.
People are lying if they say they're not scared out there. And I think that's what makes it such a great challenge, is if you can put yourself in that situation mentally and physically and know how to navigate that fear and navigate that moment well, I think you're gonna have a really good outcome.
I think Pipeline is really seen as like the ultimate challenge for a lot of people.
Kelly's 31st appearance at Pipe in competition on the championship level.
While no one has completely mastered this wave, one man has come close. At the age of 50, he's not just the undisputed best surfer ever, he's one of the greatest athletes of all time.
Here we go, the GOAT, Kelly Slater, textbook, backside tube ride, it never gets old.
Hailing from Cocoa Beach, Florida, Robert Kelly Slater is surfing's GOAT. Slater has 56 CT wins, and one stands above them all.
Kelly Slater has just won his 8th Billabong Pro. Pipeline.
I committed my life to this, you know, all the heartbreak, but I just savor this, and this is the best one in my life. Oh yeah, it's up there with winning a title for sure. I think it was all that situation all leading up to it for me, because I hadn't won a contest in 5 years. The amount of energy that goes into winning just a single event, but to get back to the winner's podium after a long time just feels amazing.
Seeing Kelly win was like the most special victory I've ever seen in pro surfing.
And you could even go as far as saying that was one of the best wins in sports. It's just a really cool story for a 50-year-old to take on a bunch of surfers that he could be their father.
Seth Moniz, literally half Kelly Slater's age. 2, 1.
I think he couldn't really believe it himself that he won again at Pipe. Both kind of looked at each other and started tearing, and I just saw it in his face how much that meant to him.
Just the span of his career over multiple decades, all of the different generations of surfers that he grew up watching, and then when he got on tour competing against and beating that generation, and beating the next generation, beating Andy Irons and Mick Vanney's generation, and going all the way to 2022.
Hold it up proud, Kelly.
The guy's insane. I can't even believe he's doing what he's doing, and watching him win Pipe last year was one of the most inspiring and incredible things like in surfing in a long time.
The GOAT, Kelly Slater!
For him last year, I felt like he kind of was bummed out what happened. I think he won pipe and he's going, okay, world title. That didn't come true.
Unfortunately, the rest of the year didn't go to plan, and Slater finished in 15th place.
It is mathematically impossible for Kelly Slater to advance out of this heat.
There's no real chance here for Kelly.
When I relax and I don't get in my head, I compete well. And just the way it is,
I don't know if it was a combination of him losing some motivation, maybe some needling injuries. He has a few just normal 50-year-old things, you know, where you're not feeling it.
While Slater is still regarded as one of the world's best surfers, contending for another world title could be his biggest challenge yet.
Is Kelly a title contender? I think it's debatable for sure.
You know, he's been more or less getting beat up by the younger guys on tour the last 10 years. Those guys that do big aerials specifically, that's kind of a big advantage over Kelly. He's not as strong these days, which is fine. He's 50.
what it would take for me is just headspace. It really takes the motivation. I got to get rid of everything else in my life. I need to really go to bed dreaming about surfing.
Welcome to the 2023 start of the World Championship Tour. In this heat, our defending champion, Kelly Slater. Here we go, late drop, back door, under the hook, and coming out.
Retirement, it's not an easy decision to come to, especially when the skill is still there. I feel that candle kind of burning out for me.
Slater strolls through that one easily, just like he's walking the dog. No problem for Kelly Slater.
Slater advances to the round of 32.
Fun when they come, yeah. Hard to get them, but in the heat it'll be fun, I think. Nice.
There's been many major milestones in women's surfing, but competing at Pipeline might be the biggest.
You are watching surfing history for the first time ever. The women competing in a championship tour format here at Pipeline.
You know, there's so much symbolism here for us, having the women of Pipeline. This is a wave that women haven't surfed in competition until very recently, and it's one of the most famous waves in the world. You know, it's the most competitive lineup in the world.
We've never been given the opportunity, and now we have the opportunity to showcase to the world that this is where women's surfing is going.
This is a challenge the women are facing head on, and there's no doubt they're already raising the bar.
Under the hook, no problem.
You're seeing more confidence, taking off deeper, getting deeper in the barrel.
Tough takeoff, puts herself in a great position. She comes flying out.
I see people getting very comfortable in the lineup and feeling like this is a place for them. I think that's really important when we're looking at the next gen and what they're going to be able to do at a wave like this, to grow up knowing that the contest is here.
I've never seen like such a new young generation so excited to surf Pipeline, and this is just the beginning of what we're going to see in the many years to come.
Coming up next, we crown a women's Pipeline champion.
She finds a little runner here, backdoor pulls in, slotted deep.
Oh my God.
And time is running out on Kelly Slater.
He knows how to play the end of this.
2, 1.
Welcome back to WSL Presents the Billabong Pro Pipeline.
Quarter number 1 already getting started at the Billabong Pro Pipeline in memory of Andy Irons.
Earlier in the quarterfinals, Hawaiian Carissa Moore continued her run through the draw.
Carissa Moore has to get through this section, finds it, threads it through. Good job by Carissa Moore.
Also progressing to the semifinals was two-time world champion Tyler Wright.
Pulling in, slotted, coming out.
I knew Tatiana was going to go for the lefts, so I thought I'd play to my strengths and go for the rights.
Tyler swinging again.
Slotted deep and finds the exit.
Aloha ka kahiaka kako. It's finals day at the Billabong Pro Pipeline. Our finalists making their way to site for the road to a pipe title.
The first semifinal features American Lakey Peterson and Australian Tyler Wright.
Tyler Wright's gonna get the first chance.
Slots nicely into the barrel and comes out. Up and to the lip, big jam, comes down, sticks the landing, showing some risk with the barrel ride.
Peterson finds the barrel, threads through that, comes out with a little bit of spit, lip glide, puts it down. Lakey Peterson on the answer back.
For Lakey Peterson in the barrel, nice and clean that back door. Lakey is coming out and off the top with a huge gaff.
That is a bigger wave for Lakey, and that's going to grab more attention from the judges.
She has taken the lead. Tyler Wright, tube hunting, finds a barrel, gets under the hook, high line exit for Tyler Wright. Looks to the oncoming section, gets a nice fin throwing snap.
Last score of Tyler Wright, a 5-4-3. Tyler Wright back to first.
Well, Tyler Wright on to the finals. Lakey Peterson with a semifinal finish.
She's a gnarly competitor. Oh, freaking. She's really good. Yeah.
In semifinal 2, it's an all-Hawaiian affair as Carissa Moore faces Betty Lou Sakura Johnson.
Both Hawaiian surfers, both of them have such raw power, and they're both really good barrel riders. I think whoever comes out of that heat is going to have a good chance at winning the final.
Carissa up and riding here. Trying to fit into the barrel, doesn't find the section, so throws a big layback up into the lid for a nice jam off the top.
Here we go. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. Nice carving turn. Under the hook. Gets covered. Pokes out through the white water.
All right.
Boy, that was not an easy job for her to do.
Here we go. Carissa Moore looking at this. Beautiful backdoor wave. Pulls into the barrel. Still traveling, coming out. Wrapping a beautiful carve on the end section.
Wow, look at the airdrop on this. That was so nice.
It's an excellent score. An 8-point ride for Carissa Moore. Sound of the horn rounds out semifinal number 2. Carissa advancing to the final.
I know I have my work cut out for me with Tyler Wright. She looked on fire in that last heat, and she's just building momentum every heat, and she's one of the strongest competitors I've known, through my whole career. So we have definitely a battle coming up.
The final is set as 5-time world champion Carissa Moore takes on 2-time world champion Tyler Wright.
Tyler Wright takes on Carissa Moore. What a classic. Unbelievable track record at this wave in a very short period of time. I don't think any other duo have that many championship tour finals.
Here we go, black up and riding, Carissa Moore. Big bottom turn, hacks it off the top. Close out in front, not done yet. One more slide back into the whitewater section.
Here comes Tyler Wright. First turn, nice snap off the top. Power hack right there. Great motion to finish. And now Carissa will have priority on the switch. Still is hoping for a score of substance in this matchup.
Stalling in the barrel, getting covered. Back door comes out.
Carissa Moore now turning in her best score so far of the final. Tyler's turn. She'll just pull it in. Next section is getting nice and mushy, but she has so much speed to push through it. And she trims the end section and stays on her feet. There's the celebration for Tyler. That was enough to take the lead off Chris. And now Carissa needs a 2.83.
Down the line with tons of speed. Huge off the lip float.
Lands with authority. Is that enough to turn this final?
Carissa Moore needing a 2.83, gets a 3.83. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
After losing the title last year in September, Carissa Moore's back to #1 in the world.
Carissa Moore is your Billabong Pro Women's Champion at Pipeline.
This one feels special because of the way that the season ended last year, and I'm so grateful.
She has official closure from everything she's been through, and she's back to #1 in the world.
The history behind Pipeline and the Pipeline Pro, and it's just like to win this event is up there with a world title for me. It's really special.
Carissa Moore, #1 in the world.
With the win, Carissa Moore takes first place in the rankings. Tyler Wright is in second, followed by Lakey Peterson and Betty Lou Sakura Johnson.
These guys have known each other since they were little kids, childhood prodigies, groomed to become world champions.
Coming up next, we crown a men's Pipeline champion. Welcome back to the Billabong Pro Pipeline. Earlier in the round of 32, Slater starts the season with a disappointing 17th place.
No way he's going to make it out of that one, not even the GOAT.
I've had enough good luck. I can deal with the loss, you know.
In the quarterfinals, Italian Leo Fioravanti continued his impressive run.
Thank you.
Australian Jack Robinson pulled off an upset and eliminated two-time world champion John Florence.
Always a good battle for sure when we come up against each other, and hopefully many more to come.
Jack Robinson is a surf prodigy from Western Australia. From an early age, he was destined to be a world champion.
There is nobody that knows that piece of reef better than Jack Robinson.
Last season, Robbo was a breakthrough performer.
And he does it again. Robinson has gone back-to-back.
It was a special year. It was just a good foundation to build on. Just you grow more, mature more, everything becomes more familiar.
The maestro. For Jack Robinson, I think he's always been that guy, the prodigy, win a world title. We couldn't get him on tour fast enough.
For the Australian, an amazing season finished with a disappointing result at the WSL Finals.
I was so angry after I lost. It's just the competitive part, the angry part, but then the learning part and everything else that came with it, it's me, you know, I gotta figure it out. I think it just kind of fueled the fire more, so the fire's only gonna get bigger.
The big rotation, he gets it.
This season, Jack is taking aim at his maiden world title.
Jack Robinson is focused. It's really hard to get anything out of Jack because he keeps it inside.
He's not a guy where he needs good waves to win. He can win in challenging heats. When someone's crawling up his back, he'll enter that space, and he has such a present moment in himself where he is there. For this year, I'm counting on Jack to be competing for a world title in September.
And falling from the clouds, Jack Robinson.
Follow the process and we're gonna get there. It's a long road, huh?
In semifinal 1, Robinson faces Brazilian João Chianca.
Jack, world number 3 last year, his best result on the championship tour.
After the win in Mexico, he started finding the formula. Chiland, Margaret River, those wins were back-to-back because he had officially arrived just in his second season on tour, featured in the Rip Curl WSL Finals, and off to his best start to date in his career here at Pipeline. Joao starting to realize that might have been it.
And going to the final is Jack Robinson.
3 final appearances last year and the first event for your year into the final. What's going to take to get the win this event?
Yeah, still haven't thought about it. Not giving you anything just yet. Just chipping away at it. It's kind of just got to try and find the rhythm. So.
Semifinal 2 features Italian Leo Fioravanti versus Brazilian Caio Abelli.
Leo Fioravanti, a victim of the mid-season cut in 2022. He had to fight his way back via the Challenger Series, ended up winning the rankings, setting himself up for another run on the championship tour.
Here we go up and riding. Leonardo, the gnarly Ninja Turtle. Fioravanti, the Italian, staying on the back door, and he's coming out.
He gets sidelined, then he watches his peers that he was compared to, Kanoa Igarashi, Jack Robinson. They're in the Rip Curl WSL Finals without him.
There's Leonardo.
All those years of burning and missing out, he's putting it all into 2023.
Kyle, you're in second. You're comboed, needing a 12.0 to go to first.
Kyle realizing the position he's in. Fioravanti, he's going to be in the finals here.
The final.
No. One more to make, my first ever final here. It's a dream come true, but at the same time, there's a long way to go. If the ocean wants to give me that rhythm one more time, then try and do it one more time.
The final is set as Jack Robinson faces off against Leo Fioravanti.
These guys have known each other since they were little kids, childhood prodigies. They were groomed to be where they are, to become world champions. They're all taking those steps in the right direction.
First wave of the final, Jack Robinson. He is able to stall for maybe a quick tube. Now harder off the bottom, explosive finish. This is Fioravanti, fired up, punches out the first section. Vert climb on the second effort. Nice little finish for Fioravanti.
Here goes Jack Robinson in the black. And Jack off the top and hits the next section. Snap floater.
Here we go, Leonardo Fioravanti up and riding in the barrel. He kicks out. He wants the paddle battle outside.
3, 2, 1. Leo can't get into it. And it's all over. Jack Robinson is your champion of the Billabong Pro Pipeline and your new world #1.
Yeah, super grateful. My mum's here watching on the beach and my wife's here, everybody, all part of my team.
It's so fun. I don't even have words.
He's always had it. It's just, look, his talent's just coming to fruition. This is amazing. I can't believe this actually happened.
Put our hands together. Your champion of the Billabong Pro Pipeline, Jack Robinson.
It's not just the wave, it's the people too. It's an honor, man. Seriously, come here for so long. Just the people who support me, the good mind and the good energy. Man, no words for this. It's just respect. It's a special one. I dreamed of this one.
With the win, Jack Robinson takes the yellow jersey and moves into first place. Leo Fioravanti is in second, followed by Brazilians Caio Abelli and Joao Chianca. On the next episode of WSL Presents, we welcome surf fans to the famed Sunset Beach, an iconic wave that demands respect. The road to the Rip Curl WSL Finals rolls on at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach.
I grew up surfing Waikiki and passing the Duke statue every day, but it wasn't until recently that I really learned about Duke's story and who he was as a person and what he achieved and how he lived his life, which is so inspiring. I feel like everyone should know from a very young age the story of Duke.
Every aspect of surfing in the modern age has been influenced by Duke Kahanamoku, and every surfer, from those just starting their journeys to our world champions, walks in his footsteps.
Your two-time world champion, John Florence.
I think Duke represents the roots of surfing, the core of it, and coming from Hawaii and knowing the history of Duke and what he did as a swimmer, as an Olympic athlete, as a surfer, and bringing surfing around the world, it's turned into a real, pretty amazing kind of sport.
Everybody in surfing knows who Duke Kahanamoku is. I feel really proud to be able to represent him in a way as well. You know, not just in the water, but going towards my goal of becoming a world champion and knowing that his name is on there.
Stephanie Gilmore, she holds the record.
So it's with great honor that we're announcing the renaming of the World Title Cup as the Duke Kahanamoku WSL Champions Trophy, using the platform of the world's best surfing to continue to celebrate the life and legacy of the Duke.
Tyler Wright has gone back-to-back. Gabriella Bryan, now a three-time world champion. Italo Ferreira puts that trophy up. Leave it to Leo, your world champion.
It's long overdue. He's someone that deserves so much respect and so much love and aloha, and he's given us so much, so I'm happy that we get a chance to honor him, especially in those big moments. To bring him a part of that is really special.
Molly, tell me everything you said in the final to Tyler. Please, tell me everything.
Okay.
Tell me everything you said. When you look at that rookie season 5 events, your favorite part, your favorite memory that stands out looking back?
I think pipe, for sure. Sunset stood out because it was actually the first time I actually made a couple heats, and beating Carissa was like a highlight of that year. And then the cut was actually pretty cool because it was a really hard experience, but nonetheless, I don't know, I just get so happy when I get through the other side of a big challenge because it just makes us learn and teaches us so much, and I feel like I've grown so much and can take on a lot more.
So I guess it's fair to say that wasn't always a positive memory, the cut.
No.
That day at Margaret River, we're about to do a post-heat interview with Molly saying you're going to the Challenger Series, and you were up for it.
I'll see it's now. I actually was fine, and I think I did suppress probably feelings on the day. I'm just happy I found my feet, even though it was the 5th event and it was too late, but I felt the feeling of, okay, I belong here, and that was something to take. And we went straight because the event was 3 days later at Snapper, and then I got the result second at Snapper, and I was surfing, and Snapper's so fun, so it's pretty distracting. It's pretty easy to be distracted in a good way there because you're like feeling your surf boots and your froth and everything's quite high.
Final at Snapper, everything's just going, all right, yeah, we'll see Molly back without a problem. She seems to have adjusted maybe the best, especially out of your class. But then what happened in Bolito?
I was just still so in my head, and I just lost all flow in life. And so then in the water, if you're not flowing, you can't even complete a wave. And I remember Glenn was sitting on the beach and he was trying to hide how worried he was for me because I did not complete a wave. He's like, just do a floater, and I couldn't do it to save my life. And then Glenn was like, we're done with surfing. Like, my brain was like, okay, bang, gate is shut, door is closed to surfing. Okay, what's this thing, golf? And then I just dangled the carrot over here and was like, come on, brain, bite it, please, just chase it. And I just went over the golf, and then it freed up my brain capacity for surfing, and then the flow started coming back in, and then it was like, then we started to gain from Bolito into the end of the year.
That is so powerful.
It's crazy. And then to get out of it, it was just a lot of letting go of, like, literally facing the fear of not trying as an athlete at all, of completely, like, to be out of comp and not look at the surf is like the biggest no-no as a professional surfer. And well, it felt for me, and the fact I did it taught me that, like, you don't have to be so obsessed and driven to also perform well.
Going from not pulling off a single move, realizing you're obsessing and overworking and overengaged, and then to win the event, would you call that moment maybe one of the most incredible learning moments to get know yourself as an athlete of your whole career?
I learned to accept and listen to what I want from a person, not what the athlete wants, because the athlete always wants more and wants to do all this crazy stuff. But I honestly feel like now I'm a human. Before I was like just an athlete that was just like going for it. So yeah, I feel like I now can live life balance of like my needs for the contest and the athlete, but then my wants as a human, and then anything in between.
But looking where you're standing now, I love where you're at. That's like looking back, that's actually what you're thankful for.
For sure.
What did it take for you to arrive there?
I guess when I look back now, and when they say, oh, did you trip out? Like, you were literally off the challenges, now you're #1 in the world. And I just want to hug the girl, even though it was last year, but for not losing sight or giving up or losing confidence. And just because I think if I lost hope and drive and confidence from that experience, which you could easily do, and then I wouldn't be where I was. Honestly, it didn't touch my confidence. Sorry guys, see you out there.
You just came off a final in one of the most legendary events on the calendar at Bells Beach. Australians.
I wish I won that thing. I wish the intro to that was, you just won one of the most iconic. Oh.
Did that sting, not winning that final?
Silver sting. It actually, I came away straight away. I was like, you can't be disappointed. Everyone's saying you should be stoked. I was so disappointed, 100%. Gutted.
Molly, tell me everything you said in the final to Tyler. Please. Tell me everything.
Okay.
Tell me everything you said.
I did not think this was gonna be it.
Tell me everything.
You had me really on your seat, on my seat. I was like, whoa, okay, this is an interesting question. He's waited a while for this.
Warming up for it.
Okay, I'll give you the rundown. We paddled out and we just like looked at each other, and I said, oh, this is pretty cool. And she was like, I'm really proud of you. Pickles, and I was like, thanks. I was like, same to you. I was like, let's do this, you know, like this is cool. And then I let a wave go and she got an 8 on it, and that was the mistake of the final for me. And she came back out and I looked at her and she'd come back out like pumped up, ready to defend her title, like she's got it now. And then she came out and I looked over and I started laughing, and she was trying not to look at me and not laugh so hard. And I said, hey, Ty, and she just looks at me and I was like, I love this shit. And then she kept going and I just started laughing, and then I was just sitting there waiting for a wave, and that was kind of it. I just looked at her and laughed when she was coming out all serious after her 8.
Did you call her mom or something?
Yeah. So she's the mum of the tour. Like when we came out, I was like, whoa, Mom, look at us. And then she was like, I'm so proud of you.
You did not?
Yeah, she's the mum of the tour.
Oh my gosh, that is amazing.
And the best part was she said a comment after the final. She was like, I thought you were going to tell me to go get my walking frame out. And I said, well, you don't need it if you just got a 7 and an 8 on me. I was like, I can't call the kettle black. Like, I need the walking frame right now. But I said, if I had a 7 and 8 on you, dang girl, I'd get your walking frame out.
We've had this dynasty of Steph Gilmore, Carissa Moore, Tyler Wright. 3 women that have just dominated the sport since 2007. When you look at Tyler, Steph, and Carissa, have you identified anything that they have that you don't have?
I think we're all very different, and I actually think I probably walk the middle line between Steph and Carissa. From, like, she lives life and is also very competitive, but is more like a living life and super stylish. And then Carissa, I feel, is like all in for the contest. They're both just so inspiring, and yeah, I feel like I potentially walk the middle line between them. But the new generation's coming.
Oh yeah, what's up? Gosh, the new generations are out. I loved your heat with Betty Lou at Bells, and even thinking
okay, that in a nutshell explains what's coming. Like, Betty Lou is all fireworks. She's like a spicy one. She's crazy. She don't care. She's like, he's gonna do whatever she wants to get what she wants, and then all of us are like, well, we'll do that too then. Sweet. It's gonna be crazy. When I foresee what potentially is gonna unfold, I just don't even try and see it. I just feel it already and like sit back and let's just enjoy it and watch this all unfold, because I think it could be really crazy where we go.
How motivating is that for you, knowing that you guys could be changing surfing history?
Yeah, that's why I think it's very motivating, but I also just feel so at ease in the process and it's gonna happen. So we don't need to like run to the end to make this crazy thing happen. I feel like naturally the situation and environment we're in and the people we are, all chemicals combined, is just like fireworks. And that's like, I genuinely feel that with Katie and Betty Lou and myself, and then the Sierra Kerrs and Erin Brooke, all of them that are coming through. So yeah, I just feel that it's gonna be like crazy, and that I've got to stay on my A game for life now, because it's not going to be easy to win, I don't think, ever now in women's surfing.
Molly, I can't thank you enough for your time. You're #1 in the world for a good reason, and it's been so enjoyable watching you do your thing. Best of luck, best of waves at this next event.
Thanks so much. It was honestly really good to chat to you, Joey. It was epic. Thanks, guys.
We are here at stop number 5, the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. The cut is looming and we are looking at beautiful conditions.
First day of the waiting period and it's on.
The local hero, Bronte McCauley.
Tyler up and riding. Beautiful first turn off the top, releasing those fins there.
Caitlin Simmers going dry on that inside shelf. The opening round for the men, anticipating even bigger surf. Liam O'Brien.
9.07.
Attacks this first section.
Unbelievable. The Dolphins getting in on the show.
Leaped into the air.
Felipe setting himself up.
Absolutely laying the board on rail there.
Canelo trying to stay on tour past his mid-season cut. The 51-year-old 11-time world champion, Kelly needs a 7-7.
He has left nothing on the table.
And Kelly Slater has not made the cut. Had his hands full with Liam O'Brien. And some big names that will be sent to the Challenger Series. Kolohe and Dino, Zeke Lout, a lot of our favorites.
Out of here, screaming down the line here, looking for it.
Massive backside reverse, like a whole new level of commitment.
The Monarch, the King, the Emperor, a main break. 9-4-3. He's still the man to beat. Carissa Moore into the 9s, under priority to take out Lakey Peterson. Chiankai, world #1. He started off with a 2-bride, 7-8-3 out of the gates. All Brazilian matchup to kick off the quarterfinals with Medina and Toledo. Semi-final #2, John Florence taking on Griffin Colapinto.
Searing turn out of the top. He is giving thanks.
Medina, nice solid opening snap. How does he stay on that surfboard?
There's our champion, Joe.
That's right, Gabriella Medina. Carissa Moore taking on Tyler Wright. Carissa Moore takes out the Western Australia Margaret River Pro.
This was just a spot on some concrete where I could put my home. Welcome to my aluminum capsule. Let's go check it out inside. That's where I live sometimes. I live here like 2 weeks a year. You can water ski, you can swim, you can wade, you can skip rocks. You can take really nice sunset shots this way, looking west. I have a place in Florida, 2 houses in Hawaii, and 2 apartments in Australia. The surf's more consistent here than all the others. Day to day, the best surf is here. All the homes I've owned before, I've traveled in and out their door. Dedicate this song since I've moved along from all the homes I've lived before. I don't have a dustpan, so it's gonna have to work. So this Airstream used to live in my old landlord's driveway, and so I bought it from him. Lived in it in Malibu for about 3 years, and then moved it up here to Surf Ranch when we got this all set up. This is where I eat and sleep and take a little break, but this is kind of like, sort of feels like my home, the whole place. That wave thing over there, it's good. Oh, I'm here a lot less than Strider. Strider was hassling me because he said, you know, nobody's had a chance to get a wave. How are we supposed to commentate about the wave if we haven't surfed it, you know, if we don't know it? And I go, I don't know, just make sure you paddle out Jaws and Nazare before the contest starts and make sure you get waves. He's like, that's a good point. This is something I've never made. This is a chocolate almond milk. So I'm making like a cold brew mocha. Macadamia milk too, milkadamia. Do you know the trick to pouring a full one of these so that it doesn't like a whoop whoop whoop? You pour it this way. See this? So it allows some air in. See, it pours smoothly that way. This closet is about what our lockers are on tour. So I end up just leaving stuff here that I don't really wear. Got a shower, fully functional. I actually use it pretty often. Full bath, You can go number 2. We got black water in here if you need to, but don't do it in my house, man. You gotta have the Jesus book. That's another one. Confessions of an Economic Hitman. Bra Boys, great book. Guns, Germs, and Steel. I have Unbroken. Yeah, some good stuff, but I always end up in crop circles. It's just a picture book, you know? That's the easiest one to read. A little Martin ukulele here. Yeah, this is my little memories and stuff that have generally been associated with Surf Ranch. I got to meet the Dalai Lama in 2011. I got that going for me, so that's good. I got a picture of Jack here. All of Jack's dad's boards. His dad used to ride them all, but it was cool. I hung them at the house back in the day. This is Anderson Paak, who has been up here to surf with me. He has become my new favorite musician. That was me that somebody drew for me. I just get these things and I always end up forgetting who gave them to me, but it's really cool. Day 1 at Surf Ranch, the day that terrified me, because I got to see what we were dealing with up here and how big it was and immense the project was. And that was the first morning I surfed out here, and that was the cover shot I got from Glazer. December 5th, 2015. The tractor came with the property, so that's why it's become kind of a symbol. This is my way to display all the travel and history and people I meet. And I don't have a trophy room or anything like that. I just kind of, in fact, some of my trophies are at surf shops and friends' houses and stuff like that. But I have it in my head, like one day I'll try to put them all in one place just to like see it all. But until then, just shoot my BB gun. Kalani Rob, I brought him up here with me a bunch of times, so he brought me a BB gun as a present. Oh yeah, I got it. Sweet. Actually, the BB's still in there. One of my prouder moments here on the ranch. When the boats come by, these crazy little rights peel down, I should start making a reef right here. It's a little deep in that section. I feel like Tom Kern would be good at this. This is our living room. Boardroom there. We're kind of in half of the boardroom. This is the place we were sitting when Kolohe Andino said to me, "Why isn't this wave on tour?" I was like, that's a good question. So this is the best thing you'll ever do, right? Get your hat wet, cool you down. Boom. Try it. Here, let me help you out here. I'll help you out here. All right. You're gonna be happy. Oh yeah, that's way better. I kind of like to micromanage the property. I think one of our workers is about to pull up. I'm just going to check him.
Oh, yeah, Kelly.
Will, you had your temperature taken today?
No, not yet. Coming in hot, though. Weird.
Actually, you're too cold.
Too cold?
Yeah, I think you're going to have to turn around.
Bro, I'm out of here.
Can't put up with this kind of stuff. 97.8, what is that? All right, gotta go. I'll see you guys later.
The WSL Championship Tour is the battle for the world title of surfing. Once considered the dream tour, the newest era of the league is a paradigm shift to daunting waves and high-pressure stakes. Welcome to Australia's proving ground.
We're really looking forward to some amazing performances in what will be a high-stakes event.
Margaret River is top 5 of 10 on the CT, the midpoint of our year, and this unique event is highlighted by a field-reducing mid-season cut.
A lot on the line for some competitors.
The cut has turned this once quiet event into a loud stage of drama.
Stand up! Stand up!
The GOAT will be rocked. Careers are on the line.
Hold your head high.
World champions will celebrate, and the most popular surfer in the world is back.
He's still the man to beat.
WSL presents the Western Australia Margaret River Pro.
Aussie, Aussie, Aussie!
Margaret River is located in the remote southwest corner of the Australian continent. The roaring 40s, strong western winds found in the southern hemisphere, generate powerful open ocean swells that travel across the Indian Ocean and make a direct impact on Surfers Point and its offshore reef referred to as Main Break.
West is best. You're gonna hear that all the time because we're in Western Australia. It's an incredible state in this wonderful country that is really hard to compare to anywhere else on this continent. It is beautiful, it's rugged, it's wild.
This place is very open to all the available swell, and we always get big surf here.
It's power surfing, but it's radical power surfing. It's those surfers that can really tap into that power, use their rail, and really dig into aggressive style of surfing. They're going to do really well.
This is the event where the cut goes down. The race for the final 5 is well and truly underway now. Who's going to be feeling that pressure and how are they going to handle it?
Main break is such a challenge for the surfers. They're constantly having to adapt. You can't just rock up 2 days before the event and expect to win this place. It's a place where you have to put your heart and soul into it. These waves of power and consequence, you can't just learn them overnight.
Go, 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 go!
She's going to let wrist go. She takes it, pulls into the pit and makes it. Carissa goes off the top and bounces vertically, and the 5-time world champ just pulled off a miracle moment.
It's one of the best feelings when you kind of shock yourself.
Carissa Moore, a 9.63.
I felt like the universe kind of gifted me that one and was on my side, so thank you.
We are here at stop number 5, the Western Australia Margaret River Pro, a high-stakes event, a venue that presents so many challenges.
A morning like this is what you dream about in West Oz. Really beautiful, crisp offshores. There's lines on the horizon.
It speaks for itself, especially today. You got main break absolutely pumping. Sun's out, mountains are just glistening. It's beautiful, you know.
Joao Chianca and Molly Picklum are the current WSL rankings leaders and will be wearing yellow in Margaret River. The two suffered disappointing defeats here last year and were cut from the championship tour.
What a year it's been for them. Last year, this was the day that brought more emotion than they've ever felt in their career.
I think I just have to find myself, find hope in the hopeless, you know?
Look, it sucks, but I'm excited for the next years to come on tour and try and get there again.
Forced to fight back, both successfully requalified and have been on an absolute tear in the first 4 events of 2023.
Looking back 1 year ago, saddest day of my life. Find myself on the top of the ranking. You gotta feel really special.
I'm just enjoying the energy and what it's bringing for me. And yeah, I really do hope I keep it. I hope I keep it all year.
I think that surfing here is insane.
Massive backside reverse, and he sticks it like a whole new level of commitment.
Absolute mastery.
McGillivray throws the big tail high air reverse.
Absolutely laying the board on rail there.
Chianca, world #1. He started off with a tube ride.
If you win this contest, definitely putting your hat in the ring for one of the best surfers ever.
John Florence is the ace of Margaret River.
This turn right here is just next level stuff.
When John surfs, fans, friends, foes, and rivals all stop to watch.
Because it's party time. John Florence just hit the water.
John rewrote the book on how to perform on main break.
Oh my goodness.
There's not many people on the planet can do that.
There is a whole nother gear.
Straight into one of those trademark hacks.
No one's ever come close.
John Florence is your 2019 Margaret River Pro champion.
We saw John recreate how to power surf out here. No one had really gone there before, and he really set the bar of where you can go with power surfing out here.
He can sink the rail of his board so deep that he can hold that line like no one else. And that just gives him a monster advantage here. As long as he's in the draw here, he'll always be the favourite.
Yeah, WA is one of my favorite places in the world. It just has that kind of power that Hawaii has that I've grown up with. There's something about the speed of this wave. It's some of my favorite type of surfing because I can just go as fast as I ever wanted to into a turn and just kind of lean back and just let the board take its track.
Margaret River's main break is a wave of consequence. It's big, burly, raw, and wild.
She's still getting rolled by the big ones, yeah, so it's tough. That's really cool.
In the women's opening round, the world's best attacked this intimidating wave with a fearless commitment.
Huge takeoff, Tyler Wright.
Beautiful first turn off the top. I personally love to see the women in bigger surf. We're so capable of surfing these waves if we get the opportunity. We've seen it, when Chopu got announced on the tour, the women excelled there. And main break's just another example of that.
Bronte looks fantastic on this wave.
Caroline Marks, she's got a dynamic, reliable backhand. There it is on display.
Well, here goes Carissa. She just seems very comfortable in these conditions.
Western Australia has so much power behind the waves. It's just so similar to Hawaii.
The waves are beautiful today. It's some of the best we've gotten all year. The rest of the forecast actually looks really hopeful as well.
Have a look at this. This one stood up perfectly for John.
Absolute mastery.
John Florence is the best surfer in the Margaret River lineup. Can Griffin Colapinto upset the champ?
Don't force it and let it happen.
Griffin needs just a 2.77.
Joao Chianca is the #1 surfer in the world right now. Can the yellow jersey defeat Gabriel Medina?
Chianca definitely controlling this heat. We've got Gabriel Medina with an important wave.
The men's semifinals are next. WSL presents the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. It's early morning on finals day, and the world's best are warming up for the finish of this iconic championship tour event. A clash of world champions begins the day, and Gabriel Medina looks unstoppable in a quarterfinal matchup with Felipe Toledo.
Gabriel Medina throws down the first turn of the morning.
We haven't seen the best of Gabrielle in the last year or so, but you feel like he's warming up. You feel like he's starting to get into that groove, find that mojo.
It was all about the Medina show on the solid backhand attack on his road to his first semifinal at Margaret River and his first semifinal of 2023.
I'm just happy to make through the 9, really. So whatever happens now, it's a win for me.
Yeah. The theme is just getting better and more refined every time.
Thank you.
Medina eliminates the current world champ, and Gabby moves into the semifinals, where he will be tested by the #1 surfer in the world right now, Joao Chianca.
Medina and Chianca meeting for the first time in their career at the championship tour level, and Gabriel, the 3-time champ, and now getting to spar with world #1.
These guys have been shoulder to shoulder, elbow to elbow. The war's already started before a score has dropped.
World #1 on his opener throws out an exciting first turn. Carve, tail release, has to redirect and stops that turn short to make sure he rides away clean.
Not a bad opener.
Chianca takes the lead. Joao Chianca getting this wave. Chianca definitely controlling this heat. So two better.
Like a freight train barreling down the tracks, we enter the back half of the 2023 WSL Championship Tour. With the field whittled down, the focus narrows on the world rankings. From here on out, every result counts.
Oh, yes. I'm mad at him.
That is unbelievable. On the line sits a shot at glory at the Rip Curl WSL Finals and a chance for surfers to represent their home country next year on sport's biggest stage. Entering stop number 6, unproven contenders look to take on clear favorites. The fight for the WSL Final 5 starts here at the Surf Ranch Pro, presented by 805 Beer.
Good evening and welcome back to beautiful Lemoore, California for the Surf Ranch Pro, presented by 805 here. The night surfing session about to start off right now with the men, and it should be an exciting night of action right here. When do you get to say that? It's the Surf Ranch Pro presented by 805 BR. I'm Mitchell Salazar here with one of South Africa's greats, Rosie Hodge. Rosie, a lot of action coming up. We got a leaderboard format for the night surfing session for the men. And guess who's starting off? None other than your compatriot from South Africa, Maddie McGillivray.
Yeah, that's right. Watching Maddie, obviously, we've got a reshuffle with the seeding, with this leaderboard format. Maddie starting with that 12th seed. He's going to go back-to-back waves here in this format that we're going to see in the elimination round. This is going to be super fun.
It should be very fun. They do have back-to-back waves, and more importantly, they're only going to keep their highest scoring ride. So there's our leaderboard. We will be starting from the 12th seed, working our way all the way to number 1, which is Italo Ferreira on the men's side. On the women's side, number 6, Alyssa Spencer, Joanna Fay, the number 1 seed. How about Kelly Slater in their number 10? Any other standouts for you, Rosie?
There's so many standouts, and the scary thing is, Mitch, only 2 surfers are going to advance from this into the quarterfinals. You know, Griffin Colapinto, that's a name that stands out for me. John, as well as Italo down there. Yeah, there's so many things, the implications for the final 5. Kelly Slater, I'm excited to watch him this morning. He was great.
He was. Cole Hauschman, number 2 in the seeding. That's impressive, especially this being his first CT event as a wild card. As we do look at the Red Bull Athlete Zone here, Matt McGillivray coming up. He'll be the first surfer out there in the water. On the women's side, only 1 qualifies out of those 6 ladies. A lot of pressure on this young man's shoulders. He's made the midseason cut though, Rosie, and he had a spectacular performance last year in Margaret River. Clutch performance against Kanoe Igarashi that actually made him requalify for the tour last season in 22.
Yeah, and that just shows that he knows how to handle those big moments, the pressure. This guy is into so many different things that this will seem like a breeze to him. I'm excited to see Maddie and how he kind of recalibrates his performances going into this night session.
And he will be riding the same board he rode earlier today as well. He looks focused. He has a tough draw ahead of him, though. Jet Shilling will be right after him. Then Kelly Slater, Jordy Smith, Rio Waida, Griffin Colapinto, Ryan Callanan, Kanoe Igarashi, the number 3 seed, Cole Hauschman, we mentioned him. Connor O'Leary is also in there. But how about Italo Ferreira? He's looking for his best result so far at the Surf Ranch. He hasn't even cracked the quarters, Rosie.
Yeah, he had such a great run, though. I mean, obviously, he had the best out of everyone. You know, coming in as that first seed in this night session, he amassed a great heat total.
Yeah, that is for sure. There's a reason why he's the number 1 seed. Well, you know who had great insight all day? Pete Mel. He's up on the perch. What do you got for us, Pete?
I had fun hanging out with you today, Mitchell. We're in the night session. This is 1 single wave, all on the line for 2 spots in this men's side of the draw. As you can see over my shoulder, it is dark. It is going to be a whole new look to this venue, and the surfers have to adjust. They've had those practice sessions, like we'd all mentioned, in the evening, but they have been long days. So you wonder what these guys and girls have done on the break. I'm going to have to go and search around and ask. I would have taken a nap.
If it were up to you, what position on the leaderboard would you like to be going in terms of the seeding?
I would have to be last. I mean, ultimately, you want to be able to see what your competitors have done. Maybe just go last and not watch it all. That's the other part of it. Little trick there. Go separate yourself and then come back when you're about ready to get your warm-up on, and then look at the score and go, oh, I got to get at this, right? And then you go out there and do it.
So just
that simple.
Know what you need and go and surf.
Yep.
That's basically it.
Yeah, and if, you know, watching can be very difficult. Obviously, it drains you. We've been watching all day long, and we're a little bit tired. But as a surfer, I would definitely feel like, at least for me, that's what worked kind of, is to pull myself out of situations, because just watching can be tiring.
Got it, Pete. Thank you very much. We'll be seeing you later today, as we do see one of our warm-up waves here for the machine. We have 2 burner waves every time the machine pumps up, 1 right, 1 left. As we saw Robin Erb up and riding, one of WSL's employees. And Rosie, I'm very excited for the night surfing session, but more importantly, when it's qualification season, there's a lot on the line for tomorrow. People are looking to advance to the quarters for the men. Semifinals on the line for the women. Caroline Marks is in there already. On the women's side, who excites you out of the draw that's out of the 6 ladies?
Out of the 6 ladies, wow, Katie Simmers.
Yeah.
She put on such a staunch performance. I think Carissa, you know, she had that edge. Stephanie Gilmore, she was unbelievable in the opening round. So there's a hotbed of talent in this night session for the women, and only 1 woman qualifies.
Yeah.
to get into the semifinals. So that's a narrow little window of opportunity.
It's crazy. Well, let's see how the surfers feel about competing here at the Surf Ranch once again.
When I hear the 30 seconds, I get excited because I know the wave is coming. I love it.
Every time I hear it, I'm always like, is he actually saying 30 seconds or what is that? It sounds like mumbles. I can't even understand it.
It's just you and then all the people watching you, all eyes on you. So you're just like, okay, you know, like, and you're just like, oh, is my wax good? Is the leash on? It's like, my fins are good. You just got to start thinking about all of that.
Definitely, I still get butterflies. There's this excitement, this anticipation, like, oh my gosh, it's coming.
Trying to breathe, take long and calm breaths and like just taking my time.
I think about people thinking what's going through your head. So I just actually have nothing going through my head.
It's really like this pressure of like, I just don't want to mess up.
Good insight there from the world's best as we look at Matt McGillivray. What do you think's going through his head, Rosie?
I think he's in the moment. I think we saw the opening round, those heats. I think Matty's really good at controlling his composure and staying in the moment, staying present, and he knows what he needs to do. At this point, there's no point in adding, things that are going to kind of handbrake your performance. And nerves definitely can't do that.
I like that you bring that up. Be in the moment, be present. Judges also readjusting their scale, obviously, for the night session as well. Clean slate, by the way. Everybody starts from scratch right here. Everybody has a 0 to begin, and so do they. Best single score, right or left, and you will go back-to-back waves, Rosie.
Yeah, this is going to be so fun because we did see the surfers in that opening round kind of get to spread out their rides. They get those 4 rides, but now it all comes down to that one performance, which is, do you maybe save your legs on the direction that you don't love as much and really focus on your pet direction? I don't know what kind of strategies, if any, will the surfers bring.
So back to the question that was asked for the surfers, what do they think when they hear the sound coming or 30 seconds? What do you feel when you listen to that 30-second warning?
It's so incredibly nerve-wracking, and it's hard to put into words because it's something that you know is going to happen, but still you feel that elevated heart rate, you feel the breathing, you feel the nerves and the tingles in your fingers and your toes.
It's a nice feeling of nerves, though, I will say that. You're excited. First wave of the night session ever for the Surf Ranch Pro, presented by 805 Beer. It's Matt McGillivray, the South African, going to set the standard for the 12 men on this leaderboard, and he's up and riding. Good positioning here on the barrel. Lovely exit there from McGillivray. Great snap to carve. Readjusts his footing right here, halfway through the wave, the performance zone. And he's looked great so far. Got to be thinking, though, coming up against the names that's on the leaderboard, you need to be cracking at least in the upper 7s to make it out of this one. Possibly going excellent. As he's stalling for the second barrel, too. This is great work from McGillivray. Needs a strong finish. And went for the big air. You can see the slight offshore tonight, Rosie. It will be affecting the airs on the right-hander.
Yeah, that was unfortunate, Matt. He didn't get that completion. It's just going to take something a little bit extra special with this leaderboard format. Yeah, it's interesting. I think the feedback that I've gotten from people that have experienced the night session is that lip line can be somewhat deceiving of really thinking about when it's coming at you and where to force the issue on your turns. Matty got super deep on that barrel. I like that. He threw a lot of spray. He got some busy work done here on that inside section. It was a really solid wave. But I think as we head further into the seeded rounds, you're going to have to pull out everything. You're going to have to see something that's really going to stop you in your tracks.
It's not going to cut it right now, is it?
Yeah, I'm just feeling like we need a little bit more from Matty. I mean, the barrel, and then obviously not getting the completion on what he was going for here, the aerial maneuver. I mean, Matty's got such a good progressive approach to him, which is interesting because, when you watch him, you think of a power surfer, but he does have the progressive element too, so he's really well-rounded.
And Matt McGillivray riding the same board that he rode earlier today. It's a CI 2 Pro, and that info from Brent Power, team manager of Channel Island Surfboards. On the other hand, he did ride this board, on both the right and the left. He won't be switching boards yet again, and it does seem like the board that he's confident on the most, Rosie. And it seems like AJ has a bit more info on that.
So for so many of these surfers, the question is, what do you do in the meantime to make sure that you come back and bring your best in this night session? Got a chance to catch up with Matty before he hit the water. He said he went home, took a nap. It's a really long day, you guys, but this night session is winner takes all for a ticket to tomorrow. And so they know they have to be at their best, and every single one of them doing what they need to do to make sure they're at it.
Truly, truly right, AJ McCord. And I think the inside, having somebody like AJ who covers a lot of different sports, Rosie, brings you a lot of valuable information for these athletes they'll be carrying further on if we do have the Surf Ranch Pro in the nightlights further on in future years. And I think the concept is really cool, and it obviously is working out.
Yeah, I love this. I mean, you just get, because it's a different arena, you get to play with the format and the formula and find something that's exciting. And we've obviously gone through different iterations of this event, and I'm really enjoying the way that today has run and watching this format come to life. I mean, obviously the athletes are the ones that are really experiencing it firsthand, but as a spectator, it's been an exciting day, and I've been really engaged in the action.
The readjustment, as AJ was pointing out, though, it's got to be tough. I mean, we've been here since, what, 5:30 in the morning? A lot of surfers have been here since 6:37 as well. So keeping your eyes on the basin the whole time, knowing that you got to surf later on, like Jet Shilling, who will be the second surfer to come up in the men's night session. It's got to be physically taxing and mentally as well, Rosie.
It definitely is. And I mean, you've had some practice days, but I mean, I'm sitting here and I feel re-energized, like thinking about this different format. You're kind of getting into this mind space of this is something new, this is something exciting, this is, you know, something cool to be a part of.
And opening score on the right from McGillivray, a 6.17. So that's what he's looking to better on this left right here. And he's up and riding. Last chance effort for McGillivray to really cement his spot on the top two of the leaderboard in the men's night surfing session. Late snap right there, makes it around it. Has a lot of work to do in front of him. Better work right there, slides the fins, nearly loses it. Caught behind. Is he gonna make it around? Yes, he is. So more chance from McGillivray to keep working on this one. Seems so far that the left is a bit harder to surf at night than the right. Maybe the lights don't point in the same direction, and he's just gonna go down right there in the end section barrel. Probably gonna keep the 6.17, Rosie.
Yeah, I'm going to agree with you there, Mitch. And just thinking about the leaderboard format and the way that the day is shaken out. I mean, if you didn't make it through the opening round, if you get that fourth place finish, you end up with a 17. There's also space on this leaderboard for a couple 17s to be handed out. Then you get the 9th place finish, which is a step up. But yeah, making it into the quarters and so on, that's really where you're going to essentially have a keeper result.
100%.
So Maddie here on his backhand. It feels like this is a bit different to what we saw during the day. The wind's kind of a different direction. It's got that little puff of offshore to it. Yeah, just fun to see how the surfers adjust to these different elements and how they read the wave. You've got to really surf on intuition almost all of the time. Even though you think the wave is the same, there are subtle differences every time a piece of water hits this basin.
I like that, though. I like that you mentioned that they do have to surf off of instinct and intuition. And most of the times in an event where there's a lot of factors, environmental factors that are out of your control, you can't rely on the announcer, and you need to go out there and perform yourself. So a 6.17 has Matt McGillivray in the lead at the moment for the night session for the men. At the break, Jet Shilling coming up. It'll be a fun one. Don't go anywhere. Be right back. Good evening and welcome back to the Surf Ranch Pro presented by 805 Beer. Jet Shilling in the water now. The number 11 seed on the leaderboard. Second surfer of the night session up and riding. Shilling from San Clemente just hammering this wave at the beginning. He looks motivated and gets caught behind, unfortunately, after maybe trying to do a bit too much on the outside section. He knew he needed to go for something big on the outside, Rosie, to make it out of this one.
He hammered those first 3 turns, so you could tell the intent from Jet. It's so tricky when that little barrel section comes at you. You're kind of in 2 minds whether you kind of go for your belts, and then all of a sudden you put on the back foot as that little section folds over itself.
I dig it though. I think in order to make it out of this heat, only top 2, you look at the names, it was make or break for him right there.
And Jet, to me, his advantage comes on the left-hander. So,
I agree.
you know, he kind of got those couple belts out of the way here. He's really surfing solid. He's looking for that big score, lots of spray. Third belt right there, goes for a 4th, and that's where he gets a tiny bit hung up. And you can't afford those tiny little mistakes. They cost you big time.
Well, and 2.5 to score, and you do this at a beach break back home in San Clemente or in Huntington Beach, you're probably getting a 9. So just need to clarify that.
Yeah.
But out here at the Surf Ranch, we have one of the most perfect waves in the world. He's not getting anything better than a 2.5.
Looks like he might be doing a board change. He's got
Seems
the
that way.
second one on the ski there. But yeah, I definitely think that Jet's strength at the Surf Ranch is the left. I mean, he's really great on the right. He's got a bit of energy now to really sink his teeth into the left-hander.
Looked like he got some rest during the day too. The men did go first this morning and in the early afternoon as well. And he is switching boards out, so only wearing 1 leash. He had to switch the leash out. And for the most part, it seems like a lot of the sharp eye surfers are actually riding the 77. That's what he's going to opt for on the left here.
Yeah.
Good board. Obviously been giving results with Felipe in the past too.
Yeah, Felipe has really created some very successful models for the Sharp Eye team.
How do you feel about riding a PU in comparison to an epoxy out here, Rosie?
I've actually only ridden a EPS construction at the wave pool. So to be honest with you, that's always been what I've favored. So I can't really give you my comparison. Maybe if someone gives me a couple waves, I'll do a little test.
Yeah, we'll get a rain check on that for sure. There's the all-time great Kelly Slater, 11-time world champ. He's going to be the 3rd surfer going out in the night surfing session for the men. He looks prepared. He is dangerous out here, Rosie. He's made the semifinals before at this event. Greatest 51-year-old on the planet, I can tell you that.
It's so fun to watch Kelly at the Surf Ranch too, because you think of all the places where he instantly clicks in and feels at home. This is that same comfortable feeling for Kelly. It feels like he's hosting everyone here at this event. So
I like that.
Yeah, it's just like, it's cool to see his demeanor and just his energy at this event and at this location.
He invites people in to his home. And unless you're a vampire, nobody's going to invite you into your house without a proper greeting. And Kelly might actually be a vampire. We're at nighttime now. He might perform better. Who knows? I'm really excited to see him go out there and put on a show, though. Shilling firing himself up. You see him in San Clemente all the time.
He's so good. He's such good value. He's always says hi. He's always got time for everyone. Yeah, I really dig running into Jet, and it's been cool to watch him grow up and mature in his career and see where he is now and how well he's doing on the Challenger Series at the moment.
Yeah, number 5 on the CS. 3rd place finish at Snapper Rocks, the first CS event of the year. And reminder, only the top 2 men move through at the end of the leaderboard. Shilling now on the left has a lot of support from the San Clemente posse that are here at the Surf Ranch, pumping him on. Great start, opens up with the wrap. Once more, wants to bring in the variation. He has a great air game too, and we want to see him use it here. That's more like it from Shilling. Into the lip once again, dynamic turn. A little behind the whitewater now, makes it around it. A 2.5 is the only thing he's looking at better at the moment. That should help. Throws it around the 180 and caught behind. Can he make it around it? Oh, maybe. He's trying. And it doesn't seem like he's going to do it in time. So he's going to have to settle for a small score on this one. McGillivray has a 6.17 as his best, Rosie. At least bettering the 2.5 Shilling is right here.
Yeah, he's going to better the 2.5. I think Maddie's going to hold on to the lead. You can tell that that was just kind of slipped through the fingers there of Jet Shilling. He started so well. You know, he had that timing. There's that midsection now on this left-hander where he was getting really fins free, going for that tail slide, and then hoping for that air reverse off that little crumbly chip shot.
Great while it lasted, though.
Yeah, he wanted to be just a hair in front of that section, and I think what threw him off was the turn before that one. Just threw off his rhythm a little bit.
Yeah, and Shilling, unfortunately, just couldn't make it around this section right here with the big white water. That wave just moving down the line way too quickly. And coming up next, the greatest surfer of all time, Kelly Slater, about to hit the night surfing session here at the Surf Ranch. The Surf Ranch Pro presented by 805 Beer in Lemoore, California, and up and riding none other than the greatest surfer of all time, 11-time world champ Kelly Slater. First wave of the night session for him. Up on the right, he looks fast-paced. How's that layback dagger on the outside? Excellent positioning in the barrel. He's deep, and he's coming out. On the open face now. Wraps it down into the lip line. Oh, Kelly goes down! Halfway through the wave, he was on his way to a great score. Mitchell Salazar here with Rosie Hodge. Rosie.
Oh, I'm baffled, Mitch.
We were witnessing greatness. I was so excited. And just one small miscalculation on this wave, and it'll make you pay.
Goodness, you know, he was on his way. In my mind, I was like, okay, because you're thinking about what you're gonna make as a summary of this wave, and I was gonna say that's potentially the best ridden wave from Kelly this year on the championship tour. He got so deep on this barrel. He was getting super knifey on that FRK plus. Oh, it was looking like it was shaping up to be such that little dig of the rail too, that feeling is just, your stomach just hits rock bottom. That turn right there, just that patented Slater hack into the barrel. Super, just like maintaining that deep depth.
We were witnessing greatness.
Yeah, we were like, okay, I'm like, it's on. We're going here. We're rolling.
Oh, man.
And you can tell, like, he was really focused on that next section without recognizing where to kind of shift the weight to propel forward. I mean, we're nitpicking right now because that is just one of those freaky things that
He did get a little ahead of himself, though. But he was in rhythm. I mean, his flow throughout that wave drops a 3.97. At the moment, it doesn't have him in the top 2 spots. He's at least needing to beat a 4.33. But Kelly, number 3 in the leaderboard. He is the 3rd surfer to go tonight. And I like this kind of attitude. He's pumped up. He knows that he has one more shot on left. And you look at the leaderboard right now, only looking to better a 4.33, Rosie. I know it's not a lot. I know we still have a lot of surfers left. But this guy's motivated.
Yeah,
he wants it.
I wonder, did he do a board change for his backhand wave? I know that he went to the quad on the earlier round.
Doesn't seem like he did.
And you think, so that right midway through, you know, he fell off there, so he's got a little bit more time to kind of
process everything,
get the
breathe.
breath work going. I'm flustered.
He's in incredible shape. I mean, I saw him this morning when he rolled up. He just seemed like he is a man on a mission right now. And I am very pumped up to see him go left now. If there's any indication that we're going to see greatness again on the left, the right was it. 3.97. He has a lot more in the tank right here. And Rosie, qualification season right now. He's looking for Paris 2024. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, there's a lot on the line. There's the motivating factors coming into play here. This is going to be that pet event. We've still got a lot of stops on tour that Kelly really enjoys. J-Bay, Tahiti. So
first time we're going to see him at Punta Roca as well.
Yeah, that's going to be fun. Yeah, there's still a lot of events. I mean, Brazil, he's had a lot of success there. He's taken home a world title, won a world title there. So
how are those smiles? The crowd's pumping him up. Let's go, Kelly. People want to see it.
These are the moments, though. Like in sport, this is what we live for. And obviously, he's gonna. All comes down to this.
Jordy Smith looking onwards. He'll be after Kelly, and he's opting for just the trunks. It seems during the night session. Only has 2 waves. Got to make them count. So here we go. Last chance for Slater. Will he be able to move up into the top 2 in the leaderboard and at least drop something into the 7s? We shall see. He's up and riding. Going left. Only has a 3.97 on the right. Much better here from Kelly. Now, board looks good on the left too, Rosie. Doesn't seem like he switched up like he did during the morning session, the qualifying round. A lot of flow. Kelly working through. Great snap. Amazing whitewater foam climb there from Slater. Deep bottom turn. How sick was that combo right there with the tail slide? Once again, the variation. Love to see it from Kelly. Oh, up into the lip. He's going to pose for the barrel. He's in there. And too deep. So leaves a little meat on the bone at the end. Got to be thinking he's going to move up into at least 2nd, bettering the 4.33 of Shilling. As he waves to the crowd, says thank you very much. Golf clap for Kelly Slater. In the end, though, Rosie, is this enough to keep him in the top 2 at the end of the round?
You know what? I don't think it's going to be enough. He didn't get the completion. Yes, this outside work that he did was impressive. There was a lot of spray. There was a lot of fluidity in his surfing. There wasn't that one wow moment, but definitely did some great rail surfing. There were a couple critical turns, a lot of spray, engaged that rail. But the judges have been ultra critical with not finishing off the ride, not getting that barrel section or doing something progressive on that end section. And we know that he loves that kind of approach of just sliding underneath the guillotine. But that one gobbled him up.
It was amazing while it lasted, though. And he just delivered a show.
I mean, hypothetically, with that right, the way that he was surfing.
Oh, he was on his way to an excellent score.
Yeah.
No, I agree.
Yeah.
I think that wave in particular would have kept him in the discussion of moving up into the quarters tomorrow. Qualifying, at least. We're still waiting on the 2nd score of Slater. Looking to at least beat a 4.33. That's Jet Shilling's wave. You can see him there on screen. A lot of work done by Kelly on those 2 back-to-back waves. Great effort, great work. Love to see the 11-time world champ just go to work right there on the outside. Now our focus on Jordy Smith. Jordy Smith, the longest tenured surfer out of the generation of his, Dane Reynolds, Julian Wilson, among others. 15 years he's been on the championship tour. 2007 world junior champion, and one of the very few South Africans that have really stood out on the championship tour, Rosie.
Yeah, he has definitely made his mark. I mean, you can't forget about Sean Thompson, who's won a world title, and obviously there's been Travis Logie, Greg Emsley. There's been a few key moments in South African history, but Jordy has been carrying, you know, the weight of South Africa's pride on his shoulders.
And Kelly Slater drops the best wave of the night session so far, a 6.4. You see the scores right there. One judge went all the way up to a 7, as low as a 5.8. The average comes out to a 6.4.
6.4? Really? Yeah. If I made that barrel, it would have been a really good score. Surfed it good.
You did surf it good, Kelly.
Oh, my goodness. Always a pleasure to watch him surf.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's a pleasure to hear him speak.
Okay. No, the nose just went doof.
We like the honesty, don't we, Rosie?
Yeah, he always gives an honest assessment, though. I feel like he's really good for that.
Oh, yeah. And he's his most critical judge, too. Here's Jordy now. Starting off on the forehand is the big man from South Africa. Riding a Smith Shapes from his dad, Graham, who's here at the Surf Ranch as well. Wow, that is a beautiful barrel by Jordy Smith on the opening section on the outside. Going to work now. Great use of the rail by Jordy. Into the lip. More of a setup turn right there. That's a nice variation of the layback turn. Once again, slides the fins. More of a board slide right there from Smith. He's going to set up for the inside barrel. Much steeper right there at the end. That's good positioning from Smith. And he's going to finish with a layback. So, maybe a bit conservative, but for right now, only looking to beat a 6.17, Rosie.
The first completed right of the evening so far.
Actually, the first completed ride overall.
Yeah.
Because Matt McGillivray fell on both.
I think that just really illustrates is maybe how tricky it is surfing it at night and having this added elements and all the factors that are coming into today. I mean, this would be the 5th wave that Jordy surfed today at the Surf Ranch, and we all know how much energy and it takes to exert yourself on this wave. Jordy has been really outspoken about how hard it is for him to fit his big frame into this wave, and he's had to kind of adjust the way that he approaches it. That was a meat hook. I think, you know, when you're watching it in real time, you're like, okay, that was a sick rail turn. And then when you slow it down and you look at what he's doing, yeah, some really cool moves from Jordy.
Durban, South Africa local, resides in Cape Town for the most part nowadays. But Jordy Smith looking good for a score right here. Let's go down to A.J. McCord with the GOAT, Kelly.
So, Kelly, we heard you talking through what was happening on the...
It's kind of a blur now. I don't usually fall right there, but oh well. You know, I got a good start. I had 4 nice clean turns to start it out, and I had a good pace going, and I kind of entered the barrel from real early on, but some of these waves haven't been staying real hollow, so I came out of the barrel about halfway through and thought I'd get to work on the face, and I probably got a little bit too caught up in the pocket, like trying to get too critical, where it's really hard to get critical right there. So I should have been kind of cruising there and waiting for that big moment when it flattens out a little bit and you can get those real big 3, 4, 5 turns before the barrel, and then you know, and then if you being early in the heat, you got to decide if you're going to go for something big or just kind of consolidate a lead. So you know, Jordy can do every air in the book, and you saw he did a big carve at the end there. So at night it's a little trickier. The lip's not as obvious, and it's easy to make a mistake. So it's all right. I had a good time, and you know, I felt like I surfed well.
I think everybody here thought you surfed well too, because they gave it up for you every single time you hit it, and they're doing it again now. Just talk about what it means to perform under these lights in front of this crowd.
Oh, it's great. You know, it's just great to have everyone here, and you know, we hear the comments online about what people think about the contest and stuff, but it's a different event, you know, and it's a unique event. And the great thing about Surf Ranch is it is the funnest place to come with your friends and have a good time. And And, you know, everyone's enjoyed the day here. I appreciate everyone for coming out. Thanks, everybody, and I hope you're all having a good time.
We're certainly having a great time. Thank you, Kelly.
All right.
We'll send it back to you guys.
Thank you, AJ, and some great words there from the 11-time world champ. Love the enthusiasm. Great to see him compete here, and he was definitely looking for more. He's going to have to settle with a 6.4 at the moment. Scores drop for Jordy Smith at the top of the leaderboard right now. A 6.77 on his right. Now looking to improve that on the left-hander. Rosie, we've seen him perform well on the lefts before. Rodeo flips, varials, pop shove-its. Will he be able to do it during the night session, though? Kelly said, very difficult to perform with airs right here at this time of the day. Great start here for Smith. Oh, that was just majestic on the outside. For a big man to throw that board around so easily. Very impressive. Couple of foam climbs right there. Great variation from Jordy. Throws the tail around once more. Is the left better than the right now? Might be. Still has a few more sections. Oh, and stalls a bit too much. I was seeing him eye that air section at the end, but I think he mistimed the barrel section just a bit.
I mean, all the lefts that we've seen, that little barrel section has seemed a little bit tightened to be running away a little bit quicker. I mean, is it more beneficial to outrun that barrel section to get that little cupped out section to get critical? I think he was going to improve on the 6.77. He still might on this left. Honestly, he was like swinging the hammer at this one. Ooh, wow, that pace there, you know, half of that board and the fins getting released. There's just so much control in those maneuvers, and the judges really look at that work that's done when you release those fins. Man, that barrel section definitely ran away. It was a tricky one to read.
How's this one turn on the outside, though? Right before he stalled for the barrel, and I could just see it coming. He tried to kick the tail pad out too much to go for the air. And that's the thing about night. You can't see the wave as well. You don't really know what the barrel section at the end is going to do.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, we're seeing it play out in real time. These guys having to kind of readjust.
During the other surf ranch events for the CT, did you ever see any of the surfers actually practice at night? I feel like this is the first time they've actually surfed at night for the most part.
They did do a test at the, I think it was the 2021 event. I think they did a test then. So yeah, they've had a couple reps and tried out this format.
Well, doesn't better on the right. It's a 6.3 on the left-hander for Jordy Smith, so he's going to keep the 6.77. He has it at the top of the leaderboard right now. Kelly Slater still in second place, as Rio Waida kind of just embraces the universe right there. Looking for the good vibes, good spirits, and the first Indonesian to qualify for the World Championship Tour. He's looking for something better than a 6.4. Been looking great on the right, has a high 6 today, and had a high 6 on the left too, Rosie.
Yeah, he was good. He was looking really feisty on his waves. He's also been working a little bit with Glenn Micro Hall. So he's got some good people in his corner, in his support camp. But, you know, rookie on the championship tour, you got to think, like, this is your first real experience at the surf ranch, and there's so much that goes into it, like learning, that sharp learning curve.
Yeah, it's big time stuff, isn't it, Pete Mo?
It sure is, Mitchell. And I was just thinking about the energy that these guys are bringing to this night session. It is alive. It is, you've got the crowd. They're a little extra, probably a little juiced up since we are in the evening hours, right? But the surfers themselves are juiced up. I think that's what you pick up on, that energy, and it's translating into the performances. And I can't wait for this back half of this round.
Yeah, neither can I, Pete. It's looking good right now. Rio Waida about to hit the lineup on the right-hander, and he's up. Big moment for the surfer from Indonesia. At the moment, he's in the lead for Rookie of the Year. Quick surfer from Bali. Excellent start here for Waida. Gonna pull it for the barrel. This one not really barreling too much at the initial section, and he's just gonna keep it on rail. Attacking these sections one after the other. Great surfing right there, and a bit too far behind. He's gonna lose out on the second half of that wave. So great start, Rosie, but maybe the aggressiveness cost him a bit too much.
He was a live wire. He was really going for it on that one. There's, you know, it's a subtle change in his approach and his energy in this round. I feel like from the opening round to this leaderboard format, he's definitely putting more emphasis on his turns, falling out of the sky there, free falling and getting caught behind. I mean, we've seen that. Everyone is trying and pushing that little bit extra.
And maybe trying a bit too hard, but qualification for the quarters on the line. We'll be right back with more action from the Surf Ranch Pro. Welcome back to the Surf Ranch Pro, presented by 805 Beer. Well, we are in the Wild Wild West, and why wouldn't we have the best fans in the business here as well at the Surf Ranch? It's the Surf Ranch Pro night session. Jordy Smith in lead, Kelly Slater in second in the leaderboard, and Rio Waida, the fifth surfer to go out. He's looking for something better than his initial 3.83 on the right-hander. He still has a shot on the left, Rosie.
Yeah, room for improvement. And he knows, you know, 6.77. Jordy's on the top of that leaderboard and a 6.4. At this stage of the competition, though, Mitch, I think everyone's looking for excellence.
I would think so as well, but you know what? We're almost halfway through the leaderboard, and nobody's even broken the 7-point range so far, Rosie.
Yeah, that is interesting to note. It's just, I think it's a lot harder than what we think it is.
And pressure's on right now.
And it's so easy to sit back and watch and critique and all of that jazz, but yeah, well, man.
I'm having so much fun, though. I think this is so good. This format is as fun as it gets. There's Griff. He'll be coming up in a few runs. And, oh, Jet Shilling. He's going to have to settle with the 9th place finish here at the Surf Ranch Pro. San Clemente boys stick together. And Rio Waida, the Indonesian, paddling into this one. He needs something better than a 6.4 to knock Kelly out of 2nd place. Up and riding on the left, and he digs his rail immediately on the first bottom turn. Wow. I don't think I've ever seen that happen at the Surf Ranch. And somehow, in the most important moment of his competitive career so far, an unfortunate situation here for Rio Waida when he stands up, Rosie. Oh.
Yeah, that was truly like worst case scenario right there. Let's see, it's kind of like a slip off the wax. He just doesn't seem to engage that rail. Man, you're feeling for him though. The surfing that he was doing, we've been chatting about it, but to fall on that opening bottom turn, that's brutal.
It truly is. So last two on the leaderboard do get a 17th place finish. That's number 11 and 12. The other 10 will get a 9th place finish, equal 9th. Or, well, actually, I'm getting ahead of myself because we have 2 moving up into the quarters. So the other 8 And wow, Rio Waida, he's going to have to settle for a 3.83 at the moment, number 5 on the leaderboard. And here comes Griffin Colapinto. He's been a standout here for a reason. He's made the semifinals before. He's a showman.
And hear all the support. I mean, everyone would have been driving from Orange County to come watch him, his family, his friends.
Yep. And one of the last few American hopes on the championship tour as well. There hasn't been an American world champion since Tom Curran. And obviously Kelly Slater is 111, but we don't really count him because he's, you know, on a different pinnacle, I would have to say, in the sport.
I was about to say.
Well, I mean, you know, we count him, but at the same time, it's like, okay, Tom Curran, because Kelly's just, you know, on his own little Mount Rushmore.
You mean California?
Well, the last Californian to win is Tom Curran, and
Yeah.
I can't believe that it's been 32 years since a Californian has won. Isn't that crazy? So Griffin Colapinto looking to qualify for the Rip Curl WSL Finals. Coming off an impressive finish, 2nd place at the Margaret River Pro in West Oz, Rosie.
Yeah, he's been unbelievable. I mean, just watching Griff come into his own, you see the evolution in his surfing, in his mental approach, in his training regime, but then out in the water, his surfing speaks for itself. Just such enormous maneuvers.
Yeah.
I was just trying to think of a word to describe the surfing that he's doing. It's really hard to come up with something to clearly describe what he's been doing.
How about fun? It just seems like he's always smiling, enjoying himself.
That's it. You're so right. It's been that balance for Griff.
Yeah.
He's having fun, but he's also just so focused, and the surfing is so solid.
He had a monster performance in the semifinals against John Florence at that event. Had to settle with a runner-up finish to Gabriel Medina in the final. But as we said before, he's one of the best surfers at the Surf Ranch for a reason. Currently number 4 in the ranks, 24 years of age. Is this the year we see him qualify for the Rip Curl WSL Finals at his home breakup lowers, Rosie?
Man, I couldn't help but feel a little bit of heartbreak for him in that situation last year in Tahiti, where, you know, he was just obviously stoked for Kanoa, but like to see Griff lose it by such a small margin. But here we go on this right-hander. Let's watch the master at work.
Well, he's up and riding. The young Californian from San Clemente. Off to a good start right here, up into the lip. A lot of spray on that one. Great flow so far from Colapinto. Airdrop into the barrel. Excellent positioning. Strider, how's this angle?
Oh, it looks like Friday Night Lights, baby.
Yeah.
Oh, all up in the lip. Bingo! One more. Christmas tree out the back. Raw, big frontside gouge down into it. Another big sweep. We're talking Griffin Colapinto time right now, baby. And it is looking good.
Oh,
what?
my.
Are you kidding me? Drops the tail into the bowl. What's he got? Deep in the tube, driving. Where is he? There he is. What's he going to do above the lip? What? Come on! Griffin Colapinto, ladies and gentlemen. Let's do this.
He is a star under pressure, and he performed at the right moment during this event. Wow. Needing just to beat a 6.77. We talked about it, Rosie. You're probably going to need something excellent to make it out of this round of the top 2. And Strider.
Hammer time. Talk about hammer time. What was that? I mean, come on. I started like getting a little teary-eyed walking out. Just how all my friends and family here, hearing them cheer me on. I don't know, it got emotional. So just trying to harness that. Griffin Colapinto, dipping into the emotions. Back it up on the left, my friend. All right, we'll do, Stride. Love you, brother. Love you too, buddy. Let's go.
Thanks, Strider. And Griffin, I mean, you can tell he's gassed, but he is psyched up right now. The crowd loved it. Rosie, what'd you think about it?
Everything about this just kept me on the edge of my seat. He kept his surfboard on its knife edge. There were so many finesses in this wave that I truly enjoyed. Obviously, the fin ditch when he's sliding around is so special. That right there, to place that just before that barrel section and time it so that he's coming out with enough speed to pull up into the barrel. But for me, Mitch, okay, the barrel, super sick, but
You like the air, don't you?
the slob, it was such a nice touch. As we see that lofty air, the slob grab right there with that front arm, releases the grab, gets the completion. Oh, feeding off the emotion and the energy from his friends and family.
To think we're not only halfway through the leaderboard so far. We still have a lot more talent to go through right now. But Griffin probably just dropped the highest wave of the night session so far, an 8.77 for the young surfer from San Clemente. A couple of 9s thrown in there, Rosie. Well-deserved score for Griff.
Yeah, that's what it takes to get excellence, and I think everyone's going to be taking note, and that's what, you know, the guys, as we go through the seeds, they get to watch that. They get to think about, you know, what Griffin's been doing, and now how does he back it up on the left? You know, Griffin's bringing us a little bit of an energy boost here.
Well, and this is the last wave he's going to ride today, too. There's John Florence looking ahead. He'll be coming up pretty soon, and he is a great performer under the spotlight as well, right there with his coach Ross Williams.
I had a thought.
What's up?
I don't know if I should say this out loud. What if there's a tie? Maybe they combine, yeah. Anyway.
Okay, so
John
it'll go
getting in the zone.
It'll go to the second best wave, who has the second higher wave.
Okay.
So as of right now, actually, you bring up a great point, because that could happen. Obviously, as a judge, you're trying not to repeat scores. You don't want to get the same average. But there's situations where it does happen. And I hope you just didn't jinx it right now, Rosie, because it might come down to the backup score now. So Griffin had an 8.77 on the right. Can he do it now on the left? We shall see. I told you that he's just been having fun all year long, and guess what? He had a lot of fun on that right. Now on the left, cruisy start for Griff. Into the lip right there. And just going through the motions on this one. Nothing major. That's more like it from Colapinto. Much better right there from Griffin. An 8.77 is what he's looking at better. Oh. And goes down. He knew he needed to go big. Didn't have a lot going on at the opening part of that wave. But I mean, Rosie, you move all the way up to first place, drop the highest wave of the night surfing session so far, a near 9-point ride. You got to be happy with your performance.
You got to be happy with your performance. That's such a solid number. There's still a lot of surfing to come, and you've got to think about big picture. For me, thinking about Griffin's spot in that top 5, Toledo's already gone through. Gabriel Medina's already sitting. Jiao, Ethan Ewing, they all in the quarterfinals already, and now you've got someone like John coming up next, and he's sitting in that, you know, 6th place position just underneath Griff. This is, you know, this is really...
It's imperative.
It's imperative. All the events count now for these guys. There's no more throwaway events. So a 9th isn't going to cut it. A 17th is obviously a horrible result. So Griff's got to be looking to get into the quarterfinals, which means he has to finish in the top 2 here.
True. I like that analysis, Rosie. And I think it's spot on, because as of right now, I mean, Griffin's missed out on qualifying for the Rip Curl WSL Finals and WSL Final 5 2 years in a row. And you look at how talented he is, he definitely deserves to have a spot in that rotation at his home break of lower trestles. Gets a big round of applause right now from all the fans. He has his friends and family here. And there they are. Let's hear it, people. Let's hear it for Griff. So Colapinto drops the highest wave of the night session so far, an 8.77. Jordy Smith still in 2nd. Kelly Slater down to 3rd place now. He had a 6.4 as his highest ride. Matthew McGillivray in 4th, a 6.17. And both Jet Shilling and Real Wida, a 4.33 and a 3.83, respectively, as their best rides. Now coming up, the birthday boy, Rosie, 31 years of age today for Ryan Callanan. He is not only an athletic goofy footer from Newcastle, Australia, he is maybe one of the most progressive surfers on the championship tour.
I love Ryan's approach. You never know what he's going to do. He's cat-like. He somehow lands things that you just are like, wow, how did he do that? He's like a little Gumby. He's super flexible. Yeah, really impressed with his surfing in the opening rounds.
So 31 years of age, number 8 in the ranks for Ryan Callanan. Had a runner-up finish at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach. Equals his best result so far on his CT career. his other final at the Quicksilver Pro France in 2018. And when we talk about talented surfers, this is one of those guys. And I'm really amazed to see Ryan perform on both the right and the left. He does have to go back to back. We didn't see him do that earlier today.
Yeah, this is going to be fun, just watching the change up and how you change your strategy.
So you can see Ryan just waiting for the wave to pop up, and you can see the machine pushing this wave through. So he's looking to beat a 6.77. That would knock Jordy Smith down to 3rd place. And he's up and riding on the right. Still riding that high 5 from JS. An epoxy board, the EPS build. Oh, looks sharp right now. Great positioning in the barrel on the outside. Seems like he'll make it out with no issues. Wraps it down into the lip. And needs some big variation here. That's more like it from Rye. Once again. And he has some amazing blowtails on the backhand, does Callanan. Whoa, that's more like it, and maybe a bit too strong for that section there from Rhino. So he's going to go down, but he has one more shot on the left, Rosie. What do you think? Maybe went a bit too big, a bit too conservative? You think he's saving himself for the left?
Yeah, there's definitely something that was just holding Ryan back on that wave. He didn't quite click into rhythm. Let's have a look. I mean, yeah, definitely expecting something a little bit more special from Ryan.
He dug the rail, actually.
Yeah, he did dig that rail. He gets left behind. There was more to it. I mean, I think leading up to that turn, there was a couple missteps that just put him on the back foot.
So Ryan Callanan has one more shot on the left. It's a night session at the Surf Ranch Pro, presented by 805 Beer.
It's 9:30 p.m. The lights are up, and we're watching pro surfing. You don't get to say that all the time. How cool is this format? We've got another shot for Ryan Callanan on the left. Thanks for joining us, Joe Turpel, Peter Mel, and 11-time world champ Kelly Slater, fresh out of the basin. First of all, congrats, Kelly. I thought you were in form for starts, so your lefts and rights were incredible. Obviously, those falls aren't going to help, but it definitely looked like you were connected today.
Yeah, I felt fine. Felt good. Just a little mistake on that one. I don't normally come out of the barrel that early in that section, and I did a couple turns in the pocket where it was hollow and So let's get to Ryan's wave here.
Yeah, thanks for joining us for the call. Ryan Cownan on his last chance. He went right, got the 4.17. It's all about getting at least a 6.78 here. Really great start. He's got that real cool, lanky ability to stretch out those carves. Deeper off the bottom, crushing that section. Little air drop, that'll put him behind. And will that cost him the wave?
Yes, it will. And, you know, I was going to say if he got around, he was going to have to go just totally ham on the end of that thing. You know, the one thing that I don't know if you guys have talked about a lot or not. I haven't watched all of the commentary, but
you've been busy, yeah.
I've been. Well, I was sleeping. No, but it's and I used to say this about Jeffreys Bay. It reveals any mistake. And this wave clearly shows you the mistakes. And so if you're going to look at something for the beauty of the wave out here, of the best surfers out here, it'll show where their little errors are, and it'll show the things they need to work on. And I'm not saying that Ryan needs to work on anything. He just made a little error in the lip right there. I was expecting.
And then it gives you the whole, costs you the whole wave.
Costs you the whole wave, yeah. It's a tiny little error, but I was surprised he was trying to throw the tail so much in that section, because that's where it starts to run off.
It's a fine balance of showing the judges something nuts like Yago was really solid at this morning. Could throw a reverse, big tail drift, but his motion was always connected to the energy towards the fence there.
I wanted to ask Kelly, you know, it's our first time kind of going through this format. You were able to compete. What are your thoughts on how the format?
It's definitely better.
Yeah.
And I think it's more interesting for the viewer, and it's more pressure for us.
Yeah, I was going to say those are the things I picked up on.
Yeah, it's definitely more pressure for us, and and right now everyone's in a pressure situation. You know that this is your last wave or two waves, like potentially, so it's always in your mind. And you see everyone surfing. Everyone's kind of surfing down. Griffin's the only one who's surfed up so far. We've all made mistakes. And a 6.7 is not a huge score to pass for that Jordy has, but it's a ride. It's a pretty good ride.
Yeah.
So you have to surf pretty good.
Yeah.
But you got to. Where's your threshold? Are you going to push it?
Totally. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how this plays out. Let's catch up with Griffin Colapinto at top of the leaderboard. He's hanging out with AJ.
A little bit more. Night session so far. Walk us through the strategy for that wave and how you pulled it off.
Strategy was pretty much just get out of my own way, and I don't know, I really wanted to enjoy the atmosphere here. Like, all my friends and family are here, and I don't know, earlier I didn't really have the best runs, and I was a little bit like bummed, but I felt like I was able to get over it. And like, the biggest bummer to me would be if like I had that and I let it affect the rest of my trip. So I really just tried to put that aside and like still have fun with my friends and family and enjoy the atmosphere here. So I felt like I did that well. And then when I was walking out to go ride that wave and everyone was like yelling my name, I started like getting a little emotional, because I don't know, it's just a really special moment. And like under the lights like this, it just feels like, I don't know, just connected. So yeah, thanks.
We're so stoked that you came out and had the run you did. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. I guess I'll just sit back and watch everyone else. Hopefully they go off, but don't pass me up.
See what happens. So far, the best wave of the night. Congratulations, Griffin.
Oh, well done. That's why everyone's in love with Griffin. His personality is incredible. He's so open and honest about his feelings. As we catch up with John Florence, he's been lethal on the start. I love his versions of carves, how he's been opening up these waves, using that entire rail on that last gouge, and now it's just sit tight in the pit. Florence using the arm bar to slow down, maxing out the tube time. Well done for John. And now he'll down carve as we send it to Strider.
Well, it looks like he's gonna get back into rhythm right here on the inside section. Big blowtail right there. He's looking for more, slams it again. A lot of water out the back. Timing on point right there. Can he get down under the hood? Let's see what he's got to finish. This is where he can make or break this wave and put himself in a great position. He's gonna have to go above the lip, and he does, and sticks it. John Florence, he's here to play under the lights. Surf Branch Pro. Woo-hoo.
That's right, Strider. John Florence feeling so good. Ross Williams told me, he's like, all I'm telling him right now is to relax. He's been surfing great all week in the past 6 sessions. It's all about managing your emotions and the pressure coming into this night session. He'll get another left. It is back-to-back in this format when it comes into that sudden death session to make finals day. Pete, what'd you see at the start?
I liked the very first turn, you know, and of course one of the best barrel riders ever, right? Along with the guy sitting next to us. But that armbar and holding the barrel and just being deep and the length of it. The only thing I could say is that he kind of missed a moment here in the mid part of the wave. This part where he had to kind of wait to get back to it.
As John finishing up with a solid punt. Strider's with John now.
I am. John Florence just coming off that wave. John, tell me about the nerves coming into that, because we heard you say you were feeling them earlier today.
Yeah, I feel a lot better tonight. Just kind of getting in the pool, riding some waves. But yeah, it's always nerve-wracking. Like, it's crazy. I mean, we don't have anything like this. Usually you're kind of distracted by the ocean and everything that's going on, and sitting here and it's quiet and the machine starts to kind of load up. It's a lot to think about.
Well, it's not that quiet. You got a lot of fans out there rooting for you, so let's see some more.
Yep, thanks.
Great to hear from John right after that right. He's got another left going back-to-back, and you just count your single best wave. Doesn't matter if it's a left or a right, just your best single number. Griffin so far 8.77, Jordy Smith 6.77. Top two move on to quarterfinals tomorrow for head-to-head matchups. Joe with Pete and Kelly Slater once again. Kelly, what's your read on John's take on this wave? He's missed the last few CTs out here,
Yeah.
so we're really getting his first take with this kind of pressure in the basin.
Yeah, I mean, from early days, though, from the first year I've been surfing out here with him, and he shreds the thing. I was going to say, I was just laughing about Strider. You know, when he comes up, when you've had a wave and he starts to interview, it's almost like the Joe Rogan with a guy who just got beat up in a fight or something. You know, he's like super winded. He like puts the mic in the face.
Yeah. Say something cool.
Well, in surfing, you always have like 15 minutes to catch your breath.
You know, I've noticed Strider only really goes and interviews a guy if he got the wave he needed. You know?
Oh, smart.
You know, he won't. If they messed up, he doesn't put the mic in your face. So that's a good one. I thought John's very first turn on that wave was really good, but it was in the section that's still speeding up and building, and it kind of didn't set him up for the second turn. And then his second turn was small, and then he did a third turn. So it was really like he only got 2 turns to start, and I think it didn't pace. It wasn't his normal pace into the barrel. And then, like you said, he got kind of caught up in the section where I fell. And then he went to town after that. You know, he got his pace back on. He got those couple of nice away from the lip, big faces, big spray, and then obviously his air game's crazy. That wasn't even a big air for John. It was just like, that was stock standard. And so, you know, he's got more in the tank, but he knows he doesn't need a giant score. That was going to pass Jordy, just making that reverse. And but I think he'll push it a bit more on this left right now, and we'll see if he gets out in front of it instead of plays right in the lip too much. Maybe get more out on the face and get that spray going, because that's what visually looks really good at night, because the contrast of the spray. You know,
yeah, big fan.
Here goes John. Remember, 7.33 on his way before. That did take Jordy Smith out of contention for the quarter, so he's already in the 2 spot.
This will be the crucial part, because it's a little sleepy start so far, and now he's going to have to play catch up a little bit if it runs on him. But it stayed back for him. It almost looks like the wind's offshore on the left right now for a second.
Left's better tonight.
There he goes. He found that lip and that reverse. That's the one thing I've seen in his clips he's been working on, is that reverse through the middle of the pool. It's a variety not many of the regular footers do. Only maybe Griffin and Kanoa pull that, and then here's a deep barrel, and we'll see what he flips out at the end on.
Backside rotator reverse. John lands it, so a great night session. Completed both rides.
There was one contest John did surf here. It wasn't a CT, right? But he fell on his left. His left was the thing that hurt him. I think he's not going to be far off bettering a score here.
I feel like
to be
it's going
honest
to be.
with you.
I mean, especially with the reverse in the middle of it, because it was so clean.
Yeah, right here. Is this it? Bing, he got that nice. It was real fast. He didn't get stuck at all. He didn't really, you know, he almost did his one bottom turn, as you say.
Yeah, the one rail.
The good thing about that wave, that wave didn't run off and whitewash too close to the poles. And then obviously John can fit in any barrel. He's unbelievable. And let's see how early he comes out here to set this up, because a lot of times you try to stand up and the lip hits your head there, and it's hard to do a bottom turn. It's a real lateral kind of air section, and if you miss it at all, you're way too late. If you do a bottom turn into that air, it sets you at the wrong angle, and there's not enough lip to throw you back out. So it's really, you'll see a lot of the guys that really have that wired. Kanoa, John, obviously, Griffin, guys who really get that backside whip down. It's more lateral. It's just a little bit up the face, and then weight up into the nose and get the fins out.
John Florence completing his night session. We'll wait for the score from the left.
John's on a 5'10", which I thought was interesting, you know, because he's 6'1".
Yeah.
But he said it fits in the face better for him. And I would agree. I was on a 5'10", and it actually felt a little bit long, but I wanted that more rail line. But then even watching it, it looked a little long in the pocket to me, so I switched to a 5'9".
Interesting. Yeah, Connor's been messing with that as well. Sometimes the backhand attack wanting just a little bit more rail. Connor, number 11 in the world, coming into stop number 6. Scores coming through for John, a 7.9 on the left.
Yep, a little increase.
Like we said.
That's a good half point too, and it means a lot.
That's a big difference.
That's huge for him. And I think the reason you're seeing a lot of low scores in this round is because everyone knows they have to put a big number up, especially early in the round. And as you put in, if somebody puts up a number early, it puts the pressure on everyone to have to really go for it. I actually think if, let's say, Jet or who was first up? I forget who was first up.
Matt.
Yeah, McGillivray. So if McGillivray, well, you know, Matt only put up a 6.17, so it wasn't really a big score for us to try to catch. And then, you know, if he had put up a 7.5, it almost makes our job easier because you just know you just have to throw it out there. Jordy had a heat once against CJ at J-Bay, and Jordy needed a 5 to beat him, and a perfect wave came, and it was like he didn't know if to go for it or not, and he didn't get the score. Oh. And it was such a heartbreak, you know. So you got to set that. We all have to set our standard really a lot higher at times.
One of the bigger guys on tour getting started. Connor O'Leary slams on the brakes. Great tube approach, great technique. Look how tight he is in the pocket.
I noticed the goofy footers who really ride the barrel well, especially Gabe. He was the first one to really do it. Get up on the front of the board, and it's almost like they create a foam ball behind him that's pushing the tail up and coasting them along.
They're closing the trap door.
And here we go. He's going to get some work here. He gets that really vertical snap and rounds it out. And I think he's going to need something really big here on the end. So we'll see what he does. Not super deep in the barrel, and I think he knew it. You know, he's probably going to get that work done. I think the goofy footers on the left, on their forehand, on the front side I think they have a real advantage on the left over the regular footers.
Because it's easier to surf on your forehand.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that I've sensed that.
Look at those whips. Those are nice. Strider yelling at him. Or was that right?
Both of them, probably.
I think that was Strider's voice. Just a little late to get the real pop on that. And but, you know, John's wave was maybe that 7.9. His left was a bit more dynamic than that ride right there. So he probably felt that at the end and knew.
That's right.
No harm, no foul if he falls on something. So we'll see. I expect him to light this left up. He's got that huge fan if it gets on the face of the wave.
He certainly does. Connor O'Leary will have another chance to try to make it into finals day tomorrow in the quarterfinals as Kanoa Igarashi prepares to surf under the lights. We'll be right back.
Yeah.
North wind.
Thanks for watching the Surf Ranch Pro presented by 805 Beer. Exciting time in pro surfing because all roads lead to the Rip Curl WSL Finals. It's also qualification season for Paris 2024. Let's get caught up with what Strider's doing.
Well, we're out in the water. We just had a little ski ride with Connor O'Leary coming up. He's got his left coming up after he didn't negotiate the inside section on the right. So he said, well, this is an amazing experience. I'm going to capitalize on it. I'm going to go an inch shorter on my board when he switched up the equipment, and now he's going to go out the left, and he said, this is what I do. Let's go. Can't wait.
I like that, Connor. There, Connor's one of the class acts on
man.
tour when it comes to comedy, having fun, but man, he's big too. He's been working out. He's like twice the size as he was when he qualified a handful of years back.
He's a big boy. He's got a lot of power. See all the strength here. Here comes that speed section right through here. You got to get going, build up all that speed and kind of get your flow, get your feel. Nice critical maneuver in that spot right there. That was great. And I expect something big right here, maybe a whip. I think Connor has improved tremendously since he got on tour. He's just become a monster, and he's become so aggressive too. Oh no!
Too aggressive right there.
Loses it. Remember, he had a solid score though on his right, a 7. Even with the fall and missing the tube on the end section. So there's still a situation with the night session. The bottom 2 in this night session will get an equal 17th. So that's a big deal when it comes to qualifying for the WSL Final 5.
Huh.
As we take another look, Pete, what'd you see at the start?
I saw aggressive, what the Strider had said. If he saw that he was going to do that, and he timed it really well. He saw when those speedy sections were going to happen, and those moments that he were going to capitalize, he did. It's just unfortunate that's a little extra that he put on right before the barrel section let him down. You know, it didn't give enough push.
I think there was a little light interference there. Like honestly, I think because the water's clear and there's the light, a little bit of light behind the wave in your eye, and I feel like he just misjudged. You know, it might have been visual. It'd be interesting to hear what he says.
Well, and I will say that that's what we've heard, right? Surfing under the lights, it just kind of it makes the lip a little different look. You almost have to cheat and go.
I don't like the lights behind the wave. I only want the beach lights, or I want the lights behind the wave to be twice as high.
Have you ever surfed a night event? Remember the Glodina they did in South Africa way back?
No.
Yeah, think about it for a second.
Oh, yes. I surfed Typhoon Lagoon.
Oh, there we go.
At nighttime, 96.
I want to hear more about that in a sec. Let's hear from John Florence, who's hanging out with Louisa.
John, as crazy as this sounds, you never competed here, and you just told Strider you were nervous. But being a champ like you are, how do you manage your nerves for a first experience like this?
Yeah, it's actually pretty funny. Yeah, I got really nervous earlier just because it's so different from what we normally do. And I think my whole career, you know, you build up all these little tools and stuff to kind of get rid of the nerves, or not get rid of them, but get through them. But it's kind of based around the ocean, and just like usually when I get out in the ocean and in the lineup, kind of like I feel good. And so when you're here, you get there and you're not really separated from it. You have all the people on the wall. It's really quiet. And so it's kind of hard to like get yourself like into that quiet space. And it just, it makes it really hard to get through those nerves sometimes.
Well, you did it. What are you taking from now to the next?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm excited. We'll see what happens in the next few waves, but that was fun. So far it's been an incredible experience. That's what I like about competing, is the mindset and the mental game, and this adds a whole kind of new level and kind of aspect to it, and so it's been really fun to kind of tackle that.
It was great to watch you.
Thank you.
Congrats.
Thanks.
John Florence, a 2-time world champ, Rookie of the Year in 2012, and it's really cool when you can just flip the script on someone who's been surfing his entire life and feel new pressures, new feelings, new ways that he's got to deal with that nervous energy. I mean, I don't know how many professional sports go through a platform change like surfing did when the CT came here for the first time. And I think John's speaking to that. It's all of a sudden they're out of their comfort zone, which is the ocean.
It's like being at Huntington and guys on the pier yelling at you.
Yeah.
It's the only place it can really happen, or Chopu.
Speaking of HB.
And Kanoa is, he's one of the first people to ever surf the pool here. One of the, I think the first group of surfers that ever came in when we opened, he was part of it. And I've always felt like he was a huge standout. He got third in that first event that we had here. and he just gets such a good beat on the wave. He's got that low center of gravity, and look how tight he's able to turn and throw the tail out the back there. And he gets that, he has that great whip, but he has a lot of great variety, and that was interesting right there. He's trying to pull in early. He wanted it, and you see he got a little lost on where he was, but I expect a big reverse right here coming out of the barrel too. Let's see how much spring he gets. And that's a well-ridden wave. Other than got a little bit thrown off on his last turn into the barrel, which I think the judges highly score that, to be honest with you. You know, that like I had one earlier where I did a really late tail throw and I barely got in, and the judges love that kind of thing. They talked about it in the scoring they sent us. Is like the entrance into the barrel is super important. How well you time the turn prior to getting in the tube.
Let's hear from Kanoa with Strider.
Thank you, Joe. I'm just going to ask you, did you like it?
I did like it. Man, if you look on the replay, my right arm got filled up with a bunch of water on like my first turn, and I swear it was like dragging me back, but I think it was okay. I got to the end.
That was an interesting reverse that the blow tail into the flats before the barrel section on the inside. Was that planned?
No. I don't know, I just felt it. And it was coming down, and I wanted to, first instinct was to float it, but I was like, I'll just risk it.
Thanks for the risk. Can't wait for the reward. We'll see you on the next one.
See, I think Strider thinks that he passed John up there. That's why he interviewed him. Here's my theory of when he interviews guys. You got a great score. He's in a good mood to talk to me. Wow, but watch how fast Kanoa is one of the fastest surfers out here. So fun to watch him. Look at the spring he gets out of the lip and the tail release. Good variety there, and that was really crazy that he did that because the wave was running off on him. It wasn't slowing down, and then he thought it was going to barrel right there. I think that's the only critique you could have of this wave. Still gets the little barrel and sets up the air at the end.
Yeah, this is interesting because it's right there. I mean, it's a question with 7.9. I mean, it feels like it could be a split here with the judges because it's right there.
I could definitely see him getting the score right now. I wouldn't be surprised.
Look at his suit. His arm is just full of water right there. He finally got it out.
That happened to me earlier on my first or second right this morning. And you saw it when I came out of the barrel. I actually opened it and let the water out of my top.
Kanoa's great out here. And I love how he just freestyled a bit. You never want to lose that
Told you.
instinct to go for broke. Numbers are in. 8.3 for Kanoa Igarashi. John moves out of the top two, so he will miss the quarterfinals. Griffin still on top.
I think this is where the one-wave thing comes in. It's really interesting because John pretty blitzed both his waves. You know, that was a great two-wave combo. You know, and it comes down to that one wave. So it's really putting it all on the line for one wave. And Griffin, I think he's obviously a shoo-in already. He threw everything at that wave, did everything he could really well on his ride, and Kanoa wasn't far behind him.
Cole Hausman's in the house.
He's knocked over that tree.
That's a little heartbreaker for John, though. He just felt like, oh, I'm still in, you know, I'm in there. And had that high, and then all of a sudden Kanoa, very next wave.
When you compare it to CT placings on tour, John might be dealing with a 9th now. And remember, he was 6th, just one spot out of the WSL Final 5 coming into this event. We'll see how it affects his standings heading into El Salvador.
Wow, big spray there. See that contrast at night with the color of the water. And doesn't look like Kanoa's holding back at all here. I think he definitely has a chip on his shoulder here and wants that #1 spot. Take away from Griff. And he looks more loose to me than he did at the beginning of this contest. I thought in the practice and in the first round, he just looked a little tentative to start, but he's looking better and better now.
Definitely opening up. Igarashi air drops, packs the inside barrel, nice and deep.
Wow.
Now room for moves. There's the reverse, and just got tangled up for the fall there.
Talking about that late entry into the barrel, see how dramatic that's where you can really pull in some drama into your ride
and get deep.
And get deep. But see what happens when you get really deep? You don't have a lot of time when you come out of that barrel to get this section. He tried to force it early because he knew it was running out of steep face.
So Kanoa Igarashi switching things on John, taking that second spot off him with the right of the 8.3 as we wait for the left to come through. We still have to see rides from Cole Hausman. Remember, Italo Ferreira standing by as we go to the left again, Pete.
Beautiful. Yeah, I mean, again, I totally agree, Kelly. He did look a little tentative because he was one of the standouts at this place. And so,
I've always felt he was one of the standouts, and he didn't look that way to me to start the contest.
Yeah,
and
no,
it didn't
agreed.
look like his surfing. It looked like his mindset.
We just got to go into the nighttime for Kanoa to come alive.
Well, he's been so confident. He was one of the rare guys that would actually do a rotator on the outside section of the right.
Yeah.
He was never afraid of falling.
That was such a cool entry into that. Look how deep he is. You just can't see any of the board. And that's the minute differences. And see now the lip's it's already disappearing. He was just a half second too late to get the tail high and the nose down into the curved section of the wave. But great ride, and he's put a lot of pressure on the last two guys. Cole Hausman, for those of you out there that don't know him, Cole's a San Clemente local, surfs lowers all the time. He's a big boy. He's got to be 6'1" or 6'2". He's
210 pounds.
He's a big kid, and he just won his first Challenger Series event down at Narrabeen. Barely got here in time to practice. And I was in practices with him, and I was telling my friends, throw him on your fantasy team. He's shredding.
Yeah.
And he's only 1.5 million.
Yeah.
Or whatever it is, you know, on the one we're playing. But he's got a big future, and I've thought that for years. I've been surfing with him for half a dozen years at lowers, watching him.
I will say
shred.
though, like competitively, he's always been really good and everything, and he's like, but he has stepped up.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
He's always had that potential,
He's got
but
that
now he's
confidence
there.
now. Yeah.
Yeah, it's incredible. I mean, he's got spring, he's got the airs. And
he's got a sick hairdo too.
Yeah, that too. he's got some charisma.
I like it.
What a final that was. Down at North Narrabeen, a 9.8, 9.17 against Jacob Wilcox. Just put that thing away in some big, heavy lefts.
And I think you can't look past the San Clemente crew these days. You know, everyone talks about Brazilian Storm, but I think there's a new San Clemente crew coming up.
Oh, how can you? They're all this together, and they're all screaming for each other, and
that's why I just moved there part time. You know?
So are you now going to come in and be part of the?
I'm on the board riders there, man.
Oh, no,
Dude, I'm not deserting the East Coast board riders
on their team. They just won today, the U.S. board riders.
I'm not deserting the Space Coast board riders.
Oh, see, they got third.
Yeah, Dave Spear, Rhino. I got my boys in there.
Yeah, they were there.
Let's see it.
Here comes Cole Hausman.
I haven't seen a lot of Cole's rights, so I'm interested to see, but on the left, he's deadly.
Cool pace to get this one going, just nice and calm. Pulling into this first section. His mom and dad drove up from San Clemente.
That was a full crumble wave, and I wonder if the judges will take note of that, because they did mention to me earlier that if they had a wave that looked like a dud, they could potentially. He's saving his legs for the left.
He is
100%. Yeah, no, that's what he's doing. Look, he's cruising on this wave. He's like barely trying.
Is this part of the plan, or is it a reaction to that crumble on the start? How about this?
Dude, I was waiting for a layback. I wanted to see that. Nice work, Cole.
I like it. I think he was saving his legs. I think he knows he's more dominant on his forehand, and you could spend a lot of energy on that right, a lot of oxygen in the blood, and your legs can get tired. And I think he felt like he didn't get a great start. And honestly, that looked like a wave you could maybe get another wave. It didn't really barrel through the middle part.
Well, we'll see how the judges react and how Cole prepares for a left. One chance to try to take a top two spot from Kanoa Igarashi and Griffin Colapinto. We'll be right back for more action right after this. You're still watching the night session. The leaderboard still has Griffin and Canoa in the top 2 spots. If they keep it, they'll be competing on finals day, which is tomorrow morning in the quarters. If you're not making the cut here, you're trying to get out of those last 2 spots so you don't leave with an equal 17th. No more throwaways as we pass the midseason cut. As all roads lead to the Rip Curl WSL Finals at Lowers. Cole's about to start. Let's get some goofy foot energy from the Waz.
Let's do it. Cole was feeling it. He said after that wave, you could see him kind of lackadaisically surfing that wave. It wasn't to his full potential. He said, I'm saving it for the left. And he said this is one of the coolest experiences he's ever had. He can't wait. It's showtime. And he said, we'll see what 2 or 3 airs looks like on this next wave. So that's his headspace going into it, knowing what he wants to do. He wants to go above the lip. He wants to start rotating. He wants to show everybody at home what it looks like under the lights and for showtime. So we can hear the rumble of the jungle back there right now. The machine is moving. Cole's hair is on point, as Slater and everybody said. The San Clemente Mafia is watching, and Cole is getting ready right now. He's winding up. Easy roll in right here. Looks like we got a nice roll in. Here we go. He's setting it up. First turn. Snap again. Finding face into the lip line already. Slams it again. Beautiful. A lot of spray out of the top right there. Big air. Oh, and he's going to get caught behind.
Yeah,
well,
you can't do it there.
Unfortunate. Would have been good to see 3 more.
It certainly would have was. Wow, what a start. Those powerful turns are insane. 210 pounds. Cole Hausman knew he had a great momentum going. Went for the rotator in the wrong spot. And it'll cost him a spot in the quarterfinals. But well done for the wild card. The man doesn't show any pressure. Came straight from Australia, super jet lag, trying to piece boards together with the late call up. And
that's
yeah, I can't say enough about this kid. He's going a long way.
Youth, and he's built a huge fan base. I would say not only from everyone here on tour, watching what he's been able to achieve, but all over the world.
And a good start. Watch how much power he's got. I love this 3rd turn. This one right here. That's a critical section, and when you were looking into it, you could really see it. And that was super technical and critical. Had he made that, he was looking at a giant score if he got back around that. I really liked the start of that wave. I was surprised he went so early on that, because it seems like he has learned the wave. He's had a dozen or more waves in the last couple days as free surf.
Actually, he told me 26.
He got 26.
Yeah, 26 waves. I was like, really? You must have been taking some poaching.
Jeez, we all got like 20, I think, in 3 days.
Yeah, no,
he got
extra
a day later than everybody.
Yeah.
But yeah, and but I like that he fully was committing there. Just no fear to put it all on the line under the big lights. That's cool. It's his first time surfing a CT, I think. I'm pretty sure it is.
Totally.
Yeah, it is.
No, it's pretty rad too. He just looks like he's ready. He's prepared for it. Italo prepared. You wonder what Italo would have done all day, waiting for his session, which is starting so late. I mean, for Kelly, what was your strategy, knowing you had a huge break and so competing at night?
I slept I literally went back and laid in bed all day and didn't leave my place until about 45 minutes before my heat. Hung out with my girlfriend, my dog, Todd Glazer, and Travis Lee.
And then when it comes to fire up, what'd you do?
I just started doing some stretching and some breath work and just trying to get present. I mean, that's the whole thing. The whole secret is just trying to be in that moment when you get the chance to. And in my first heat, obviously being the first wave of the contest, first wave of the morning, which I don't love, I was chilly too. I was chattering cold, and I just literally put my hands on my traction and my wax, and I just paid attention to my board, and I was like, okay, I'm here now, and just think of something simple. And then I went, all right, just surf now.
Yeah, that was going to ask you the questions in regards to how dealing with that type of pressure.
Yeah.
With someone who as experienced as you are, I'm sure you have a few tricks.
We all have our own way to get there. We try to. But like John said, this is different than normal. This isn't the standard contest that we surf, and it's standard. As John was alluding to, you can go out in the ocean and you find your place.
Yeah.
And you can make opportunities happen. Out here, you can't. The opportunity's coming to you.
Yeah, it's coming.
And it's coming to the next guy, and it's coming to the next guy. And you have to decide how to use that opportunity. So it is a different pressure. And when you have people yelling to you, everyone's been super supportive on the wall. But it's also like it is in your space a little bit, but they're all positive. But and you want to sort of acknowledge them, but at the same time you want to like be internal. So it's a funny place.
Funny mix, huh?
Let's see this. Italo's going to go crazy right here.
Italo Ferreira, one of the fastest surfers in the world, 2019 world champ, throwing down some nice verticals. He's won at Bells with his backhand. Dangerous at waves like Karamas. His backside whip is really speedy.
And now he's still in the barrel section here. This is where I got kind of caught up, right about here. It's still kind of tubing usually. So your pace changes. Look how fast he is. If I'm going to be critical of anything, it's a little bit of repetition going on over and over. Tons of turns, but kind of a lot of repetitive angles and lines. He's going to do something psycho right here.
Oh,
what's he doing?
Wow.
He's trying to do a kickflip to floater. What was he doing?
It's almost like,
that was insane. He literally tried to.
That was good.
Maybe
That was
he was
cool.
going. Maybe Rodney Mullen would have been proud. He was going for a dark slide. First ever.
Oh, so good.
Remember when Jordy used to do those froggies? It was like backside Superman where you have to do that kick at the end of it. It almost reminded me of that.
That was wild. He was looking at something big. He was not holding back. And he looked like he had tons of energy and strength in the leg still.
I think the judges might have thought the same about the repetition. A quick score in 5.77 for Italo.
Yeah, that's definitely it. But let's see here. Check this out. Ton of speed. And whoa.
Oh, I think the wind
Superman.
just caught it. The wind just caught it. I thought he actually kicked it into that. But
different angle here.
You see that wave just hitting him in the butt a little bit as he went up. And but he was 100% committed to not getting barreled and to just try to do a huge air. Like awesome. Julian did the one year.
Yeah.
Remember Julian did the huge air, passed up the barrel section. He actually passed up doing a couple turns even before that. And I remember he had done it on a couple waves and not made it, and then he stuck one.
Yeah, that was the year Julian was really in the world title race too, and he had a totally different approach. Everyone else was trying to fit in out everything from start to finish, and he was just skipping sections, identifying that maybe he doesn't have to pull in and get barreled out here. And he got a couple big scores actually. A couple of the biggest stock just front side punts without a rotation.
I think the only time the barrel really makes a difference out here is if you completely disappear and you're on the foam. So because you are flirting with falling.
Yeah, the trap door.
So that's the crazy risk. Yeah,
right?
The trap door you talk about.
Literally, you fall out of it. It's just instant. It's crazy. It's not even like you feel it coming. It's just all of a sudden there's that line. It either picks you up and almost pulls you out of it.
Yeah, Joanne DeFay had one today. I thought was going to take her back when she made it.
Yeah.
And then Betty had one. Betty Lou had one that she got stuck in, but I thought, oh, she might get through it if she's up on the front foot enough. But yeah, those are the dramatic ones where you barely get under it. Griffin had a crazy one the other year where he threw a finner and kind of spun out of it under the lip.
Barrel. Yeah.
And that was probably the best entry I've ever seen out here into the barrel. And I think the deepest tube I ever saw was Yago that same year. Yago had a barrel that, I mean, looking in, he was like in the trap door, but he came out.
Somehow. Amazing. Well, this is the last chance right here.
Well, last chance romance.
Special
What's your
moments
call?
in the barrel. Quickly, Kelly, can you break down how the bathymetry works and to make this wave actually tube on the different sections?
Yeah, it just gets shallow in those parts.
And that's basically as simply as that.
Pretty much, but it's also about how the rise comes up, how suddenly it goes from deep to shallow. And
did you guys play with that during the?
Yeah, when we had it as only a right back in the early days, we actually made 3 separate sections, and the third was 2 different sections. And so I had seen reefs around the world that had risen up enough to make the wave stand up and not break, and then flatten out and then shallow out, so you have another plateau further in.
Yep.
And so that helps stand the wave up taller before it actually barrels. So we messed with that in 1 or 2 sections as well back in the day, but and we learned stuff from that, so we applied a little bit of that to the wave.
Italo Ferreira fighting for a spot in the quarterfinals. He's sitting in the 8th spot right now, so he's trying to get an 8.31, Waz.
He is, and he's looking intent. He was a little upset with his Superman attempt, so now he's going to come back, and he's going to go to work in the lip. Bang! Right there, a lot of spray out the back. Vertical, right up in that section. That was a hollow, heavy section. Wow, Joe, this thing is insane.
He's definitely fired up. He knows it's coming down to this wave. Kanoa got an 8.3. That's what he's got to beat. Italo floats this section. Now setting up a bottom turn. There's the wrap, throwing some water. Jams it quickly. with that layback. Now off the lip. Now it's getting nice and hollowed out. Sits right in the pit. Well done for Italo. What does he have for us? Throws the fins out. Stomps a reverse in the flats. And you love when Italo celebrates because all the fans do the same thing with him. 7 championship tour wins in his career, along with that world title. And maybe the best dismount we've seen. Finally got
what's
the
your call, Pete? What's your call?
Yes.
You think it's a yes?
Yes.
I think it's maybe just under.
All right.
I think it's maybe just under. I think that I didn't like his first two turns, and I like that he threw the finner in the middle, but he had 1 or 2 turns that to me weren't tack sharp Italo turns, but he threw. If you're going for variety, absolutely he got it. Those were nice, and no wave's going to outrun Italo. He's the fastest surfer in the world. And it's just a little bit of catch up there. That was pretty cool, but it was a little off for him, and that was just a climb that he was kind of catching up, and he almost mistimed that. It set him into the barrel kind of deep. I mean, look, I'm being critical because we're talking about the best surfers in the world.
Yeah.
I feel like it's maybe just under. I think you think it's just over.
Yep. What do you think, Joe?
It's just a good debate anyways. I'll take the under.
Gosh, it's such a good question. I think Kanoa's looking solid, but the finish was so incredible. With the speed he had, I think he almost made up for it in the back half of that wave.
If you go back to Kanoa's, if you look at any mistake Kahanoa made, it was he had to catch up after that reverse, and then he thought that he was pulling in the barrel too soon, and he did an awkward little turn. So that was, if you're going to be critical of his ride.
Well, and right now that's the comparison that has to be made. Really, I mean, they have to be looking in the judging booth right now and looking at that wave.
Italo can't just sit still. He knows this is an important number. Will he be moving on to the quarterfinals? For the men, this is it for the night session, as Italo is the #1 seed coming into this session under the lights.
You saw a couple guys get caught behind the left after critical turns. That was never going to happen to Italo. He's got coffee in his veins, man. He's just got too much adrenaline, too much adrenaline, and you know, being the fastest surfer in the world, he was always going to have the leg strength to catch back up.
Scores coming in, he gets it. Italo.
Wow.
8.5.
Amazing.
Italo and Griffin move on to finals day.
There was one judge who was agreeing with you. 8.2 there, a little under. But the rest of them said yes.
Solid. I think it was that close. It needed to be right there.
Yeah.
It was going to go either way, and I think Italo made up for it on the back half, and he'll be celebrating.
And the variety. There was a huge amount of variety on that wave. There was sort of layback snaps. There were tail throw finners. There was a lot of things kind of going on there. So on the variety side of things, it was amazing.
So crucial for Italo to get in this world title race as we get started with Alyssa Spencer. The night session starting for the women. Alyssa trying to fight for 1 spot into the semifinals. Got that cool pace. You always see that back arm just guiding her board to the top.
She chose no barrel here. Very, very, very definitively did not go for the barrel.
Yeah, she did that earlier on the backhand. And
wow,
I think
nice.
you know, ultimately she's not real confident in the backhand tube riding.
So Alyssa finishing up her first wave here in the night session. The wild card, getting the call up from the Challenger Series, representing North America in San Diego. Will now prepare for her left, but a great start there. Super talent. A couple of nice big backside hooks to set the pace for this night session. We're going to take a quick break and continue on with this leaderboard to see who will make finals day for the women and bring in Rosie Hodge and Mitchell Salazar for the call.
It's a spectacle under the lights, and it's the first time we've ever seen it here at the Surf Ranch Pro, presented by 805 Beer. Mitchell Salazar here with one of South Africa's greatest exports, Roseanne Harge. Rosie, welcome back to the host set, and what an incredible day of surfing, right? We're in the night surfing session now for the women out there.
Yeah, so excited to watch the women. What an exciting finish for the men, though. Italo, clutch performance from him, and yeah, Kano's probably a little bit bummed about that result, but all of those guys in that top little seeding round really impressed me. Excited for the women now. This is one surfer advances into the semifinals. Talk about just that narrow window of opportunity to make it count.
So you win and you get into the semifinals tomorrow. Here's the night session leaderboard for the women. We saw Alyssa Spencer with the first ride on the right-hander. Drops a 5.0. She's going to be our first surfer. Lakey Peterson after that, then Steph Gilmore, Katie Simmers, Molly Picklum, and finishing with our defending event champion, Joanne DeFay. 5-point ride for Spencer. Based off of what we saw from the men, I don't think a 5's going to cut it right now, Rosie. You got to be thinking at least 8s or lates, and especially after only one of these ladies qualifies for the semis tomorrow.
Yeah, for sure. But Alyssa, she did get that complete ride. So being the first to crack the seal on the women's night session, that's pretty impressive in itself. Let's see what she does on her forehand, because I think this is her strength.
I do as well. And she's been one of the standout surfers on the forehand, for sure on the left. Couple opening haps for Alyssa right here. Lays it on rail once again. Great variation from Spencer. Coming around the section, just waiting for this wave. Awesome turn up into the lip line from Alyssa once again. And she is just working this wave as well as she can right here during the night session. A lot of pressure being the first surfer out there as well. Setting up the inside barrel section. She's going to double hand stall, and stalls a bit too much. So at the moment, first surfer out there in the water, 5.0 on the right. Say she does better, but by how much, Rosie, on the left hand?
Yeah, that was such a shame. I mean, every single wave that we've seen from Alyssa, she's been able to complete that tube ride. She's got really deep. She did some beautiful gouging turns on the beginning section of that wave.
I like this shot right here. Goes to show you how shallow it is at the Surf Ranch, but it goes to show you how perfect the wave is in consequence. And as you were mentioning, the forehand looking good from Spencer. Great start, but it just seemed like this section right here where she set up the barrel maybe stalled a bit too much, Rosie.
Yeah, she kind of shifts that weight forward. She's eyeing this off. She's burning off a little bit of that speed and really setting up her body composure to travel through the cylindrical section of the wave. Just right there, she gets a little bit too deep, gets that little foam ball underneath her feet and gets shoved to the side.
It's the double arm drag. Sometimes you just need to go for the one, and maybe a bit too much there from Alyssa. Still waiting to see if she betters her 5-point ride or not. Good performance though overall. I mean, you got to give it up to the surfer who's number 5 in the CS rankings right now. Last minute wild card. You come into the event with, you know, an unprecedented performance here at the Surf Ranch. Second event wild card they've had in the season. Good performance from her overall.
Super solid, and just love watching her on the Challenger Series. She's had some, you know, just character building years on the Challenger Series. This really feels like she's coming into her own, doing some of her best surfing. And she catches up with her coach, Maddie Myers.
Yep, from Myers Surf Mentorship, and you see Brent Power there from Channel Island Surfboards to the left. Riding a CI Pro, board looked great. So she drops another 5 on the left, does not improve. So that's the standard right now. Everybody else looking to beat a 5-point ride. Only one of these 6 surfers will be moving through into the semifinals tomorrow.
Ooh, that's so scary. Look at the list of champions that we have. I mean, Steph, she's touted as one of the best out here. Joanne DeFay is the defending champ at this event. Lakey Peterson. Katie Simmers was so impressive. Molly Picklum. All of these women.
Yeah. And then the ladies that we have tomorrow are already seated in there. Tatiana Wesson-Webb, Carissa Moore, and our third. I mean, she's been impressive. She's working her way back up in the rankings. Caroline Marks, once again in the semifinals here at the Surf Ranch Pro. Like to see the goofy footers and that deep in the event too.
Yeah, the goofy footers have been super impressive. I mean, we've already got a 50% make rate there for the Goofies, making up the semifinals already.
And we could be seeing one more. Alyssa's still in the draw. She is in the lead at the moment. Only the first surfer, though, out there. As we're going to see Lakey Peterson up and riding on this right hand. Her first wave of the night session. Former champion. She's won in 2019, but always been a stand-up performer here at the Surf Ranch. Great positioning in the barrel. She's going to come out cleanly. Let's go down to Strider. How's her view?
You know what? It's just rock solid. Lakey's so strong out here. When she starts to go into that lip and just starts to attack it, he just comes back to, you know, all the right points that she has under her belt up in Santa Barbara. So you can see the comfort level. Blowing tail out the back. That was insane right there. Beautiful lip turn, and then now she's going to drag the arm, try to get back behind that, and then come out and see what she's got for us on this corner. Big gouge down into the pocket. Great completion. There was one turn in there that was just so muddy. Beautiful surfing right there by Lakey.
Absolutely, Strider looking to improve on a 5-point ride. The scale is set for Melissa Spencer's opening 2 rides. And Lakey Peterson looking great on that wave right there. Her first ride of the night session so far. We'll be right back with more action for the Surf Ranch Pro presented by 805 Beer. Ladies' night session out there in the water right now. You don't want to miss it. A great day of action, and we still have a bit more left. Lakey Peterson drops a 7-point ride on her initial right, and she has one more wave, another opportunity, but now on the left. Currently in the lead of the leaderboard so far. Alyssa Spencer out of the running for a semifinal finish now. It's the Surf Ranch Pro presented by 805 Beer. Mitch and Rosie here in the booth. Rosie, scale is set. Lakey with the 7-point ride. Everybody's going to be playing catch up now.
Yeah, hearing that number, I'm sure Lakey's going to have a little bit of an exhale. That's a good, solid number. Will it stand the test of time, and can she improve on it on this left? You only need to take your best wave in this leaderboard format.
Up and riding on the left now. You can see her shift her feet back, readjusting her timing and her tempo on this wave. Decent start. Wants to get up into the lip line, though. We just saw Italo Ferreira just drop a monster score of an 8.5 on the last left. Clutch performance. Can Lakey do it here as well? Great surfing. Up and over. Gets a little caught up right there. Once again, Not a ton of variation on this wave so far. And she did drop a 7-point ride on the right. Much better right there from Peterson. She's gonna step on the brakes. Gets barreled. Doesn't get completely disappeared. Finishes well though. Great lip line hit there from Lakey Peterson. So the former champion looking to throw away a 7-point ride and increase her lead at the moment. We still have another 4 surfers to go after this. The bad news for Lakey, we have Stephanie Gilmore coming up.
Yeah, this is going to get intense as we move through the seating. Watching Lakey, I think you said it, Mitch, like there's that variety that we needed to see on this wave. She's already locked in the 7. She does have beautiful flow. And then this barrel ride was pretty special. I mean, she doesn't get really super deep, but she gets the 2-turn option.
Yeah.
This little bonus cut down right there. Something for the judges to kind of mull over and think about.
She's done that twice today too. She did it on the left right now and she did it on the right, which is not easy to do. And looking to better a 7-point ride. I mean, if she does, probably won't be by much, but she's got to be content with her performance so far. And especially being one of the first 2 surfers out there, no easy task. Chatting with her coach, Glenn Micro Hall. And it seems like earlier this night, Luisa Florence was able to catch up with Italo Ferreira.
Guys, I wish you could feel the energy here. Italo, I'll just keep this short and simple. Walk me through that wave.
Wow, that was the last wave of the day for the men's, you know, and I was like, oh my God, please, let me do my line, you know, like, because on my first run today, I had like a good laugh, but not like a special one. And then I did like a good ride, but I always made it, but I was like, oh my God, so this is my chance. Let's do like everything on that. And then I talked to Half after my first run, and he said, oh, hey, dude, I think you need a little bit more board, you know, to do like the trick, you know, outside. I was like, okay, let's try the same board on the right. Same board, I can try on the left. I was like, okay. And then that's what I did. I did some big turns, a couple like different ones on the outside, and yeah, I made it. So yeah, I'm super stoked for tomorrow, and I'm still excited. That's why I'm drinking Red Bull 10 p.m.
He said he's ready for tomorrow. Let's go.
Yeah,
congrats.
We're on.
Muito parabéns to Italo Ferreira, moving through into the quarters tomorrow. Came down to the last wave and clinched his spot in the quarterfinals. Strider, how amazing have the performance has been during the night session so far?
Well, they've been incredible, and just watching something really key here, watch the spray off the top of these waves, watch the diamonds, watch the arcs. It'll show you with lights how perfect they're hitting the lip and how well they're hitting the lip and what exactly they're putting into it, how much power by the amount of spray that comes flying off the top. Take it away.
Here goes the greatest female surfer of all time, the 8-time world champion, Stephanie Gilmore. Laying it all in line here, looking to beat a 7-point ride. At the moment from Lakey Peterson, deep in the barrel. She's out. Gilmore with the moment of excitement there at the beginning of this ride. Riding the DHT times dark arts board out there. Things look magic underneath her feet. A lot of speed on this one. Catches a slight rail right there. She's out of position. She makes it around it though. And she just might be stalling for the second barrel at the end section right now. A lot of speed coming through this one. And it's gonna garner her a decent score right here, Rosie. Lakey Peterson gets 2 7-point rides. So she does not increase the requirement. That barrel on the outside was special.
That from Steph, I mean, undoubtedly, she is the best in the barrel at this wave. I think someone that can rival that is maybe Joanne Defay. But there were moments there where it was like my heart almost stopped because she almost lost the rail. There was a little bit of hesitation or, you know, a little bit of rhythm that was disrupted. Let's see what Strider says.
Well, we know you're good, but that was incredible. Those 2 rides, well, the 2 rides I felt like were amazing. Let me hear what you thought about your wave.
Yeah, I think I definitely got a nice couple tubes. They both felt kind of deep.
But yeah, I don't know. I kind of mistimed a couple in that middle section there, but on my turns. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not a judge, so we'll see. We'll leave it up to those guys. Can't wait for the left. Good luck. Thanks so much.
Appreciate it, Strider. Appreciate the honesty there from Stephanie Gilmore. The excitement level at the beginning of this wave through the roof, though, Rosie.
I mean, right there, I thought, you know, really had to keep a keen eye on her just to make sure that she made that barrel. It completely disappeared and then kind of off kilter on that turn coming out of the barrel. And then she kind of had to reconfigure how she would usually approach this last barrel section. She gets super deep again. So sticking to that strength, but that rail work that she does when she times it perfectly, I mean, it's undisputed that she is the best at it. So here, I almost wanted her just to end off on this turn because she goes for the kind of rebate right here and the legs just lose a bit of steam.
It doesn't leave the same lasting impression in the eyes of the judges, right?
But still, I mean, Steph, it's just solid ride. Let's see what the judges say, and then let's see what she can do on her left. I know that in that qualifying round, she had a couple hiccups, but there were moments where she was really looking like she was on her way to a solid score. Let's see if she can clean it up and complete a left.
So for our viewers right now, Rosie, you've been in high pressure moments before, moments in the Jersey where you've said, okay, it's either now or never, or if not, I'm not going to get it done. How difficult is it to compete in a high pressure situation here with a lot of people watching you at this moment?
Yeah, you're bare. I mean, you're totally visible, you're vulnerable, you're laying it all on the line. And that's the thing about the surf ranch. That's where that pressure element comes into play because it's a really good wave at highlighting all of your weaknesses. And, you know, also when you do something, you have that wow moment. We all here where we feel that theatrical moment where you can really recognize how difficult what these athletes are doing in front of us.
And how good they are to make things look so easy. A 7.13 moves her up into the lead, so she overtakes Lakey Peterson at the moment for the women's night session so far. So if the round were to end right now, Stephanie Gilmore would be moving through into the semifinals for tomorrow. Still has a chance to better her score. She's going to go left. Big moment for Gilmore right here. She has never won at the Surf Ranch, but she has come close a few times. Up and riding on the left, and she is maybe not as comfortable on the left as she is on the right. She's got to make up for it right now, though. High pressure situation. And as Rosie said, got to reconfigure and recalibrate the game plan once you're up and riding. Little mishap right there from Stephanie, recovers well. Decent calm on the backhand, up and over the section right there with the foam climb. Lovely use of the rail from Stephanie Gilmore. Carves it back a few times, up into the lip line. Stalling for the last barrel section here on the left. She's deep, and she's coming out with a lot of poise. Will it better the 7.13 though? You have Katie Simmers, Joanna Fay, and Molly Picklum coming up next. Did Stephanie Gilmore do enough to move to the semis?
Well, what we're going to compare it with is Lakey's 7-point ride that she had on the backhand. So I feel in my mind, some of those turns were a bit more impactful, a lot of spray thrown. Maybe, I mean, if we're being critical, a little bit repetitive, but super powerful. She got barreled on the inside section and she finished the wave. Her barrel was a little bit deeper. So we'll see what the judges say. Does she improve on the 7.13? I think that wave could nudge the score a little bit higher, but I've been proven wrong in this event, so good.
Well, she's currently in the lead and looking to better her score on the left-hander. Don't go anywhere, more action coming up. It's Katie Simmers about to hit the lineup. Buenas noches and welcome back to the Surf Ranch Pro presented by 805 Beer. We're in the women's night session right now, and it's been exciting. Stephanie Gilmore with the lead. She doesn't improve on the 7.13. It's a 6.37 on her left. And we have some action-packed surfers coming up. One of my personal favorites, Rosie, Katie Simmers in the water right now, the pride of Oceanside, the 17-year-old about to get her first ride of the night session.
Man, the smile on her face in the opening round, you know, that to me just said it all. Just her body language after her rides. Here we go, on her forehand.
Well, and she proved to us that she can hang with the very elite at this event. In her opening round heat this morning, how's that layback right there from Katie? Pulls into the barrel. Deep and steep. Can she come out? Yes, she can. Strider, how amazing was that barrel?
That was incredible. That gouge she did as she went into it was next level. She is just on fire. Look at these down carves. She's got a point of difference just with her style and her line that she takes. Then she has the technical ability to throw it straight up into the lip, as you can see. Now we got the inside section coming. Oh, front side, layback into the tube. Are you kidding me? Is she coming out? Oh my gosh, she is on fire. Big gouge again. Grabs the rail. That was some impeccable surfing. I mean, just beautiful. New school, designed with some old school line. That was just what we all dream about as a surfer, was combining the two, and that's what she did. Beautiful work.
Really was, Strider. Moments of brilliance for sure. How's Katie feeling right now at this moment?
She asked me what I think. I think that was incredible to watch. You had the new school style with old school lines. I mean, what do you think?
Barracuda. I don't know.
She requested the song Barracuda, by the way, before her wave.
I don't know. Hopefully I can see this wave. Because it's 10:30 at night, I should be in bed.
Oh, we love you, Caitlin Simmers. Thank you very much. Good luck on the left.
Thank you, Tiger.
Wow, Katie is unique, both in and out of the water. And just adding right there, spectacular wave. But the style on this wave in particular, Rosie, really stood out.
Man, to go for that gouge right there, it's really hard to iterate like how critical and like how risky that was. That really, she just threw caution to the wind. She's like, this is a cool section. I'm going to do this move and then I'm going to set up with the barrel. And I spoke about Steph's barrel riding capabilities. This, I mean, it was unbelievable.
Yeah.
There's even like a little bit of puff of spit right there, and she's on that foam ball. She negotiates through it. Yeah, there's just so many different things going on with Katie. It's so hard to kind of pin her or kind of pigeonhole her into any kind of style or what's going on. And we want to label it and we want to be able to kind of bottle it, but you can't. You can't really, like I said, you can't put her in one single box.
You can't categorize her. And guess what? She takes the lead, drops a 7.93. Caitlin Simmers in first place on the leaderboard, and she still has left to go. If we do want to be critical, she mistimed a few sections, so a score that was nearly an 8 could have possibly been a 9, Rosie. But all in all, to handle the pressure situation right now, after Steph served,
impressive from the youngster.
Yeah, definitely. The 7.93, is that going to stand the test of this night session? Will she be number 1?
No.
It's only one person making it to the semis. So already, you know, Steph's out of contention.
And
Lakey's out of contention. Alessa's out of contention. So the only people that can overtake her, Joanne and Molly.
How unique was that stall, though? She is just a star. And Strider said it perfectly. Bit of the old school with the new school, and she mixes in perfectly. I'm a huge fan. Huge, huge fan. What, she's 17, Rosie. Can you see her?
She should be in bed. I should be in bed. We
in
should
a
all
few
be.
years. Well, it is past my bedtime. I usually go to bed at 9. It's what, around 10 p.m. now, you'd say? Katie right now up and riding. Looking to better a 7.93, an 8-point ride would do it. And she is looking with a lot of determination down the line on this wave.
Oh.
Great carve right there off the top. Her backhand is a lethal strength of hers. Won multiple national championships, USA surfing events. And some great variation on this ride so far. Major turn right there. And that was a moment of brilliance.
Ooh.
Looking for the barrel here. She's gonna have to stall for it. And comes out somehow able to manage that section right there. And she nearly pulls the pop shot in.
That was gonna be a 10. Am I getting too excited? I think that was gonna be a 10. Okay, I mean, it could still be.
It could still better the 7.93.
It is gonna better the 7.93.
Wow.
I'm gonna put myself out there. I don't even care. Katie, if they don't better the 7.93, I'm gonna write a letter.
Wow, Rosie. Back-to-back waves from simmers that were just jaw-dropping here.
Do you know what I liked about this too, Mitch? Because sometimes you get on the wave and you're like, turn, get frantic. Katie's timing, like she kind of coasted through that first little section of this left and then just started going hammer time on this wave. The poor left-hander at the basin, they're gonna have to refill the pool. There's gonna be a maintenance break because Katie has a, wow, the barrel was sick. Watch this. Goes for the pop shove it. How close was she to landing that?
Very close. I mean, she nearly rode out of it, but how's that turn straight into the stall of the barrel right here? The recovery, Rosie, and the composure just to ride out of this thing at the end.
I hope all of the athletes are just taking notes because this has been, we've watched a lot of surfing today, Mitch. This has been my favorite ride so far.
She goes for the pop shove it with her hair in her face.
I think I saw a video of her landing that maneuver. I think it was in Hawaii or something a couple of months ago.
Wow, that crisp board designs looks awesome under her feet. So still waiting on the score, looking to better a 7.93. We still have 2 surfers to go. Molly Picklum and Joanne DeFay. There's Katie. And that's an awesome moment of sportsmanship right there. Joanne coming over and congratulating Katie on her awesome performance. So still waiting on the score, whether or not she betters the 7.93. When we talk about a class act, somebody that's living up to the hype first of all, but really presenting herself in a good way, and she drops an 8.17, extends her lead. So now both Molly Picklum and Joanne DeFay will be needing at least an 8.18. There's a score line, Rosie, all the way up to an 8.8 from one of the judges.
Yeah, it was well rewarded. I still think it could have gone a little bit higher.
And there's her brother Tim, also a great surfer. And wow, Katie Simmers with a highlight reel performance right there. A 7.93 on the right, and she throws that away. She's gonna keep the 8.17 on the left. Here's Molly Picklum now, number 3 in the CT ranks. Looking for something better than an 8.17. Nearly digs the rail there at the beginning of this wave. A lot of pressure now for Molly. She's gonna stall for the opening barrel ride outside. Great positioning. Smart surfing so far from Picklum. Wraps it down. Strong turn right there in the pocket. On her way to a good score. Great variation from Picklum. Once again up into the lip line. Nearly lost it on the bottom turn there. And she's gonna set up for the inside racetrack here for the barrel. Great positioning. She'll come out cleanly, but needs a huge finish. And she'll get a decent carve in. Was that enough to break the 8-point range? And is it the best wave of the night session for the women?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting watching the replay and really breaking it down because there's a lot that goes on this wave. It's almost 45 seconds long, so it's a lot to remember and a lot to take in and think about the number that we're going to throw at this. Molly does some good work on the outside. It's just she gets deep barrel. She gauges the rail. She's doing everything right. Like the recipe is all there. She's adding all the ingredients. It's just whether or not it was dynamic enough. I mean, honestly, when she gets to that little barrel section on the inside, I was thinking in my mind, okay, if you're going to go toe-to-toe with someone that's just thrown an 817, you've got to get progressive. And then, unfortunately, she doesn't get that critical section to maybe go to the air.
Molly Picklum still has one more wave on the left, though, and then we go to our high seat, Joanna Fay. They're chasing Caitlin Simmers at the moment at the Surf Ranch Pro. The Surf Ranch Pro, presented by 805 Beer, has been a highlight event of the season so far. Meanwhile, in the water, Molly Picklum dropped a 717. It wasn't enough for the lead. Caitlin Simmers still in first in the women's night surfing session, and she's needing at least an 8.18 to move up into first. Rosie going left now. It hasn't been her strength, but when we look at Pickles and we know what she's capable of, the left, strong option for her.
Yeah, I think, you know, when it comes down to it, Molly loves the challenge. I mean, she's a sparring partner with Katie. She's on her, you know, her movie, and she's going to love this. I think that's what's going to kind of ignite the fire for Molly, is that she's going head-to-head with her good friend Katie. Can she get the edge on this left-hander?
We shall see. She's up and riding now. We have the sense of urgency right now from Picklum on this ride. A lot more speed, a lot more drive. That's more like it from Pickles. Into the lip right there. That's a lovely snap up into the lip line. Up and over the white water, nearly loses it, and she does. So Molly Picklum is gonna have to settle with the finish here in the night surfing session for the women. Had a 7.17, but at this point of the leaderboard, number 2 seed coming into the night surfing session for the women, Rosie, she knew that to get something better than the 817, it would have to be spectacular.
It does have to be spectacular to get into that excellent range. I mean, the judges have really been reserved with that upper echelon of the scoring scale to get into the 8s, up into, you know, the 10s. We've never seen a 10 at the Surf Ranch out of all the surfing that we've seen over the years. So they're stingy with those big numbers. So she had to go for broke. The good thing for Molly, the way that she's already set herself up with a 717 in the leaderboard format, there's still option for her to take away a 5th place finish here at the Surf Ranch Pro. So, you know, there is kind of light there. A 5th place finish isn't a bad result.
No, not at all, especially when you're gunning for a spot on the WSL Final 5 as well. Well, you know who's gunning for a spot on the WSL Final 5? It's the current leaderboard ranking number 1. Her name's Caitlin Simmers. She's with Louisa.
Katie, you told us like it's late, you're supposed to be in bed, but I disagree. You're supposed to be here doing exactly what you're doing, but the secret is like, how are you doing it?
I don't know. I feel like at this point, we've like surfed it so much that you don't really need to see to do it. I don't know, because it's kind of like a skate run or something. You have everything planned, so I guess, I don't know. Just try to go through with it and try not to fall.
If you watch yourself on that wave, is there anything you can take, you know, for the future now?
Yeah, I was pretty pissed off I didn't make my shove at the end. I like wish my legs worked, but they just like wouldn't land. I don't even know. It just, after that, my legs could barely walk. And I don't know.
Well,
but it was fun. Thanks, Kelly.
You should be proud of yourself. So cross your fingers now. Let's see what happens.
Yep. We'll see. This is freaking stressful.
Come here, give me a hug.
Never change, Caitlin Simmers. Never change. Great shot right there of Molly Picklum making her way back up the ramp. As looking at the replay, the 8.17 here, this finishing end section. Straight into the barrel after recovering. How about that stall into the barrel here on the left, Rosie?
It was insane. She just kind of hooks it under the lid there. It's interesting because I'm kind of like going through what we've seen at the Surf Ranch. I mean, we've been here for the Founders Cup, the Future Classic, the different iterations of the Championship Tour event. It took a long time for the men to kind of master that end section to get to the air. So for Katie, as a rookie on the Championship Tour, to already be getting to that progressive element, that took so long for so many of the world's top athletes to figure out.
It's an excellent point you bring up because I remember Julian Wilson, it might have been 2018, the first CT event we had here. He tried so many varials on the end section and only landed one.
Yeah.
And we're talking about one of the greatest surfers of all time, a former runner-up in the world. Caitlin Simmers, on one of her first rides at the Surf Ranch, the CT event, nearly pulls one. It's sick. It's amazing. The talent has risen to the top. And this lady knows what rising to the top means here at the Surf Ranch. Defending champion, Joanne DeFay up and riding. She's the #1 seed out of the women's night surfing session. Great start for her. Strider, how about the start to this wave from Joanne?
Yeah, beautiful. Really getting up into the corner there. Beautiful tube ride. A little bit, tiny bit off tempo. Let's see what she can clean it up on the inside. You kidding me? That was a gouge. Into another snap. She's going to stall it out. Try to get her nice and deep into the barrel right here. And she's going to come out. Let's see what she's got on the insides. She's going to blow the tail out one more time to finish off. She likes it. I love the end of that wave. I thought that was really impressive. So let's see what the judges go with that one.
Well, Strider, when you saw both waves live, Katie's 793 and this wave for Joanne, which one left a better impression on you?
Yeah, Katie.
Okay, like it. Looking at the replay here, Rosie, a couple of moments of brilliance from Joanne.
Yeah, and it really started the midway through this wave. That's where she started to ignite this wave. Joanne's incredibly good in the barrel here at the Surf Ranch. I was hoping, you know, we might see a nose pick reverse from Joanne. I know that she's got that in her arsenal. So just this end section, it almost seemed like she was kind of in two minds of what she wanted to do on the end section. But it's so fun just seeing Joanne back in a jersey, back competing, knowing that she's competed in the WSL Final 5 2 years in a row.
Yeah.
Then having that major injury and to keep up with the pace of the tour at the moment for Joanne. Obviously, she's got that wild card, but she's still doing such great surfing.
Yeah, she is. And I think she's improved a lot in the last few years, too. 2021 Rip Pro WSL Finals, beats Stephanie Gilmore, then defeats Sally Fitzgibbons, ends up losing to Tati in the match for at least second place. It's a 7.33, not enough. So still needs an 8.18 on the left, but when we talk about a very well-rounded surfer here at the Surf Ranch, there's a reason why she's the defending champion, right? She can do it on both sides of the rail here and needs to step up to the limelight here, Rosie. Needs to be the best wave that she's seen so far in this event for her.
Her forehand is what, I mean, her backhand is what has made her the most money. I mean, you think about growing up in Reunion Island at St. Lou, you know, the places where she's excelled, like Fiji, Cloudbreak. I mean, she's done so well on a lot of left-handers, Uluwatu. So as we watch her contemplating this left-hander, I mean, it's not, she's got to be feeling that confidence, and she knows that this is that chance, this is that opportunity to showcase that backhand.
It's not out of the question. And We're also talking about one of the most physically fit surfers on the championship tour, both men and women. And she is more than capable of catching 4 waves in a row and still being able to go a couple more after that.
Yeah, she's really strong. She takes her fitness seriously, and also, you know, isolating the muscle groups, that's going to help here. I mean, her quads are strong. She's got a strong core. So let's see how, you know, she can complete this ride, handle the nerves.
So the final wave of the night, the final wave of day number 1 of competition here at the Surf Ranch Pro, presented by 805 Beer. It's gonna come down to the wire. Can Joanne Defay get an 8.18 on her last ride of day 1? Looking to better an 8.17 from Caitlin Simmers, the current leader. I'm nervous, Rosie. You can hear that train coming towards her, and she's just got to be thinking to herself, okay, I need to do my best surfing out of day 1 on this wave. It's all or nothing, and you want to make or break right here on this wave. Up and riding. Starts off with a couple of decent snaps in the pocket. That's more like it from Joanne. Strider, the left. It's imperative for her to do well on this wave.
Yeah, this is her strength, though. She can do it. And wow, big snap up into the lip right there. Follows it up with another one. A little bit behind right here. She's going to reset and then go right back up into the lip and start working that angle.
Wow.
Another one. Here we go again. Bang again. Looking good.
So far, so good from Joanne Defay. Setting up for the barrel section on the inside. Great positioning, and she won't be able to come out. So we will be waiting on scores, but looking for an 8.18. Was there enough on that wave before the fall in the barrel to get the score?
No. Sorry. But
well, it's in, and it's a quick one, too. It's a 6.07, so not enough. That means that Caitlin Simmers will be moving through into the semifinals tomorrow. Pressure might have gotten to her, but it just seems like she was a little bit out of rhythm with this midsection, Rosie.
yeah, but the good news is Joanne's takeaway from this event is equal 5th place finish. So, you know, building in strength and confidence as she moves through the 2023 season. Great surfing from Joanne. Good to see her healthy.
Yeah, especially coming back from an injury. Only been surfing for a few events as well. Great performance. He's going to settle with the 5th place finish. And just unfortunately too deep right there for her in that barrel section at the end of the left. But how about Caitlin Simmers? How about Katie dropping a 7.93 on the right and an 8.17 on the left? She moves into the semifinals tomorrow, and it should be an action-packed day. 4 ladies in the semis. We got 8 men in the quarters. I'm looking forward to it, Rosie.
Yeah, this is a fun day. Let's see who comes out with the victory tomorrow.
Might see some new champions. There are a few in the draw. Stay tuned for the 805 post show. Right after this break, we'll be right back.
little wave, buddy.
Oh, you're not wet.
What's that? Oh, right on. The backpack. All the microphone stuff and the transmission stuff.
I will. I'm not the only one. So.
Welcome into the 8:05 post show. We have just wrapped up day one of the 2023 Surf Ranch Pro presented by 8:05 Beer. We have been here with you for almost 18 hours today of surf coverage, and we're stoked on it. I'm Adrian McCord alongside Mitchell Salazar, Peter Mel. Whew. You guys
Lot to
have
digest, huh?
a lot to digest.
That was
we
a big
saw
meal.
so much surfing today. What's your biggest takeaway, Mitch?
You know, I really love seeing the next generation step up, and I thought Caitlin Simmers was fantastic. Love to see her in the semifinals tomorrow. But I think overall, just the waves. You know, it's really good to see the surfers in a world-class wave, and just a perfect wave overall.
Yeah, Pete?
For me, the format. The format was a big winner today. Exciting from the very first heat, very first wave with Kelly Slater, all the way to the very last wave tonight. Action-packed. Everything was on the line, tons of pressure. The crowd being here on site was awesome. So, yeah, the format was a winner.
So much fun to watch these surfers battle it out until the very end. Let's dive in to the women's night session because the pressure was on with only one spot in tomorrow's semifinal available and up for grabs. Every woman brought their best surfing. Let's start with someone who pretty much always brings their best surfing, Stephanie Gilmore.
Yeah, she had a good shot at this, AJ. Unfortunately for her, not moving into the semifinals. And we knew that the right was going to be her strength going into the night surfing session for the women. Had a couple of deep arrows here, but it just seemed like during the maneuver, she was just a little bit out of sync with the right-hander. Put her out of position for an excellent score. Had to settle with a low 7. Even still, we're talking about one of the greatest surfers of all time. And then Caitlin Simmers just got the best score out of the women's night session.
She is the best. I talk about the one rail. That was on display in a huge way by Caitlin Simmers. The best all day long, both men and women, at utilizing that single rail, top to bottom the entire time, and the progression, the element that she brought to the table.
But then you talk about the drama because Joanne DeFay, the last waves of the day, and she knows how to win here, almost got it done.
Yeah, and she had two opportunities, the right and then the left, and it just seems after the right, she thought that the score was maybe going to be a bit higher. It was going to be the score necessary to move up into first place. And she just seemed a bit too casual on the left and not rushed enough. But great performance there by Caitlin Simmers moving through.
And so she is moving on to the women's semifinals, and she has a stacked semifinals to get through, because she has Caroline Marks, who made it through earlier today. And then on the other side of the bracket, you have Carissa Moore, who is a veteran and a pro here at Surf Ranch specifically. And then Tatiana Weston-Webb. So a lot of experience on that roster. And then Katie Simmers. So
Cool.
gonna be a good one to look through.
Cool semis, really it is. I mean, the youngsters and Simmers and Marks, obviously Marks knows that younger Simmers is coming up, and especially with the performance tonight, that's gonna be a great matchup. And then of course the veterans, you know, with Tati and Carissa Moore. Both of those surfers surf really good on the rights and lefts. We're gonna go back to that format where rights and lefts are gonna count. So exciting stuff, head to head.
It's gonna be so much fun. What are you looking forward to?
Well, and 3 people that could be a new champion on the women's side too. I mean, out of those 4, only Carissa's one here, and I think it's really exciting to seeing a lot of the new blood come up and really excel when it matters. And I think the format actually helped with that. And I'm glad that he brought that up, Pete, because I feel like relieving the pressure and relieving the stress of having to go back-to-back with waves in the qualifying round allowed these surfers to contemplate their decisions a lot more.
Certainly, we saw some changes of strategy as well on the men's side of the bracket in this night session. 2 spots up for grab tomorrow, so it was winners take all, if you will. And let's get it started with Griffin Colapinto.
Well, and he did it, didn't he? This was where he had to perform. He was forced to perform, and he did it. Had the slob air and that release of the tail on that one section. That's where the points of difference were, and he was able to get that score needed.
Yeah, and then an 8.3 right here by Cano. He moved up into 2nd place for a good amount of time, and you know, I thought that he was very, very close to getting a score higher than that and maybe adding some more pressure to Italo. How about the finish too from Kanoa? And he performed under pressure as well.
Talk
but
about
this guy,
performing under pressure, Italo Ferreira.
wow, I mean, spectacular. Both AJ and Pete, I mean, came up clutch. Literally the last opportunity that he had on the final wave of day 1 for him. So big performance, and he's obviously looking for another Final 5 finish at the end of 2023 as well.
And so tomorrow we will kick things off with our men's quarterfinals. And my goodness, just take a look after Italo finishes it off with authority, with some swag, as he tends to do when he knows he's landed exactly what he needed to. And look at this. Oh my goodness. Pete, what stands out to you about that bracket?
Right away, very first heat.
Yeah.
Right? Griffin Colapinto up against Iago Dora. Both excellent out here at the ranch. And, oh, wow, even heat number 2. All of them, let's say. But the very first one that stands out, 10:08 a.m. tomorrow, Colapinto and Dora.
I'd say quarter 1 and quarter 3 to me. Ethan Ewing and Gabe, that's a clash of styles right there. I really like that heat, and I think matchups on paper, that's the best one.
Bianca Ferreira?
That's going to be cool.
Maybe I won't be tired tomorrow.
You're not going to be tired, Pete. The surfing
18
keeps us
hours?
so I know, but the surfing was so fun today. It felt like
it'll be fun tomorrow too.
the surfer, it was like that break in between the day sessions and the night session. It was just like once we got back for the night, totally new environment.
Yeah,
so much fun.
It was like a different day.
Yeah.
It was cool.
It's
I loved it.
It's the same
It was
day,
the third wind. It was like a third wind of the day.
Third wind of the day. Well, hard to believe that we had to pick 5 moments from today because there was so much fantastic surfing, but we did. Here are your top 5 moments. First and foremost, last chance advance, John Florence and Griffin Colapinto.
Yeah, huge performance here from John right here just to move him up into the top 3 in his opening round heat. And if it weren't for this last wave, he wouldn't have been able to move through. So clutch performance. Didn't move through into the quarters in the night surfing session, but still, he's got to be content with his best result at the surf ranch so far, Peter.
Yeah, he does. And, you know, and in that situation, it was his last chance. Didn't need a big number, but he needed to surf it well, and he got it done, or else he would have finished 4th and been out.
Absolutely right. And then Griff, I mean, on the right, looked great as always. I was very surprised that he actually didn't end up winning his heat, but how about that slob right there? He landed 2 of those during the day. I thought he surfed great today.
Moment number 4, let's take a look at Tatiana Weston-Webb topping some world champs in her heat.
Yeah, she did, and it was a big win. When you can win in your first round in the qualifying round, it is huge, you know, and that's something special that she was able to do by topping 2 world champions in this heat. That was one of the toughest heats of the qualifying round.
I would agree, and I think the biggest moment for Tati in this heat personally was that she was able to start off on the right foot. had a 7 on her opening ride, and that just put her in a good position.
Let's move on to the night session for moment number 3. Colapinto, Ferreira, and Simmers moving on.
Yeah, and the next thing I think we should bring to the table here in the night session, we'll get some LEDs. Let's start getting some design in here and getting a little extra lights.
Hey, just want to say, both these men performed under pressure. I mean, huge shout out to Kanoa as well. He was up in there in the top 2 spot up until this wave right here. But Griffin Colapinto, I mean, handling the pressure, stepping up to the plate, and then Italo, there's a reason why he's been a former world champion. And I just think if it weren't for this last barrel to air combo, there's no way he's getting this score. So this was clutch and as good as it gets right here at the end.
So good, and he absolutely knows it. Katie Simmers.
Best wave of the day for you, Pete?
One of them, for sure. I mean, I would say that, yeah, I could put it down to, but watching, again, the warm-ups and then being able to see it in real life and execute with the jersey on in a moment with all that extra pressure. She was a standout, but then to go do it like she did it tonight, awesome stuff.
Unbelievable. Speaking of awesome stuff, the Surf Ranch champs winning their heats. Moment number 2, Felipe, Gabrielle Medina, and Carissa Moore looking strong.
And we took the shine off of these 3 because we went into the night surfing session. It was new, it was radical. But let's be real. To beat these 2 people out there tomorrow is going to be a tough task. Both Felipe and Gabe looked awesome. I'm really looking forward to their heats tomorrow, Pete.
I am too. You know, again, I talked about how maybe I might be a little, shaded because of the fact that I need a lot of sleep. I've got a big machine that needs some sleep, but I know that the action will bring me up. It'll take, a nice cup of coffee, and I'll be ready for you guys tomorrow.
We've got coffee for you, Pete. Don't worry about it. Carissa Moore not sure that she needs anything to get her going, coffee, anything, because she was just on it today.
And you know what's the most impressive part about it was that she was able to break the 16-point range total without breaking the sweat. And I thought that was extremely impressive, knowing that she had a very talented heat out there in the water, but she just went out there and executed her own game plan. Focus on herself and always try to better her scores that she already was carrying through to the next round.
And our top moment of the day goes to this man, Iago Dora, his second left, a 9.37.
Wow, and that's what we talked about, why that first heat is going to be so gnarly, is this man and what he does on these lefts. He's just as good on the rights, but his left performances, Kelly had mentioned again, if you're a goofy footer who can surf the right really well and have the opportunity on the lefts like this, you're going to have a good chance of winning this event.
I'm just going to say this event's won with your performance on the left. Everybody surfs so good on the right, and the right's such a good wave. You need to be better on the left than you are on the right. It's as simple as that.
Simple as that. We will be back with you. 10 hours from now, we will be back for the San Bazan Dawn Patrol starting at 9:30 a.m. local time. Thanks for being here. Day 1, Surf Ranch Pro, presented by 805 Beer. That's a wrap.
We're in the night session. This is one single wave, all on the line.
It should be an exciting night of action right here. When do you get to say that? Last chance effort for McGillivray. Kelly Slater, first wave of the night session for him. How's that layback dagger on the outside? Oh, Kelly goes down!
Oh, I'm baffled, Mitch.
It's kind of a blur now. I don't usually fall right there.
The young Californian from San Clemente. Strider, how's this angle?
Oh, it looks like Friday Night Lights, baby.
Yeah.
Come on!
Wow.
Get the Colapinto, ladies and gentlemen. Let's do this. John Florence, he's here to play under the lights.
An 8.3 for Kanoa Garashi. John moves out of the top 2. He's definitely fired up. He knows it's coming down to this wave. What does he have for us? Throws the fins out, stomps the reverse in the flats. Scores coming in, he gets it.
Wow.
Blowing tail out the back. That was insane right there.
The 8-time world champion, Stephanie Gilmore, looking to beat a 7-point ride at the moment from Lakey Peterson deep in the barrel. She's out.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.